Here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Window Nation. We love them. We've been working with them for years. Couple of homes for me, couple of homes for Danny over many, many years and moves. We have always called Window Nation to take care of all of our window and door needs because they do it right the first time.
Keep the warm air inside this winter. Do what we've done on both homes that we've owned over the years. You can act right now, get an extra 10% off. So don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote right now this minute at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Love is in the air at Lindsay Volvo. Whether you're single, a couple, or can't figure out where to fit that family of yours, choose a sexy XC40, 60, or 90 with alluring APRs on gas and plug-in hybrids. Fidelity is rewarded at Lindsay with loyalty offers for returning Volvo owners on new purchases. It's better the second time around too, with some seductive specials on our certified by Volvo cars. Remember, you can't spell love without Volvo. In the tender heart of Alexandria or at lindsayvolvocars.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family. Year tour.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyers Subaru in Alexandria. He's on the podium, and these deals are going for gold. So now, during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you can score 0.9% APR on a new 2026 Forester, smooth as a downhill run, or grab 1.9% for 75 months on a new 2025 Crosstrek. If you're ready to sweep up a win this winter, do what I did. Head on over to Buyers Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for Josh Cochran. Tell him Bish sent you in. Or you can check him out online now at buyersubaru.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
All right, guys, EB here. You know I love a good edge. Little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. BMW of Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. They got a few miles on them. Call it a head start on the odometer. In golf, I'll take strokes. On a parlay, plus money. So why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine for my girl Miriam at BMW of Fairfax. Now, lease a new i4 for just $349 a month or an iX for just $499 a month. BMWFairfax.com.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I lived alone in this apartment, and I'd had trouble with my landlord. Basically, he was a creep. He kept coming on to me, and I kept saying no. Then one night, I'm sitting on my couch watching TV. My door, of course, is locked. But then I hear, it's my landlord letting himself in. "Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in."
"What's wrong? I hear your refrigerator needs fixing, and I figure while I'm here, maybe you can do something for me."
"Out! Get out!"
"I'm offering you a good deal."
"Out! And I'm reporting you."
All right. I'm leaving. Don't make a federal case of it."
A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Imagine 1 out of 4 children in America is hungry right now. Now imagine helping. Since 1975, Hungerthon and Why Hunger have counted on you to help those in need. Go to hungerthon.org to find out how you can make a difference.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure. On YouTube.
What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, February 23rd, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning. And Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
That is the foursome. Later in the program, our pal Alan May is going to join us. Capitals and NHL analyst for Monumental Sports. He'll join us at 9 o'clock as we start looking ahead towards the Caps sprint towards the playoffs, hopefully, and get into the Olympic hockey game, which was awesome game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tough day for Alan May.
He wasn't happy about it.
It's
But
been a rough day for Alan May.
Was he tweeting about it?
I was texting him back and forth. He thought it was a great game, but he was, he's a Canadian.
Yeah, I mean,
they kind of dominated play.
They really did. Goalie. I mean, you see shots on goal, those stats.
Oh,
it was crazy.
But
it was a
Hellebuck was up to the task.
Hellebuck was.
He had an amazing game.
I had never heard of Hellebuck.
You'd never heard of him?
I mean, where does he rank in terms of goalies in the NHL? Is he one of the top?
He's pretty high.
Is he?
Yeah.
Didn't know who he was.
I hadn't heard for years.
Now,
almost every player.
Now I know who he is.
Now you're aware. Yes.
I said this last week. And it worked out for the Americans, but the 3-on-3 ending's a joke.
It's not great, but look, it was the same. It was the same format for the Canadians as it was for the Americans.
I understand.
Sorry, not going to apologize for winning the gold medal.
Yep.
No, I'm not going to apologize for it at all.
It's a terrible day for all Canadians.
I said it beforehand. It's a joke. I heard John Cooper, now he's the losing coach, say afterwards. He's like, we don't do this in the NHL playoffs. Right? You don't do it in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Sure. Yeah. Rules
he's
are
like,
rules.
It's not hockey. It's not hockey.
These are the rules of this format in the Olympics.
But I said this last week.
It's not NHL
hockey.
Yeah,
big winner. The Americans.
I said this last week. The World Cup ends in a shootout sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird bit.
You know what?
Not crying for Canadians.
Canada, if you're so good, win it in regulation. Quickly once you reach
you don't have to be
overtime.
defensive about it. Nobody's saying that U.S. should feel bad about it. It's a great win.
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of Canadians that are basically saying this is a fluke. Anybody that's celebrating it doesn't know anything about hockey.
Yeah, we snatched their sport from them.
They're upset. I understand. This is your sport. It's what you hold the dearest, and we snatched it away from you for 40 years.
46
and
years,
not
incredible.
Apologize for it. Unapologetic.
Yeah.
I'm unapologetic.
I don't think
Not
you should be
apologetic at all.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Felt great when they won.
Yeah.
They
I
had,
felt great.
They had so many opportunities.
I had zero faith the entire game. Zero.
Hey, but the Americans had opportunities
I did.
too.
Played great first period. From second period on,
We looked a lot faster in the first
We were
period,
on our
but-
asses the whole time. And I'm
Very
not saying
defensive.
we didn't deserve to win. We won.
Yeah.
But I had no faith. They just had so many chances.
I didn't either.
Faith.
I had
didn't
no
either.
faith.
I didn't either.
But it felt incredible, and I'm pacing around the house watching that thing, and I don't care about hockey in general, be honest with you, but I was all in on that
Olympic
stupid-ass
hockey.
game.
I know.
It's awesome.
I was all in on it.
So was I.
Olympic hockey is awesome.
It really
right when
was.
it finished, I was like, can they run it back?
I know.
then
Can they run it
Sven-
back?
Hey, I got into the women's final.
Right.
I was way into that.
And then when they bring the kids out of Johnny Gaudreau out on the ice,
Yes.
who's
I
obviously
teared
tight
up. I
mean,
teared
it's,
up.
It's a touching moment.
I teared up.
How
Had
could you
to.
not be touched by it?
I was.
I mean, the whole family's in the stands. Kids are on the ice taking pictures with the winning team, the gold medal winning team. Just want to point that out to Canada one more time.
Yeah, it was.
They were so distraught when they were getting
Alan-
handed the silvers.
What was Alan May so upset about? Like,
Just
in
upset.
general?
He was upset at
The missed opportunities?
the missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Hey, Nate
I
McKinnon,
talked.
you had a wide open net. Just bury a shot.
I know.
I mean, that was wide open.
I think he was upset at McKinnon throughout the entire tournament
Okay.
because he said McKinnon just wasn't playing up to standards.
Right.
So
You know
I mean,
what?
they had some
You know
opportunity.
what?
Who was it? The
Good.
guy? Who was it? Which player had the wide open breakaway and didn't even get a shot off? Was it Celebrini?
Might have been Celebrini.
Yeah.
Hellebuck turned two of those away, by the way.
Yes.
Celebrini had one. I think McDavid had another.
Maybe it was McDavid.
He was one-on-one with McDavid, the best player on the planet, turned him away. So
Right.
Get out of here with that.
He texted
It's a
me
great
something.
day.
It was
And
pretty awesome.
I did the near impossible. I threaded the needle of stopping it and leaving the house because I had to go to Costco because I don't shop at Costco anymore
You have to do it
with,
in the
all, with
first-
all the heathens because I'm an executive silly member. They open it from 9 until 10 a.m. only for executive members.
Right.
So I went to Costco with my kid, paused the game, went through Costco, didn't look at my phone.
Wow.
Got all my groceries, came home, didn't listen to anything on the radio, didn't open a computer, didn't look at my phone, reacquired the broadcast exactly where I left it, and then
Watched the rest of it?
Then I
Yeah.
lived in a cone of silence for like an hour and 20 minutes, catching up with the rest of the world.
You know what's awesome
A
about
nuke
that game?
A nuke could have gone off outside, and I would have been unaware.
It
What was awesome about that game too, in terms of broadcast, almost no commercials.
Yeah.
Far less commercial breaks than a typical NHL
Yeah,
game.
it went a lot quicker.
Well, I
You're
think
right.
the only commercial breaks were during the intermissions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
there
they
was
did the what do they call it? The split screen? What do they call that?
picture in picture or whatever.
Yeah, they did
Well,
the
split
commercials.
screen.
I didn't even
They
notice
did
that.
have commercials, but they just had the split screen.
Didn't even notice.
Yeah.
So riveted to the action. So riveted to Connor Hellebuck's silliness.
Hellebuck was unbelievable.
He was awesome. He was fantastic.
No,
Stopped
he was
41
unbelievable.
shots.
He single-handedly won
Said,
the
take
game.
those Canadian shots and get them out of my face, is what he said. Get them right out of my face.
No, it was awesome.
It was so fun to watch.
Did anybody watch the closing ceremonies?
No,
I kind
no.
of wanted
Closing
to, but I
ceremony.
didn't.
No
You know what the
interest.
closing ceremony was? Jack Hughes burying the shot.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
behind Jordan Binnington. That was my closing ceremony.
Yeah.
And watching them pose on the ice with the Gaudreau kids, that was my closing ceremony. That's all I needed.
So we'll talk to Alan May at 9. We'll get into the Olympics, but also into the last part of the season. I'd say second half of the season, but they're far beyond the halfway point.
Oh yeah, it's
in
20.
hockey.
What was it 23 games left?
I think the
Something
Caps,
like that.
the Caps have played the most games in the entire
Yeah,
league.
we played 59,
Yeah. So they have, 23 left?
and they play. What's today? The 23rd.
Play the
so
Flyers
they
on
played
Wednesday.
Wednesday on Flyers.
Yep.
Right.
Back
So-
at it.
So we made it in today with the snow. The main roads are pretty much fine.
Of course we made it in today, JP.
We always make it in.
You're acting like there was a chance we weren't going to make it into work today.
always
Well,
make
Mike
it in.
Marr did not make it in.
What happened to that, wussy?
He's working from home. Look, Mar has the capabilities. He's not bound by our show,
So he can do whatever he wants.
so he can kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
and
So
he
he's got
can.
carte blanche.
sore.
And so
from
he
his
can.
run?
So he can work from home. But I mean, it's he should have the foresight to know that the guys want to check in on you after
Right.
your run and how your feet are
It's
doing.
an AD miss is what it is for Mike Marr.
But Mike
Big
is
AD
Mike is
swing
not
and miss.
Mike is not bound by this show.
Right.
I don't know his exact car type, but I drove him back on Friday.
Yeah.
He was going to take an Uber back, and I was like, dude, I can drive you back to Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
So I drove him to the Pupatella. I don't know if he's got a hand-me-down car from his parents. Probably.
Right.
It seemed like a nice car. It definitely would be capable of making tour. It wasn't like a 15-year-old total piece of
No,
crap.
I think he thinks he just did a Herculean effort on Friday. He wants to chill today. That's what I think. And less than the snow.
Yeah.
I don't think it's about the snow.
If you have a front-wheel drive vehicle, you can make it into work.
Yeah.
If you have a dicey rear-wheel drive, then you might have
You
a
know
leg
what?
to stand on.
Even rear wheel today, you could make
The
it.
roads are
Yeah.
fine.
The roads
They're
are fine.
fine.
It's a joke.
There's
fine.
there's no excuse to miss anything
Right,
today.
Benj.
Yeah.
Exactly,
tell 'em,
Benj.
Big wusses out
Go
there.
after it, Benj.
Ben's
Go
is
get 'em.
upset at Mike for a couple reasons.
Are you?
One, he's not here at
I'm
work.
not mad at Mike.
Two, he netted so much money via Venmo.
What did it end up
that
totaling?
everybody's a little bit
Did he get about
jealous.
1,500 or something?
Yeah.
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 Oh, more than that even?
That's probably right.
And then
I don't know.
Unfunny Ben is over there pontificating like he should
Oh,
give away like a huge
Ben,
chunk
yeah,
of it
Ben's
to-
Ben's
to
the biggest liar.
charity.
Yeah, Ben's the biggest liar in
And
the
I was
world
like, hold on,
he said
I was like, maybe give him a little bit.
He said-
okay, but not the whole.
he said he would donate a chunk of it.
Why?
Easy PR.
What do you mean? Like just good PR?
Yeah.
For you on the personal brand?
It's free. You got free money.
Yeah, who
Yeah,
cares?
but
Yeah.
he makes no money.
You want to
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
the free money.
You keep the free
Yeah,
money.
you
It's
keep
probably
that
more
free
than he
money.
makes a month.
Yeah, we keep charity
Gotta-
to a dull roar.
Got to
right?
work for every dollar in this world.
Huh?
Got to work for every dollar in this world.
Well, I think he did actually earn that.
He
I actually
earned-
think
he
he did.
earned-
earn
I mean,
it.
Ray-
He
Ray-
ran to
well-
work.
Well,
Yeah.
8.2 miles in boots.
I can't believe the listeners
in cold rain.
did that. I mean, I guess it added up because I don't think there was a big donation.
Right, it was probably $10 here, $20 there. Right.
Yeah, I think people just respected it.
Yeah, it's a good
I
show
think
of
he earned
support.
people's respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone around here likes to goof on the kid, but he earned people's respect.
You know, some would say people just do stuff for entertainment.
Yeah, that's probably
Because
true
it's
too.
part of the job.
Yeah.
Some would say that.
But yeah, props to the listeners who did that. Also, props to listeners who helped me out. Remember, I was embarrassed that the in-studio visit for the Junkies was at $100, which was the opening bid.
Right.
And it hadn't moved. And I don't really care, except they asked me via email, and I volunteered it, and I wrote a description, and I
Yeah.
sent in pictures, and then I saw zero bidding.
Yeah.
Ended up going for $1,045.
Wow,
Nice.
look at that.
I
Excellent.
feel like that's respectable.
I mean, somebody wildly overpaid for the experience, the experience that they're going to get. But kudos. Glad it
Well, there you
raised
go.
more cash.
It's to the charity.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Right.
There you go.
Maybe Ben can double. He can match that amount. He's so flush with cash over there.
All right. As always, you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on the Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. On Friday, we had Jeremy Piven in studio. I actually have a picture with the rare Jason smile in the background.
That's right, yeah. He let it slip.
Where?
He let one
When
slip.
did I smile?
During Jeremy Piven's interview.
You cracked a smile.
How did you... Oh, you were taking pictures from that side.
We took
We
a
have
picture.
evidence.
I was going to say, because we didn't take a picture with him as a group.
Right.
But I wanted to say I had kind of a date night planned with the wife, and I ended up going to the show. It was good.
Yeah. Well,
He
you
was
can tell he's
good.
a talented guy.
But here was the weird bit. It was a sold-out show.
Yeah.
I believe his show after the 7 o'clock show, which I attended, was sold out. I don't know if Saturdays were sold out. He's a big name, and his stand-up was pretty good. Pete set me and Jess up in the front row.
Oh, no.
In the middle. But not just the front row with the middle. It's almost hard to describe. At the Arlington Draft House, if you're there, you have a table so you can sit down, right? Well, there was a front row with tables where people are sitting behind the tables, and then they set up a row of just chairs in the front, and nobody was to either side of us.
Oh, so
so
you guys
we're
were just-
front row middle without a table in front of us.
They're just sitting ducks.
Oh, man. That's not
And then when
great.
he gets on stage, he's like looking down right at us. I don't think he recognized me.
Right.
to be
Really?
honest.
Thankfully.
But he joned on
He
the
just-
setup. He was like, what is going on right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like they set it up so that you would be kind of the...
Right, you got the Ray Liotta treatment in Goodfellas.
Yeah.
There were no other
Turn the
seats.
table
I think
through, they plop it down right in the
Pete's
front.
nice enough to hook me with tickets, and he always says, come anytime. And they didn't have any seats, so they just set up.
got
There
like
was
the
maybe
extra.
there was maybe one other couple off to the left in the front row seats.
The place was at capacity.
And then it was
they
a weird
jammed two more
bit.
seats in there for you.
You know, before the act comes on stage, the waiters and waitresses come by and ask you what you want. We ordered some pretzels and some hummus. My wife gets a margarita. I get a beer. You got no place to put it.
Right. You got to
So I
hold it the
literally
whole
put my
time.
beer on the floor.
Yeah.
And then you can put it behind you, but then it's a weird bit where the comedian who's 5 feet away from you is doing their bit.
Yeah.
And you're turning around to get your pretzel
that
and
you're-
put it in the cheese
Then you're a
dip.
massive target.
That is
If you're not
weird.
paying attention, then he's going to attack you.
That said, it was a good time, and Piven was excellent.
Yeah. I'm sure he was great.
All right, we got somebody on hold here who I believe was actually at the gold medal winning game yesterday, Cakes. I
Very
believe he's
good.
in transit.
He was boots on the ground in
Boots on
Italy.
the ground, boots on the ground American.
I love it.
Gonna give us a little update on this situation. Hey, buddy, what's your name, my friend?
Hey guys, my name's Simon. Living
Simon.
in Germany.
Nice. Very cool.
Originally from the DC area, from Alexandria, living abroad. My wife got kind of her dream job supporting the U.S. military overseas, and I was lucky enough for my federal job to allow me to telework remotely.
All right, cool. So how long have you guys been living in Germany?
Just past 2 years, and we have one more year on our contract, but given the way things are going, if we get the offer to extend to 5 years, which would be 3 years more, we're definitely going to take it.
All right,
Oh,
very
really?
cool.
So you love Germany?
I don't love Germany. I love the ability to hop on a 60-minute flight and show up at the Olympics at the last second.
Right. That's
Like I
very cool.
drove to Paris, got a $45 flight to Ireland. It's just a lot of advantages.
How were
took my kids to the
How were getting tickets to that particular game, or did you have tickets to the entire Olympics for the
I
trip?
don't have tickets to the entire Olympics. I got if that game was a pain in the, you know what, the IOC has a monopoly on the tickets. You can only buy and sell from their individual platform, which you have to download their app. The gold medal game sold out whenever it went out on sale. So I was monitoring the resale market constantly. For that, I had tickets to a lot of things except for the women's gold, men's bronze, and men's gold. So I went to all the quarterfinals, semifinals, and at the last second, I befriended, when I was at the bronze medal game, I befriended some Finland fans that were disappointed they didn't make the gold games, and I offered to buy their tickets, and they're like, hell yeah, I want to go home. So I got their ticket from them.
Oh,
very nice. Very nice. So you went by yourself?
I went by myself, yeah. I've got two kids, 5 and 7. I wanted to bring them to experience it, but
yeah,
can't really pull them out of school, and especially when I don't know if I'll even be able to get a ticket.
All right, so what was the environment like? I mean, it was incredible to watch. How was the split in the arena, sort of the rooting wise?
It was about 85-15 for Canada.
Wow.
It was maybe 80-20. I went to the previous game, Czechia versus Canada in the semis.
Yeah.
And I was like literally, I counted like sample sizes. It was higher than 9 out of 10. It was probably like 98-2, 99-1. Like they really showed up in full force.
Yeah. No, it seemed very cool to watch. How long did you stay after did you stay for the medal ceremony?
I stayed until basically they started ushering people out. Yeah, that was incredible watching them celebrate. I felt like I was watching the Miracle on Ice.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible that was actually 46 years. I hadn't realized, really. It's not like I think about it a lot.
Right.
Like, wow, they really
To the
had
day.
one again.
It was exactly.
Yeah, to the day, right? So
Yeah.
what were your emotions as you're
Yeah.
watching it? As I'm watching it at home, I think you guys might have felt the same way. I mean, the first period was incredible. They kept talking about, I mean, they had Boucher or whatever his name is say that's the fastest hockey he's ever seen, like even in the NHL playoffs. He's never seen anything like it, that for that period, that sustained speed. And then we were just really on our heels for most of the second and third period. You know, I'm a negative person in that situation. I kept waiting for the sky to fall, and then they just kept coming. First of all, they missed a few opportunities, and the goalie was just unreal.
Yep.
So it gave him a shot in
Hellebuck.
overtime, and frankly, I think we stole it. But what was your emotion as you were going through it?
Well, if you just looked at the stats, if you didn't know the score, you would say Canada was absolutely dominating the game. In the second period, I think the U.S. got 3 shots, and I think Canada was 2 or 3 times their shots. They were just constantly pressuring.
So
like in the
scary.
second half of Czechia, they had the puck being past the other team's, past the Czechs' blue line the entire game. They were just buzzing, and you knew that they were going to tie it up and take the. There was no way the U.S. could withstand that.
Yes,
and so all the U.S. fans were pretty down. Like they just knew that it was coming, and all the Canada fans were calm because they knew that they would break through. So once it got tied, everyone was pessimistic, and U.S. fans were kind of like resigned, like, well, it was a good run. Because they were just buzzing. They were buzzing around the net constantly. All the fast breaks. I've never seen a team so fast. Every single player was faster than every single American, not just in that round, but the previous round.
Except on our goal.
And
our first goal, where that guy had that burst.
Oh, that was an amazing play.
That was incredible.
Boldy's goal was amazing.
That was incredible.
Matt Boldy.
I mean, he split the defenders. He tipped the puck with his
Then
with
he
his
had an
stick.
acceleration there.
That was an
sick.
unbelievable
No, that
play.
was a sick one.
Yeah.
Where the U.S. had the advantage that I had my hope on. First off, in the middle of the game, I looked up what the shots on goal was for the U.S. Miracle on Ice, and they were outshot like 16-32 or something like that. I'm like, well, we have a chance, I guess. They were just where you had your hope is the U.S. was catching them in transition off turnovers, and they were pretty good about that. Obviously, that first goal, but like the way they played defense when they were down 2 men on that double penalty. I was like, man, can't they play defense like that the entire game? Like they were incredible on defense when they were down 2 men. And you just hope you were just hoping for Canada. You were just hoping for Canada to make a mistake or get like a massive penalty. When it goes to 3-on-3,
Was it the situation that
yeah, like I mean, to be honest with you, like that was the best offense I've ever seen for Canada. They were the most like it was like watching art, like poetry. So for them to pull it off, that was amazing.
What was the deal with
I couldn't believe they didn't score on the 5-on-3. That's where I thought the game was over.
Yeah, I thought it was over
on the 5-on-3.
But then when they staved them off, then I thought, okay, we got a chance here.
Right.
But
it was just meant to be.
What was the deal with the stuffed animals they were given? Like, what was that?
I think it was just part of like
that was so dumb.
Do you think the Canadian players didn't want to throw those things back on the ice?
They had to go through that.
They did not. One of them smiled.
No.
I couldn't believe that. They were actually fairly respectful because that's just so disappointing.
Canadians are known for being polite.
They were polite. You know, that was a heartbreaking loss.
They didn't want to be there.
They politely took their silvers
Yeah.
and their stuffed animals.
The stuffed animal.
Yeah.
bit.
Did you rub it in?
Yeah,
Did
That was brutal.
any of the Canadians?
Did you gloat?
Yeah. Any
I
Canucks?
did not, because honestly, the Canadians were like the classiest, most polite fans I've ever seen, especially coming from the Caps fan who despises going to Rangers games, Flyers games, Penguins games.
Right.
But like, they were so nice and saying good game, best of luck. On the way there for that game, there was a group behind me and in front of me. There was a guys wearing like a Ruzioni Callahan jersey. That was the first time I heard some shit from some sass from the Canadians, where they said, look at typical Americans basking in past glory. But otherwise, they were very nice. They were lovely.
How much did you end up spending on the tickets when you bought them from the Finns?
Way too much.
Oh, yeah.
It was once in a lifetime.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
core
I've been
memory. It's a
following
core
it.
memory for you.
Right.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and I also saw the women's goal. That was even like, you thought that the men were a mess after losing. The women were like downright like hysterical. I think it was McKinnon, or I forgot who it was, when he got that stuffed animal. He looked like he was about to beat the heck out of someone.
I know. I noticed that about the Canadian women as well. I mean, look, they just lost the gold medal. I can see why they were pissed.
Look, we own Canada in both men's and women's hockey.
Yes, we snatched their sport cakes. We took it from
Will
them.
that ever happen again?
Sorry.
That's the question.
I didn't pay attention enough when the Canadians were getting their silver medals. How did Tom Wilson look and
Bitter
and Logan
You know
Thompson?
what? I was focusing on the Americans. I didn't
Yeah.
care about
They all
those.
look the
I didn't
same.
care about those
Yeah.
silver medal losers.
Yes.
You think I care?
I saw a statistic. Somebody tweeted us this, that the Canadian players may have disrespected Tom Wilson in this respect. He didn't have a shot on goal.
Right.
In the tournament. They weren't. One guy said he was wide open and they didn't pass it to him for a shot. They didn't look at him as an offensive guy, I guess.
I mean, they have,
And he leads the Caps in goals.
I mean, they have elite offensive talent on that Canadian team. So if it
we got more grit, cakes.
It's true. If it comes down to McDavid or McKinnon shooting or Tom Wilson,
Yeah, they're
Tom
gonna-
Wilson's always going to take a back seat there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he's
you see
open,
that
maybe
play
they
where
should have
Tom
passed it
Wilson-
to him.
Maybe, you know what? Doesn't matter. I love Willie. Willie's great. I'm glad he got a silver medal as a Caps fan. I'm fine with that.
I've never
Tom
with that.
Wilson,
What were you saying,
did
Simon?
you see that play where Tom Wilson almost got? Did you see that play where Tom Wilson almost got decapitated?
Yes,
And he was
that was
stepping
wild.
into the
Where he
board,
jumped
fell
over
to-
him.
Yeah.
Everyone, oh my God, he was inches away from getting a skate to the neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was scary.
That was kind of a dangerous play, but I think he was trying to avoid hurting him, obviously. But yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
Very dangerous. All right, Simon, thank
It was
you,
an-
buddy.
It was an incredible experience.
Yeah,
All right,
congrats.
thanks, guys. Have a
Safe
great day.
travels
Thanks, Simon.
back, buddy. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
All right, pal.
All right. Take care.
All right, man.
He's got a short hop back to Germany, 60-minute flight.
$45 flight.
Yeah.
Did
Unbelievable.
you feel overwhelmingly patriotic?
Yes.
I felt pretty
Yeah,
patriotic when Hughes buried it.
I just know I was rooting hard for the U.S.
The Hughes brothers, the Kachuk brothers. Does hockey have more brothers
They've got a bunch.
than other sports? The Strome brothers?
Yeah. It's
Maybe.
pretty prevalent. Seems like it is. At
I
least.
think the Hughes brothers
Guys
have
are just
another. Isn't there a
studs.
Luke Hughes?
Is there a third Hughes?
I thought I
Sully?
read that there's a third Hughes.
That's some good hockey DNA in that family.
Cakes,
I know that.
Cakes, you boo our national anthem like
Yeah.
you did the Four Nations.
That's what you get.
We take your sport.
Yep. And you fly back to Toronto with silver around your neck and hang,
So are
hang your head in shame.
Are the NHL players going to be eligible for the Olympics in 4 years?
That I don't know. I would imagine
Because
but
it was 12 years. They hadn't been eligible for the last two
Right.
Winter Olympics.
I would imagine
Because
they
what's
would
the
be.
rule?
And I guess the NHL just didn't allow it, but
They made this long break this time.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I have to say, with Hughes losing the teeth, whatever, we all saw the play. You realize the force that it takes to knock out your front tooth like that?
Well, if somebody smacked you in the face
Yeah.
with a hockey stick, you'd lose your front two teeth too.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't think of it. I think of it like an inadvertent thing, and it just the force it had to
Yeah.
be incredible.
Do you think I mean I was getting very patriotic, but do you think that picture of Hughes afterwards is going to be
iconic?
It's
Oh, yeah.
When I saw it, I said, "Well, this is like the Muhammad Ali picture."
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna
like it's
live
going to be.
forever.
Yeah,
It's one of the. It's one of those
defining
shots.
Picture
Yes.
of that of that game. No
so
doubt.
apparently, Eric, it was a cost thing because in 2018 and 2022, the IOC announced that they were not going to cover the travel costs for all the NHL players to get there. Apparently, it was 10 to 15 million bucks just to get them from whatever cities they were in over there to Sochi. And so I guess this year they announced they were going to cover it.
Right. Well,
I thought it was funny when the American players were lined up waiting for their medals. The one guy, I think it was Trocheck.
Okay.
You could read his,
I
his
saw that.
lips. He goes, "I'm getting effed up tonight."
Yep.
He was looking up.
Yeah.
He was looking up into the stands,
Yep.
talking to, I guess it was family members. That was pretty funny.
No, it's great.
Matt, I definitely got patriotic. I told you I teared up.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're boo-hooing?
Well, I mean, I wasn't crying, but I definitely.
You shed a tear. You shed a
I felt
patriotic
it.
tear.
I felt it.
You felt the moment.
Yeah.
I did.
got
It
wrapped
was
up.
awesome to watch.
I didn't get teared up on any level, but I was anxious, but especially from the third period going into OT.
Yeah.
That anxiety was
It's the
unbelievable.
most dialed into a hockey game I've been since the Caps won
Yeah.
the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, it's not even close.
It was awesome.
I was
Yeah.
freaking riveted.
Morning
to that game.
sports are silly too.
Morning sports are amazing.
Oh, I know.
An 8 a.m. start time. I know a lot of people are like, I have to wake up early to watch the Olympics. First of all, you're an adult. If you're complaining about a 7:45 wake up call for an 8 a.m. game, I mean, what are you doing with your life?
There was a
You're sleeping until noon as an adult.
Well, I don't
Like, what are you doing?
There was a sports bar near my house that I love to go to, but I wasn't going to go at 8.
Right.
I mean, but it was packed.
Maniacs were out there
They were.
pounding drinks at 8 a.m.
Yes.
Wow.
This place opened at 7,
Right.
and it was completely packed at 8 a.m. Mm-hmm. In Ashburn.
Filled with American
I mean, it's
patriots.
not young guys,
Right.
Not 24
Old
to 26-year-olds. I mean, guys are in their 50s and
People
60s.
do that with World Cup.
Yeah, people are sized for an excuse to drink at 8 a.m.
Yes, they want some day drinking.
Let's go real quick. Let's go to Ted in Arlington. Ted, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Super psyched for the U.S. It was awesome. I want to make a comparison that I don't think anyone's talked about much. U.S. needed Connor Hellebuck, and back in 1980, we needed Jim Craig.
Right.
And Jim Craig doesn't get talked about very much, but, I mean, without him,
right,
that's not a gold medal.
They wouldn't have won,
And,
right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, and the fact of hockey is every once in a while, a goalie just wins it, and the team, it's a little different because the U.S. team was pretty good, and there were moments where they should have, could have scored also. I mean,
right
out in front, and there was a couple given
double Piper
shots.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
too many passes.
Rang the post twice.
Yeah, but I think that comparison of Hellebuck and Craig,
I think
is important.
I think it. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you calling. Thank you, Ted.
All right,
I think
thanks a lot,
the
guys.
fact of the social media and just the attention today that no one's going to forget Hellebuck.
Right.
Like
No,
it's
no, he's
forever.
Freaking American hero is what
etched
that
in
guy
stone
is.
forever. He and Hughes.
By the way,
etched in
did you see
stone forever.
Darren Ravel tweeted that he thought that Jack Hughes' helmet that he threw into the stands would go for $250K.
Really?
That's a random number. I don't know how you think
like
that.
he's a
but-
collectibles expert. Like he knows that market.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
the
Can you imagine
reaction.
just sitting there, you just catch $250,000 in your lap because
Right.
he's celebrating and throws it into the stands.
Ben would donate it.
Yeah, Ben would give portion to charity.
Nice one, Valdez. Good tip in. I like that.
Dude, the Hughes brothers, I just
Yeah.
looked it up.
Yeah.
So Jack Hughes, #1 pick,
right,
2019 draft, plays center for the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah,
His
Quinn
brother
Hughes is
Luke,
a stud.
His brother Luke,
Yeah.
is a defenseman on the Devils.
Okay.
4th pick of the 2021 draft.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Quinn, 7th pick of the 2018 draft.
I mean, they're just studs.
Vancouver.
Well, he got traded. I think he's on the Wild
Right,
now.
but by
The Wild, yeah.
Vancouver.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, the 1st pick, the 4th pick, and the 7th pick of their respective drafts.
That's some good hockey lineage that's coursing through their veins.
Well, yeah, their parents both were involved in hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Studs.
Did the dad play in the NHL?
Says here, his father, Jim Hughes, former player, team captain for Providence, assistant coach for the Bruins, director of player development for the Maple
Okay, so
Leafs.
he's a high level
so he was a
college
high-level
player.
guy.
His mom played ice hockey, lacrosse, and soccer at the University of New Hampshire. inducted in New Hampshire Athletics Hall of Fame. Just a stud family.
Most of those athletes have sick genetics.
Yeah.
You know,
because they were talking about what's the Nelson kid's first name? Not I say kid, he was older, but his dad,
Brock.
Yeah, I think his grandfather played
so he was
for
a
the
third
80
generation,
Yeah.
like
Brock
medal
Nelson,
winner
right.
or whatever. Yeah. When you reach that elite level, you got some pretty sick bloodlines.
But you just saw how much it meant to those guys after they scored.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it was just great, man. I had to rewind it and watch. I rewinded and watched it like 10 times, just the winning goal.
Oh yeah.
Great goal too.
It was unbelievable.
Made it look so smooth.
I was addicted to the celebration videos.
Celebration videos
Like,
when you win.
when
are
they're
unbelievable.
cranking Toby Keith in the locker room.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't they drinking? They were drinking Coronas at one point.
They were drinking Coronas.
Thought that was perfect opportunity for what?
Like an American beer. You
Yeah.
got to drink a domestic beer.
Yeah.
Bud Heavy.
Crushing Coronas.
At least they weren't
before.
drinking a Canadian beer.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah,
that would have been the
That
ultimate.
would have been
Hey,
great.
that would've
That would have been a nice
great troll.
That would have been a great troll. Drinking Labatt's or whatever you said. That'd have been awesome.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Time now to open up the Junkie Sports page, brought to you by Open Road.
Try to elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company Spirits, locally crafted over there in Reston, Virginia. You can find their Eagle Eye Rye, their Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. Make sure you mention us if you head over there to the distillery. So we were talking about the Olympics for the first couple segments, gold medal game, and the United States win the men's hockey gold, first time since 1980, first time in 46 years, beating the Canadians 2-1 in overtime. Just in terms of total goals for the United States, or total medals, they won 33 medals. They were 8 shy of the leader, which was Norway. Norway won 41. But the 12 golds that the United States won is most ever in Olympic history, Winter Olympic history. And I believe the 33 in Winter Olympics is the most we've had, too. I think I heard that. So it was Norway 41, the United States 33, and Italy won 30. So it was just fun to watch. I can't believe it's over. I mean, I remember it started on February 4th. Opening ceremonies were February 6th, but the games actually started 2 days before that. I remember just watching it here. It was like, I don't know, curling or something on February 4th, and it's over. It went by like that.
Yep, with the quickness.
It really did, man.
I watched 2 events. I watched Lindsey Von Crash and the entire gold medal game for the
Olympics
hockey.
aficionado, Eric Bickle.
Yeah.
I'm basically the same boat. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, I know you didn't care much.
No, it's just weird. I just was doing other things.
Yeah. So that was obviously really fun to watch yesterday. All right, so the Caps.
So you did the final medal counts. What place
41 to Norway was at 41, and the United States were at 33.
Okay.
So second, we'll take second.
Not bad.
So we talked about the $59 games, so it's going to be a quick stretch run here for the Caps to see if they can get back into the playoffs. Right?
Can we get one team into the playoffs? We know it's not happening for the Nationals and Wizards.
Desperately.
Commander season disaster. We need the Caps to get in.
It's a shame because they were playing better right before the break, right? You know, like
a little bit. I mean, they were 5-4-1 in the last 10.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what they do here in the next few. I mean, now every game is kind of a must-win.
Pretty much.
When you got
it's the way it's shaping up at this point.
23 left.
Well, they're not going to go 23-0.
No. But you're right. They had won 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Before the Olympics.
Yeah, it kind of might have screwed them. We had some momentum.
That's true. We did. Let's see. They play the Flyers Wednesday. Then they play Friday Vegas here. That's going to be tough. Vegas is legit. But they got 2 home games, and then they go to Montreal on Saturday. So, Cakes, aren't these kind of must-wins? Because
they're massive. When we talked about the Coach
every
Carberry,
game is massive.
Because they have less opportunities to gain points than every other team in the league.
Right.
At this point.
Correct.
That kind of sucks.
By the way, I'm just watching this clip. They're slowly trotting these guys out. Trae Young warming up before the game, Cakes.
Like to see it.
He's gonna. They get it. You don't do this unless you're planning on. This is a step to get him out on the court.
I mean,
I don't think it's gonna be significant, but maybe 7 or 10 games.
They swept the Pacers.
They did.
Don't love that. But they got back to losing ways against the Hornets.
You knew they were going to lose to the. You knew they were going to lose to the Hornets.
Yes. Melo hit 10 threes against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw.
So right now,
I was watching some actually.
The Wiz have 16 wins. That's one more than the Nets, who lost yesterday. The Pacers, who lost yesterday because the Pacers were playing the Mavs.
That broke a losing streak for the Mavs, who had been tanking.
And then the Kings have 12 wins. They've lost 16 straight. I believe the Kings play tonight. Bet against the Kings.
By the way, I also saw Anthony Davis being interviewed, and he seemed like just a butt nice guy, very very pleasant. I haven't really seen him interviewed that much.
Why wouldn't he be pleasant if you were making $50 million a year to just sit on the bench?
I guess for me, he's always been kind of a big villain, maybe on other teams, and now he's a Wizard, at least for now, and he's like a butt nice, pleasant guy. Doesn't seem like a guy that's unhappy to be here at all. At all.
Yeah, well,
just for whatever it's worth.
He won it out of Dallas.
Yeah.
So the Wizards last night against the Hornets. Gill played 31 minutes. These are your starters. Gill played 31 minutes. Keyshawn played 18. Bub played 30, but he was 2 for 10. Koulibaly played 17 minutes, had 17 points in 17 minutes.
He was on fire.
Offense. Look at that. This is my guy.
He was on fire. I was actually listening on the radio for a while, and Dave Johnson, who does a fantastic job with it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's there.
And then Trey Johnson played 19 minutes. So those are your starters. But
no, the guys they got from the G League actually can fill it up. Two-way players.
The Hornets hit 25 threes.
I mean, Jaden Hardy just living up to his reputation. I remember before he got acquired, I heard that he's like the king of scoring in garbage time.
He's the
Whether
microwave.
You're up by a lot or down by a lot, he's just going to pour in points.
Yeah.
Poured in 16 in 22 minutes yesterday.
Super quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's super quick.
So the Wiz will play at Atlanta tomorrow. And, of course, Atlanta is still in playoff mix right now. I believe the Hawks beat the Nets yesterday. So my buddy texted me, goes, dude, the NBA is impossible to bet on. I said, just bet against the tanking teams. There's about 5 or 6 teams you just bet against. Now, a couple, you're going to lose a couple of them because, sometimes they're playing head-to-head. But if you just bet against the tanking teams, especially if you do money line parlays, you're going to do fine.
Is Reese Hache a dud?
Dud.
He hasn't been great.
Dud.
I get killed for supporting Koulibaly. I don't even know if he has Koulibaly-esque numbers. I mean, their scoring might be the same. I know he's not contributing steals and blocks like my guy Bilal, the defensive stopper for the Wizards. Just got to put that out there.
He isn't starting anymore. I don't believe he played 20 minutes.
Again, he's 20 years old.
Yeah.
He's not a finished product.
Right.
So I'm not going to bury the kid.
He had 7 points in 20 minutes
But
last night.
I know that the Wizards got the better player between him and Sarr.
Yeah.
I know who the better player is.
So we'll keep an eye on that with the Wizards and the other scores. Sad story with Rondale Moore.
Oh,
25 years
terrible
old.
story.
Self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was found in his garage on Saturday. 25 years old.
Awful.
The police chief in New Albany, Indiana, I think that's where he's from, told multiple local media outlets that Moore's body was found in the garage. Autopsy was scheduled, I believe, for yesterday. But, I mean, he was 25, played 3 years in the league.
He had just been like direct messaging with Hollywood Brown, and then Hollywood Brown is like, I just messaged you, man. I can't believe this happened. So I'm paraphrasing, but man, to think that your entire life's worth is tied up in football, and you're struggling with it because you've had back-to-back devastating knee injuries.
Yeah,
it's not uncommon.
Take your own life. It's
not uncommon. People's identity gets wrapped up in that, And you're suffering from those injuries. You can't come back, be who you want to be or who you think you should be in the moment.
It's terrible, man.
It's awful.
I just remember how electric he was at Purdue. There were a million of those highlights of him against Ohio State. I think it was back in 2018.
Yeah.
He was single-handedly carried Purdue to beat
He was a
Ohio
really
State.
good college player. Really good.
Super
He was a high pick. He was a second-round pick in the NFL. Just never kind of ascended to the level people thought he would.
When you just are so unhappy, you've got to resort to that.
Yeah.
Well, there might also be some CTE.
There could be,
there.
You never know. You
Might
never
be
know.
Some residual stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. Let's go real quick. Let's go to John in McLean. 10 seconds.
Hey.
John, what's up?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
I had the opportunity to go to the 1980 Winter Olympics in Lake Placid, including one of the hockey games. I didn't go to the Russian game or the gold medal game.
Pretty cool.
But,
How old were you?
Oh, gosh, 17, 18 years old. I was
okay.
I was a teenager. I slept on the floor of a restaurant with a sleeping bag. Went to that experience. The two best sports experiences, those Winter Olympics, and I got to go to final round of a Masters with a media badge. But anyways, the hockey players are the toughest.
Quickly.
Yeah, hockey players are the toughest. No load management. Jack Hughes gets his chicklets knocked out, and he doesn't miss a shift.
I know.
Yeah, somebody said if that happened
His
to LeBron.
two front teeth are gone.
Who was it? I don't know if it was Clay Travis or something. Somebody said if that happened to LeBron would
He'd
eat
be out for 2
pallbearers.
weeks.
He would eat pallbearers.
Yeah.
Those guys are super tough.
It was
no
just
doubt
really
about
fun
that.
to watch.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We'll talk more puck Coming up at 9 o'clock, our pal Alan May from Monumental Sports will join us as we talk about the Caps playoff push and the Olympic hockey gold medal right here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year in 2026. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. That is the foursome. Alan May from Monumental Sports will join us at 9 as we talk about the Caps playoff push and the Olympic
Yeah, got
medal
his Olympic
game,
take.
of course. Always great talking to Alan May. EB was just saying he's going to be heading to Orlando this weekend.
That's right.
Volleyball tournament or just a vacation?
Volleyball. No, volleyball. Thursday. I can't keep track of where I'm going to be. I thought it was.
You think he would go to Orlando for a vacation?
Yeah, that'd be-
You know, he's dying to go to Disney
to go to
World.
Disney World or Universal.
It's not my top destination.
Like Coach Carbs when he had some
Did
time.
your 3 kids go O for Disney?
No, I took at least 2 of them. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't think we took Kate. I took my 2 oldest, and we stayed at the place with the giraffes and everything.
Right.
You know what that one with
Animal Kingdom,
It's been
whatever.
an Animal Kingdom.
Yeah.
It was. I will admit, it's kind of cool when you open up your drapes or whatever, and your sliding glass door in your hotel room, and there's giraffes in your backyard.
That had to be pricey. There's no way.
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's all pricey.
It's all pricey, Cakes. And
We're going to get into that later in the show.
that
There's
was
an
a
article in the
week.
Post about
We did a week of Disney. Maybe that's why I hate it so much.
Yeah.
But the good thing is we're not.
But you're not a roller coaster guy. You're not a rides guy.
No.
I hate every second of it. But the good thing is my family, like my wife she's kind of built like me. She can't handle much of it. We would go to whatever park it was for about 2 hours. And then we were like, yeah, we're tired. This is enough. And then we would go hang out at the pool the rest of the day. And then my mother-in-law picked out, the one thing I'll say about Disney, I've told you this many times, they have world-class restaurants and like world-class chefs. And she would pick out great restaurants. So that was the highlight of every day. But we didn't do like 14 hours of, rides. No, we did like 2 hours every day. And then by noon, we were at the pool.
Right.
Might go to Universal.
And it was still
That's
too
fun.
much.
Might go to Universal in LA in a month. It's weird. We're going to go visit Kelsey for 5 days, maybe 6 days, whatever it is. And she was saying, well, what do you want to do? And I don't know. You're the host.
Right,
Yeah.
You show
Well,
me.
I was like, go to the beach one day, maybe go to a park one day, like Universal, and then just hang out. I don't know. By the way, props to her. She finished her 6th
Yeah, she did
marathon
great.
over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
She had a
Finished
great
it in-
time.
She had her personal best by 2 seconds.
Hey,
Good.
So
still
she's
best.
pretty consistent.
Yeah.
3:24:02.
Was
That's
that in
great.
L.A.?
It's moving.
Ventura.
Ventura? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there on the water.
So she's done 6.
How many days are you going to be there?
6, I believe.
Oh, that's a long time.
5 or 6 days.
All right. Well, there's plenty to do.
Yeah. I
Where are
mean,
you
we-
staying?
find
You
stuff.
staying in a hotel or at her place?
We're staying in a hotel like 2 blocks from where she lives.
Yeah.
3 blocks. So you just kind of walk down right there. A very diverse community. Let me just say that.
Oh, yeah.
It's in a community that has a lot of flamboyant men.
Yeah.
Good. You'll fit right in there.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Just saying, you walk by some of these bars, like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, you and Jason could both attend those bars. I know.
I'll meet you out there.
Jason
Yeah.
has experience.
What was
in
the
such
what was your bar? in
locales.
The
Philly?
U bar.
The U bar.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you,
U-bar.
is it actually like U or YOU?
The letter U.
It's just the letter U.
Yeah.
Like Michael Irvin
I don't know
likes
if it's.
to
It might be on U Street. It might be like named after the street.
Yeah,
I don't know why they called it the U bar.
Don't know.
Right.
But it was a 100% gay bar,
Right.
and I walked in there. And the only reason we walked in there is because there was a hottie smoke show sitting in the window. It was an open window on the street. And we said, well, this is before a Sixers game. We were there to see the Sixers. So we were pregame.
Sure, that's
and
the reason.
It was. And there was just a smoke show. We said, all right, let's go pregame in here.
Right.
And we
Smoke
went-
show guy?
No, it was a girl.
Girl. Right.
We went in there. We realized we were in the wrong spot. But it was, you know what?
Had
It
a
was
good time.
it was a good
Hey,
story.
how do you realize you're in the wrong spot when they have rainbow flags that are all over the front?
I didn't see it. I didn't see the rainbow flags.
Just walked right in.
Do they have rainbow flags? Did you look at it?
Yeah, I'm looking at the bar right now. Where
Oh.
there's
Maybe-
things. Where
but that
there's
was like 7 or 8 years ago.
It was a
when you
while
did it.
ago, yeah.
where
When we
there's
were in
things-
college
Yeah.
at Maryland, there was a place called Trax, I believe, that
That
Maybe
the
had a
room-
night-
That was the. That was the reputation.
I never I never went because we just went to the cellar all the time.
Yeah.
Cellar was the spot.
Yeah. So we were hanging out in the U bar.
So a couple of us have been to Mexico before for vacation.
I'll never go back.
Very popular.
I have gone, and that's where I had the worst RIA ever.
You had Montezuma's Revenge.
I told you this a million times when we were on the plane. I'll never forget. All of a sudden, it hit me, and then I saw it was hitting other people.
Yeah.
There were people crying because I went on the Golden Apple trip. That was my infamous 5 Golden Apple trip.
Was this your honeymoon?
No. It was just a random vacation. Just had time off, and I said, "Let's go to Mexico. Let's go to Cancun." Everyone says Cancun's great. And we went to the 5 Golden Apple Resort, and we went on this rinky-dink plane that barely got us there with all these other people that bought into the scam.
Yeah.
And we spent the week there. It was fine. But, I was somewhat careful, but I guess there was ice cubes in my soda. Or, you know what I mean? They say don't drink the water. You bring bottles. Okay. Or I get a margarita. There's ice cubes in my margarita, whatever. So, but on the last day, I had the worst diarrhea I've ever seen. And there are people crying, and you could see they're doubled over in pain. They were having the exact same problem. I will never go back to Mexico. It'll never happen.
I've been to Cozumel, and I've been to a resort, I believe it was in Cancun. I had good experiences.
I haven't even been to New Mexico,
Yeah.
let alone Old Mexico.
But I've never been
I think the
to.
closest I've been is San Diego.
I've never been
That's as
to
close as I've been.
Puerto Vallarta.
Which I think a lot of people go to.
Of course.
I'd be panicked
The Love
if I
Boat.
was at Puerto Vallarta. If I was anywhere in Mexico right
The
now.
Love Boat stopped there. That was like
definitely
its most popular destination.
Super popular spot.
When we watched The Love Boat growing up.
Yeah.
So
Look at
that's kind of like what I knew about Puerto Vallarta. And now you've got cartels
That's
basically in a
horrifying.
gang war.
Well, one of the cartel leaders was killed in an operation by the Mexican government. And now the other cartels are like,
They're going crazy.
we're not going to stand for this. So I saw a video of a couple cartel guys going up to a gas station with guns drawn, and they were pointing them at the people filling up with gas, like, you better get out of here. Then they take the gas, they're spraying it all over the place, and then they light the gas.
It was the craziest thing
gas
I've ever
station
seen.
on fire.
The guy just nonchalantly lights that thing on fire.
Yeah, it just runs away.
And then,
like-
of course, obviously, all the gas that they poured lights on fire. But then I'm thinking later, is there a massive explosion later? There has to be.
Yeah, how could there not
I'm
be?
sure there was.
How could there not be?
I mean, at some point, that fire is going to travel down to the underground tanks, and then
you're-
everything
kaboom!
goes boom.
And that guy's just casually lighting it on fire.
Well, it tells me he's done it 100 times before, and
It's-
he knows how much time he has to get away.
Is this cartel on cartel violence, or is this the cartel acting out and destroying everything because
of the military?
Because
I
the
think it's more of
military
that.
and they
I think
killed
that's what it
our
is.
leader.
I think
That's what
it's
it
more
is.
of that. It's more of that. Yeah.
Like we're causing chaos because of what you did to our head honcho.
To their guys. Yeah. There actually was audio that people were playing, and you could read the transcript.
El Mencho is the guy's
El
name.
Mencho.
Yeah.
And like maybe 10 years ago or so, there was some confrontation, and he's literally threatening the police, and the police are listening to him.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw those
I didn't see that.
transcripts.
I didn't see
And he's
that.
like, "Oh yeah, sorry, sir." He's like, "You better back the F up. Or I'll blank, all this stuff I'll do to you."
Right.
And the police officer's like, "Yes, you're right, sir.
Right.
Yes, we will talk to our men. We'll back them
Because
off."
he's the boss.
It's unbelievable.
Probably has them all on the payroll.
They found a way to coexist. You know what, Jason? Finally, after years of you saying, watch Mayor of Kingstown, I started watching it, and that's a situation where the cops and the bad guys all find a way to coexist.
Correct.
Well, they weren't necessarily coexisting. They were listening to the cartel.
Oh yeah, they're following the leader.
That's
They
kind
knew
of what it was.
Right, they knew who the boss is.
Yes.
The bosses are the cartels.
I mean, I guess that's coexisting, letting the cartels be the boss.
Right. What are you supposed to do if you're on vacation down there and you're at a resort?
Stay in your room.
Yeah,
Well,
you
All
can't
the
go
flights,
anywhere.
You can't go anywhere.
I know, but
Well, there was footage of the airports. They look like complete chaos. Like
There are
those are getting-
some influencers there that one or two that I follow actually just there on vacation, and all the flights are canceled at least through Wednesday, and they're just holed up in their hotel room, just crossing their fingers.
They're just hoping that they can survive and get out of there.
Yeah.
There's a woman, though, in this article from the New York Post that said, guess I'm going to have to make the most of it. I guess it's time to unpack our suitcases and get swimsuits on again. So maybe the beaches are okay.
I don't know, dude.
That's a very
I would-
nonchalant approach.
Yeah, I would
to
not be chilling. I would be holed up in a closet.
I mean, the country is descending into just cartel violence everywhere.
The president of the country, I believe, they took her off. She's like on a ship somewhere.
Really?
Yes.
I'd feel.
What is the military doing? Why can't they control their country?
They can't control.
Can you
it.
imagine cartels taking over and Trump had to leave?
They just
Because-
can't control it.
Just the cartel got bigger than the government.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, what an awful country.
Yeah.
That you can't control the cartels. The cartels control your cities.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you doing? I would never go to Mexico, ever. Wouldn't spend one nickel there. I was there in 1989 when I went to Tijuana.
Yeah.
When I was playing
You want to
hoops.
tell that story?
I don't know. There's many stories.
I mean, you had
It
fun.
would take the whole show.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'll never go to Mexico. You couldn't pay me to go to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
No chance.
Hey, wouldn't you feel sheepish if you're that lady and you put on your swimsuit and you ask Julio for a margarita and there's just clouds of smoke?
Yeah, I mean, there's pictures all over Twitter right now of people just lounging in their beach chairs with their bathing suits on.
I don't know if
And
I
all
yeah,
the conditions
Look
are-
at smoke and fire.
Smoke
The
billowing
country's
all over
on
the place.
fire, but
I don't
what can
know.
you do? You're helpless.
Yeah.
You're a guest.
I mean, Valdez, I'll be honest. If I were trapped there, I would be probably ordering some margaritas.
Yeah, I mean,
I would just be.
the only thing to do is get drunk and just hope,
that you
And
survive
I
it.
get home.
I'd throw a frozen one in there too.
You'd probably be at a poker table. Let's be real. You'd
Maybe.
find a poker
It probably
table.
could happen. Yeah.
I mean, just a few stories that I've seen about the cartel. Like, they're literally the scariest people on earth.
I know.
These cartel
They
guys.
just don't care.
Scariest people. Remember, we had the guy 10 years ago called in, said he was threatened by the cartel because, I don't know, he was trying to find a hooker or something. Remember the guy called in?
Yeah, it was a wacky story.
Was
Yeah.
did that end up being a hoax?
I don't remember that.
And the guy,
I think
they
it
were,
was.
They were like knocking on his door. They were chasing him because he didn't.
I do
pay
remember
the
we
money.
exchanged some emails and called into the show, and
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I feel like it ended up being a hoax. At least the cartel aspect of it.
Did Trump make an announcement to the people saying don't go to Mexico? I haven't heard.
I mean, I
I'm
don't know
guessing
if
there
Trump
has to be
did.
some sort of State Department
Yeah, I think the
issue,
State Department
like
honestly.
stay away from Mexico
Right.
at this point.
Yeah.
Probably want to alter your travel plans.
I mean, it's
crazy.
just awful. I would be terrified. I saw some people exchanging messages via social media and like, yeah, we'll just let everybody know we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're in our hotel and we're fine. And I'm thinking, you don't know if you're fine. You're fine
No
right
idea.
now.
Yeah.
You don't know. What if they just start
What
going
if they
door
go
to
door to door
door,
in
just
the
start
hotels?
rounding up Americans?
Yeah, looking for mayor, right.
Because I'm pretty sure that our people were helping with all that. You know? I don't know. I'd be terrified.
Don't make any plans to go to Puerto Vallarta.
Probably can get a good deal right now.
It's probably
You can't get in there.
probably go there for $20 a night.
You could go there
I'm
for
just
free.
saying, if you went to one of those travel sites and put up package, hotel rates might be pretty good.
Oh yeah, this is bad press for Marriott's in Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah, it's not great. Guessing their bookings are going way down.
Dude, it's always dicey when you go to Mexico. I'm sorry. It just is because of the cartel violence. You see even Cancun. Like, they'll go to these resort towns and they'll just, one of their guys will be in a bar and they'll go in there and mow the guy down in like a popular, margarita
Right.
spot or something.
You think they care about collateral damage
don't
if you're
care.
sitting there sipping on your
I don't
on your
care.
tequila?
You
at the
can find
bar?
videos of people, just chilling at their silly resort, their
Yeah.
5-star resort, and people just come up on these boats
Mhm.
and then, with these big ass guns, and they're looking for guys.
It's terrifying.
Screw that.
It's a terrifying video.
I don't think it happens as often as you
It's
think.
the worst water ever.
That is true.
Yeah.
I know, and I think that happens in other countries too.
I think it does. Yeah.
We're used to nice chlorinated, filtered water here.
They even say, and I fell prey to this, you could drink this water. This is filtered water at the 5 Golden Apple Resort. Don't believe
Hey,
it.
you think Kyle Shanahan's happy the Niners are playing in Mexico?
Mexico
this fall?
City, right.
You think you think the Niners are
Yeah,
happy?
what are we doing, NFL?
Aren't they traveling everywhere, the Niners?
Traveling to
They got-
Australia
they have all
and to
kinds.
Mexico.
Yeah.
They just get boned.
They're getting boned travel wise.
So
I think they're flying for their road trips 38,000 miles of travel.
And then some of those probably count as home games for them, right? Because both of them
the
can't
Mexico
have
I think the
City
Mexico
game
City
away
does.
games.
is counted as a home game.
Yeah, that blows.
Believe me, they're not happy.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure
one of your
they're
home
not.
games?
Can't be happy.
Brutal.
Well, the Commanders might be one of those opponents.
I know
Yeah,
I know the cartel. They're getting front row seats in the game.
If they want it. If they want
They'll be rooting for Christian McCaffrey. It's probably what's going to happen.
Right.
Well, I don't think any of us are heading to Mexico anytime soon.
That's the truest thing you've ever said.
Although you
JP.
probably can get a good deal, good package.
Not me. Not going ever.
My parents went for 25th anniversary with
People
the
swear
Frasers.
by it. My buddy's building. He's building a development there. He actually threw it out there. He wasn't serious, but he threw it out there and said, "If you want to invest, let me know."
No.
And I said, first of all, I'm broke. Secondly, no. Last thing I want to do is own some investment property in Mexico. Not happening.
People will always travel to resorts where it's warm and they got beautiful beaches. People will always travel. But a
it's
cartel's
beautiful-
a little bit of a monkey wrench.
If it's beautiful, they'll go. Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, should the Commanders make a play in free agency at running back? Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Free agency not that far away for the NFL. Actually, less than 2 weeks,
It'll
right?
be here before you know it. March.
Or basically 2 weeks.
11th or 13th or something.
I think legal tampering's allowed on March 9th, but it
9th
officially
through the
starts
11th.
on the 11th.
Yeah.
And the Commanders have a lot of holes, particularly on defense. But we wanted to dive into running back. Now, when you look at where they finished as a team rushing the football, it was 4th in the NFL in total yards.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at some advanced metrics like DVOA, the Commanders ranked 23rd in the NFL. DVOA has to do with kind of expected yards that lead to first downs. So in that analytic, rushing the football, they came up short on a lot of third and short situations and red zone attempts. Adam Schatz from ESPN said the Commanders, he predicts, will make a big splash by signing running back Breece Hall, a talented Russian receiver who will be just 25 years old next season. Rookie running back Corey Krosky-Merritt didn't end up taking the league by storm, and Chris Rodriguez Jr. wasn't spectacular either. Washington finished 23rd in run offense DVOA.
Well, first of all, he's been a little hard on Krosky-Merritt. He had an up and down season, but he finished with 4.6 yards per carry, over 800 yards, 8 touchdowns. I think he's pretty good for a 6th-round draft
seventh round pick.
7th-round pick.
To get that sort of production out of that late of a pick.
Incredible. And he played every game.
That's a huge hit.
All right, the question is, and we can throw this out
He
to our
played every
callers,
game.
1-800-636-1067. Do you think they should make a move at running back and add somebody like Breece Hall?
I say yes.
I'm willing to just go
Just
for it.
because
I think it's time to go
I think
for it.
Bill would be fine number 2.
Yep.
I just want someone who can run the ball and can catch the ball. And I understand that the list of available running backs isn't great in free agency. And I believe the Cowboys already re-signed Javonte Williams, right?
Yes. They re-upped with him.
So there's not a ton out there, but if you could go out and get a Breece Hall, I just think he would be a significant weapon.
He
there's
would
no
be,
doubt
but
about it.
his injury history concerns me, especially for a guy who's only like in his mid-20s.
25.
He's already had a torn ACL and meniscus damage back in 2022. He had MCL issues this past season.
But he still started 16, 16, and 16. So
I
he's
know,
missed
but it's-
one game in each of the last 3 years. Actually, he played 17 games in 23. So he's missed 2 games in the last 3 years, Cakes. I think it's okay. I think that's fine. That's kind of standard. Are you going to shy away from him because he tore his ACL 4 years ago?
I just feel like I would rather dip into the rookie running back market or just find a cheaper, maybe less injured guy that's on the market. Maybe I'd be fine with like Rico Dowdle. I believe is a free agent. But a pretty good year
Dowdle's
for
a free
Carolina,
agent,
and
yeah.
he's not going to cost you as much as a Breece Hall. So I agree they need help in that department, in that room. I just don't know if you need to go spend like $12 million a year on Breece Hall.
Yeah, they got
I just
plenty
don't
of
think
money
they're
to
going to spend
spend.
that sort of money on him.
You might be right. I just think that I don't know who it should be or is going to be, but I think they're going to have to add to that room. I don't think you go into
Totally
next
agree.
year with Bill as your number 1. Bill's a fine number 2, especially with those numbers. And again, we're kind of forgetting about Jaden because if Jaden's healthy, he's going to give you 700, 800 yards rushing.
Well, that's why they finished 4th, because when you throw in
The running-
Marcus
the
Mariota
QBs, yeah.
and Jaden, they were 4th. All right, I just put this up as our poll of the day, and you can chime in at 1-800-636-1067. The poll is, should the Commanders make a move at running back and sign Breece Hall in free agency? Your options are yes, sign Breece, or no, okay with Bill and C-Rod. 1-800-636-1067, our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You're going to get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Again, use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com.
Here's the name I'd rather
I'm
have.
pro Breece. I don't know. I think he's a home run hitter.
Yep.
And I think Bill can be a home run hitter too.
Yeah.
But
the dual
I think
threat.
Breece Hall is a different level.
I've got 2 cheaper dual threat guys that are not going to break the bank like Breece Hall would.
Well, Breece Hall, they say, is going to command about $10 million a year. You consider that
Yeah.
breaking the bank?
For running backs, not breaking the bank, but it's toward the high end for what you pay running backs in the league. outside of guys like Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Rashad White from Tampa, I've brought him up before, and this name kind of intrigues me because this guy popped when he was called on this year, Kenneth Gainwell from Pittsburgh. Formerly of the Eagles.
He's a good third down back.
But I think he can probably give you 10 or 12 carries, and then you mix in a bill with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not spending $10 million a year on him. Unless he's kind of working his way into that sort of market with the way he played in Pittsburgh this past season.
I think
which he could be.
With the change of offense, and we'll see what happens, but the change at offensive coordinator, the expectation that they're going to be under center more, I think having a premier running back, and Breece Hall's not at the Christian McCaffrey level.
Right.
He's not Derrick Henry. I understand that. But he's pretty close when he's playing well.
Another name, Kenneth Walker from the Seahawks.
That's true.
Free agent.
He's dynamite.
25 years old. That's another guy. He's going to get paid too.
Yeah.
His stock is certainly on the rise.
I like the Breece Hall fit. I'm with you, Jason. I would make that move.
I'm not, and don't get caught up in the stats. I mean, his stats don't blow you away, but he's been with the Jets. I mean, he's been with a stale offense. If he was with a more explosive offense, he'd put up crazy numbers.
Well, you just see what he's capable of when you look at what he's done in various moments.
Right.
And I think he's pretty durable.
Yeah, I mean,
he's missed 2 games in the last 3 years.
I mean, he obviously
at running back.
Obviously, when he hurt his knee in his rookie year, he missed a bunch of games. But the last 3
Since
years,
then, he's missed 2 games.
He's been fine.
Yeah, and he's only 24 currently, right this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you say any of these guys, I'm ready for we need old school splash skinnies. That's what we need. We need 4 or 5 big shiny toys. And I would consider Breece Hall a shiny toy. Would I consider Kenneth Gainwell a shiny toy? Maybe.
I've got another name. He's not as sexy as Breece Hall, not as sexy as Kenneth Walker, but this guy's effective. He's not as big of a pass catching threat. Tyler Algier from Atlanta.
Yeah.
He's more of like a hammer type running back, more physical brute type guy. But that's another guy who will be on the market who probably isn't going to command $10, $11 million. That I think would be a good addition to this backfield.
Is he still playing as well as he did a few seasons ago?
I mean, I'll pull up his stats.
I feel a couple seasons ago he was a stud.
He's pretty productive. Pull up what he did last season.
Here are PFF's top 10 free agent RBs. Walker 1, Breece 2, Travis Etienne 3. All right, we haven't really talked about him. Dowdle 4, Algier 5. Javante's off the board. Najee Harris, don't want him. J.K. Dobbins, I don't want him. Talking about guys who've been hurt. Rashad White's 8. Rashad White's 9. Gainwell's 10.
I don't love Algier's yards per carry. He dipped to 3.6 this year from 4.7 last year, but he found the end zone 8 times.
See, that's what I thought. I feel like he was declining. Another option for the Commanders, and if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 would be the draft. Now, they don't have many draft picks. On Commanders Wire, Brian Manning has an article which starts off talking about Jeremiah Love, which, of course, would be a dream running back for you, but most people don't expect the Commanders to use their top pick on an offensive player because of their needs on defense. But they point out that his backup, Jadarian Price, was a stud.
Yeah.
And that he could be available in the 2nd or 3rd round. He played 4 seasons at Notre Dame, rushed for almost 1,700 yards and 21 touchdowns. And he's the type of guy that maybe they could add with a draft pick if you want to go young.
Or maybe Adam Peters, behind closed doors, is saying, okay, look, I know this defense is horrible. It needs a lot of upgrades. But we're going to make one splash on offense, and that's going to be drafting Jeremiah Love at 7.
Yeah.
He said, you know what? We're going to put all of our free agency money towards defense and every other draft pick, but we're going to get the premier running back in the class.
I wouldn't be completely shocked.
And we're going to grab him at 7. That way you have a cost-controlled running back that you're not paying $12 million.
He's an every down back, too.
He's an every down threat.
Yep.
And then you just use the rest of your free agency money and the rest of your picks to shore up the defense. I wouldn't hate that.
I don't think you should draft based off of need. I think if you think Jeremiah Love is a special offensive player, I think you should go out and get him.
Right. If he's the highest player on your board by far when you're picking at 7.
Yeah.
And if you're
I would love
making this
that.
you're making this commitment to being under center and having play action and having a great running game
right
to go with it. Hey, I know he's not a defensive player, but you know what helps the defense? Running the ball.
Right.
And keeping the defense off the field.
First downs.
If you draft any offensive player, people are going to get excited. Other than like a lineman.
Not excited. Immediately just took.
Yeah.
I had something.
If you
stirring
draft a
down here,
skill
no longer
position
stirring.
offensive player, people are going to find a reason to get excited.
Yeah.
I'd be one of them. Every time I put them on, Love was in the end zone twice.
Wouldn't a seventh
Like and a half.
pick in the draft though make a lot of money cakes?
I mean, I don't know if he's going to be making $10 million a year.
But the
Seventh pick in the draft?
I'd have to look it up. I don't because there's a
question I-
rookie salary scale. I don't think he's making 10 plus
It
million.
it's probably less than that. The question I have for Cakes, it was always so fiscally responsible, and I respect it. But I'd splash some money around. Who would you splash money around for? Like, I want some splashy guys. I don't want just fiscally
I mean, if I
responsible
had to
guys.
go big,
I want to go big.
If I had to
We
go
got
big,
100.
I know who you're gonna say.
$100 million.
It's a gamble because this guy's head case.
I wanna go big.
Pickens. Yeah.
I'd go Pickens and I pair him with Terry McLaurin.
All right.
And then I have a legit 1-2
Good.
threat for Jaden Daniels to throw the ball to.
So, well, you're not going to go
and
big.
I'm going to spend on Likely or Pitts to add to the tight end.
All right, but you're not going to go big on any defensive players.
Less likely.
It has to be an offensive player.
More Isaiah Likely to
But
spend
like
on
you would
offense.
rather spend like a Pickens is going to get what 25-30 million.
Something in that range, yeah.
Right. Brees Hall's going to get 10 million. You'd rather spend 25-30 on Pickens,
Yes, and then
Okay.
I can cobble my way with lesser running backs,
which is kind of what they've
cheaper
done.
running backs.
Yeah. Let's go.
I would love for them to make a splash and go
I need some
off board
splashes.
and I'm just saying in the draft, go off board and take a
Take a
Jeremiah
Love.
Love. When
Boy, that would shock people.
everyone's expecting them. You look at every mock draft, the Commanders are taking an edge guy,
Right.
Yeah.
Or they're taking downs for a safety or a receiver,
They might not.
but they're not taking Jeremiah Love. I would love that.
I would love for them just because it would be exciting
Yeah.
and fun.
It's a weapon.
But I got to tell you, we are so bad defensively that I'm not sure we have the luxury of doing that.
Well, just like
when
Cake
you're
said.
so bad,
But just like Cake said,
Hog wild in free agency.
Cake said you go crazy in free agency on defense. And then on offense,
all right. Well,
Yeah.
who?
The draft-
All the
have
free
a
agents
plan.
we're talking about are offensive guys.
I've got a plan.
Well, you
here.
can name
No.
defensive guys. You get Trey Hendrickson here.
I mean, that's an old
you go
guy
out and get a
on his way down.
linebacker or two. You get a corner. You get a safety.
You get your boy Quay. You get the.
They're edge
Listen, I'm
guys.
fine.
Remember, we did this with our over the draft or whatever the heck
Listen,
it was called. Stick
I
to the
want-
model draft.
As a fan, diehard, I want like 2 or 3 big, giant, enormous presents under my free agent tree.
Oh,
Like
I think
big,
you're going to
giant-
get them.
with bows.
You're going to get them.
The whole nine. Like if you're a 16-year-old and you get rich parents and you go out in
Yeah.
the driveway and there's a new car.
Right.
Like that's what I'm looking for.
Pretty nice. I never got that present.
None of
None
us
of us
did.
did.
Old
None of us
beater.
did. Yeah.
Old beat up Chevy Malibu.
None
back
of
in
us
the day.
did.
All right, do you want the Commanders to go on a spree for running back to help upgrade the running back room? Brees Hall, any other names tantalize you in the free agent market? Should they draft a running back in the upcoming NFL drafts? We'll take more of your calls next.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980, talking about free agency coming up here in the next couple of weeks for the Washington Commanders and what they should do. We know they need to fix a defense, but should they make a move at running back? Adam Schatz from ESPN says he believes Breece Hall would be the answer for the Washington Commanders. He looked at the DVOA stats, rushing. They finished 23rd out of 32 teams. So even though they finished 4th overall in yardage, which looks good, he was pointing out that on third downs and short yardage situations, goal line situations, they fell short. He believes Breece Hall would be the answer. Would you make a move for Breece Hall? We put that up as our poll of the day. Let me check out the early results.
It's easy to kind of nitpick the numbers, any statistic you want, because of this past year and how bad the offense was without Jaden. But if Jaden is healthy and plays 14 to 17 games, all those numbers go up.
And I know
they wouldn't have been 23rd in that stat.
I know a lot of the Commanders' rushing totals were inflated by the rushing quarterback Jaden and Marcus. But did any team
600 yards?
Did any team spend less on their backfield salary wise than the Commanders? I mean, they're paying a 7th round rookie in Bill. Chris Rodriguez makes no money.
No, you're right.
Jeremy McNichols. I mean, he's not a luxury item. He doesn't make a lot of cash. Like, it's time for them to up the spending in that running back group.
They will.
Now, I don't know if you have to go all the way to the top tier salary wise, but they've got it. They have to improve the quality of that room.
If they added a Dowdle, I'd be fine with that.
He's a nice piece. He's 28 years old.
Yeah, he was productive when he was there.
He's a physical back. He can catch the ball a little bit out of the backfield.
I would be fine with that.
He'd be a good ad, I would think.
1-800-636-1067 right now. 58% say yes, sign Breece. You can vote at Junks Radio or give us a call. Here are a couple of tweets. Lead Tear, who tweets us often, says, they need a playmaker at that position. They are just too meh right now.
I would agree with that.
I think Bill can be a playmaker. We saw some explosiveness from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
He just seems so slight. I wonder. He was durable this year.
He's got good like PFF numbers though. Across like his numbers, I don't know. I can't specifically point to them. I'll pull them up in a minute. Mm-hmm. But he was amongst league leaders in a bunch of categories.
He was explosive. He just seems so slight to me. I just wonder if he'll be able to stay durable.
I think he's a good number 2. But I just want someone else out there that's kind of a star.
All right, let's go to the phones.
Or at the top of the running back free agent list.
1-800-636-1067 is the number.
All right, let's go to Rob in DC. Rob, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's up? What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you have to go ahead and draft Jeremiah Love. This is a special back. You put him in the backfield. We going under center. With Jaden back there, you take a lot of pressure off Jaden. Now Jaden doesn't have to run as much. But at the same time, when he does choose to run, you're talking about Love and Jaden. Now you don't know what's coming. You know, it would put a tremendous amount of pressure on the defense. Now, if Bailey or Bain is there on the board, they probably gonna take one of the edge rushers. But other than that, I'm gonna take Jeremiah Love. He's a special back. Every time he touches it, he can take it to the house. We hadn't had a back like that, I don't know, since when. And we just put tremendous pressure on the defense. And at the same time, it's going to help the defense out because we've been able to control the game with the running game. So I'm going, and then, on defense, you go ahead and you draft your defensive players and you sign your free agents. The guy Philly, the DN, he's a free agent. You got a DN out there in San Diego. The Chargers got a DN, a free agent out there. You got, so you may sign likely, get your tight end. But you sign your players, but you can't pass up a guy like Jeremiah Love. He's going to be too special. And when we look back on it, when we don't take him, we're going to be saying we had an opportunity to and we passed on him.
There's a chance he'll get drafted before they have a chance to pick.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah,
right?
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it, buddy.
I mean,
most of the mock drafts have him going after, but I could see him being drafted first
to be considered
a
this high as a running back, right? The way running backs have been diminished in value through the draft.
Yeah, teams are reluctant
to
part with top 10 draft capital unless you're a super stud.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
And you're going
dude.
to touch the ball 20 times per game.
I mean, you guys know every time you'd put them on, he'd find the end zone like two, 3 times.
Yeah.
Well, he had 35 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns in 2 years.
I mean, I've never seen anything
No, it's
like-
Notre Dame, so they're they're killing a lot of teams. They don't,
Yeah,
they
but it's not like he's playing like San Diego State or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's on San Diego. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah, I
like,
know.
Great backs that have done it before, maybe in smaller schools. He's at a pretty big effing school.
No, he's legit.
Yeah.
100%. And if you look at the production, he's been really, really good over the last 2 years. So I would be fine with it. I really would. If Peters and Quinn and all those guys had their board up and
So what if you have Bain there and you have Love? A lot of people like Bain.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of depends on what they see in terms of the value and who they have ranked higher. I would be fine with Love because then you could focus on defensive end in free agency and maybe even the rest of the draft. But if they love Bain or they love David Bailey out of Texas Tech, go out and grab them.
Obviously, free agency is going to have a massive impact on
And maybe
this.
they look at running back in free agency.
Yeah. I mean, if they sign up Breece Hall, Love's off the table.
Right. Then, yeah.
Yeah, it's not even a consideration.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't.
And look, we'll know what their aim is in the draft once free agency
Yeah,
is
if
over.
if you don't hear any sniffs or you don't see any free agent signings that are running backs,
Yeah.
that's going to be a real indicator that they're
Yeah.
considering taking Love at 7.
Yeah. I mean, if they go out and sign 4 or 5 free agents and 3 of them are defensive guys,
Right. Kind of shows you where they're heading.
they might look at a receiver
That could be the case too.
or they might look at Love.
I just feel the defense needs a young playmaker, a young stud. You could tell me it's Downs at safety. You could tell me it's an edge guy. You're hyping up Bailey. I don't care who it is. They need a difference maker that's young on defense.
Caleb Downs is a 2-time unanimous All-American.
Yeah, he's a stud.
3-time All-Conference. The quote is, elite athlete with unreal versatility.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Durante Jones covets that. Maybe he's
He is
in
a
Adam Peters'
secondary
ear
guy.
saying-
He is a
Right.
secondary guy.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a good point, actually. When he came here and he did his opening press conference, that's the one thing I noticed is Jones, when he started talking about the defense, he immediately went to the back end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's who he talked about first.
Well, wasn't he asked which players he like?
He went right to the back
Well,
end
if
of
we
it.
had to name the players that we like on the defense that are young, you would probably go to Sanderstro and to Amos. I know people are down on Mikey after this season, but
I don't know. There's not that many I get that excited about.
well, who else are you going to name?
I don't know. I thought at times Kinlaw is an impressive guy. I thought
Okay.
at times.
But you're right, he is a secondary
But
guy.
I mean, Jump Ball, it's not like 1 or 2. It's like the first 7 guys he
Yeah,
mentioned.
he named Jeremy Reeves.
He mentioned literally.
Those
the
were
first
actually
7
they're
guys
good
were-
players.
I'm not saying they're horrible. It might be the strength of their defense. But the first 7 guys were all DBs. He didn't even throw a charity line like Deron Payne or anything. Like kind of the face of the defense the last 4 or 5 years.
Tankathon.com has the Commanders taking Caleb Downs at 7.
So does
on their mock
Fansided,
draft.
whatever that is.
I can see it.
All right, let's go to Rick in Lutherville.
Hey, Rick.
Rick, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junkies?
Hey, AB. Hi, Junks.
What's up?
Hey, look, I've been saying this for like 6 weeks. We need to take Jeremiah Love. Now, think this through with me. I think you're absolutely correct. The assistant general manager we have now, to Adam Peters, picked and was instrumental in getting Jahmyr Gibbs 3 years earlier, 3 years ago.
Talking about Lance
at the
Newmark
seventh
in Detroit.
pick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the whole NFL laughed at him, saying, why are you taking a running back that high? And look what Jahmyr Gibbs has done for that ball club.
Yep.
It makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's a star. I mean, that gamble paid off for the Detroit Lions.
I think at the time too, the rationale was the Lions don't need a running back.
Right, because they had David Montgomery.
Yes.
But they were like, David Montgomery's nice, but
he's
Jahmyr
not a
Gibbs-
receiver.
Jahmyr Gibbs adds a different element to the
Speed.
offense.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you have that paired up with a healthy Jaden Daniels, maybe you're cooking with gas at that point.
Hey, I can go along for the ride. I would sign Brees Hall, but I can go along for your ride of just go hog wild in free agency with defense.
Right.
Just sign a defensive end, sign a linebacker, sign a corner,
what's a
sign a
bigger
safety,
need?
and then go ahead and draft Jeremiah Love.
If
I'd
you
be
draft
fun. I'd be cool with it.
Jeremiah Love, you think that's a bigger need? They've proven.
No, it's not a bigger need.
Well, they've proven. Hold on. They've proven that they could piece together a running back room and, not kill
capable.
him. Yeah, not kill him. That second receiver, though, is a bit.
That's
they
a big
need
one.
that.
Yes.
Especially if they don't have Debo coming back.
I agree.
So what if you have the top receiver in the draft?
Probably Darnell Tate out
Yeah,
of
Tate.
Ohio State.
Yeah. What if Tate and Love are available? Then what do you do?
So now we're picking between
mean-
a wideout and a running back.
Well,
Kinda depends on what they do.
Look at Cake's smile.
This is my fantasy draft.
No,
come
but
to
you've
life.
addressed your defensive needs, your big needs via free agency. Now you have a little flexibility, so you go best player available, or and you can tweak the
I
offense
take
a little
the
bit.
home run hitting running back, and that's
Over the
weird for me to
receiver.
do. That's weird for me
It
to
kind
say.
of depends on what they do in free agency.
Yeah.
Well,
You know what I mean?
I'm saying that they don't sign an obvious receiver. They don't sign an
Yeah.
obvious running back. You have both needs.
And they could look at receiver at 7, no doubt.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Cue Freebird, baby. The United States just beat Canada at its own sport. We've been pretending for decades that we're worse at it, so they feel good about themselves. But now, the USA is on top, beating Canada 2-1 to take gold.
Back to reality and say, well, it's a
I
kite.
kind of like it.
It's a kite.
I
We
kind
did
of
that
like
in the Outer Banks of the Dunes.
We just
They have
booked
the
our,
kite store like across the
Yeah.
street.
we
You
just
wanna talk
booked our
about,
Outer
really
Banks.
being selling
Yes.
a narrow range of products, a kite store.
Well, I think they have other products too.
Well,
We just
I don't
booked
know.
our Outer Banks place last night. Got that locked and
How,
loaded.
how many
Get it.
bedrooms?
You know,
You go
we-
down with a bunch of people.
We
don't
do.
you?
We have 15 people, but we do a lot of doubling up with the kids.
Right.
Like,
So
and a
what?
bunch of kids will sleep on couches. I think it's
5 bedrooms, 6?
It's a rite of
6 or
passage
7.
as kids.
Yeah,
Right on the water?
And my kids are getting older. No, it's not right on the water.
Yeah, a lot of
It
those
gets so
kids have
expensive.
boyfriends
Yeah.
and girlfriends now.
Yeah, so and that's we kind of factoring it in, but you could spend a certain amount of money, and then if you really got everybody like a bedroom, I mean, it's gonna be like 30 grand. I'm not. We
Right,
don't do
right,
that.
right.
I don't do that on my vacation.
You got to
So,
keep costs low.
You got to keep it a
6
little
or
reasonable.
7,
Already
6 or
low.
7 grand for the week?
Oh, easy.
Oh, maybe 10.
Less than 10, but yeah,
That's why our timeshare actually is not bad. It's like $700.
yeah. But it's not
Right
a
on the
house.
golf course.
It's not a
No,
house.
it's not a house.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
in perpetuity. That's
It's 2
the only
bedrooms.
issue.
We only have if my other if all my siblings were going, we'd be over 20 people. Mm-hmm. So this time we only have 15-ish.
Yeah.
All right, let's make some of these calls. People still want to chime in. Let's go to let me see here. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the junks?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all
What's
doing?
up, Mark from Largo? What's up?
No, I think you should stay away. I think you trade down, and I'll tell you the trade candidate that'll trade up to get him. Trade 2 spots down with Kansas City. Kansas City will gladly give up to get him, and we'll get a second-round pick.
They may just be able to wait.
Well,
Not if you tell them you're thinking about picking him.
Well, you could tell them that, and they'll trade. Someone will trade up for Jeremiah Love. Trust me on that. Someone will trade up for him, and we can get a second-round pick. Here's the problem if you're Adam Peters. You cannot go your 3rd year in a row without drafting an edge rusher. Now, you can pick all the free agency you want for the last 3 years, and that's fine. But if you go 3 years in a row not drafting a top-flight edge rusher, he's committing job description suicide right now if you go ahead and do that.
What if they
Because
sign
the
an
number one
elite
thing-
one and via free agency?
Well, okay, but you didn't address by drafting one either, Eric. And that's the problem. I mean, the last 2 years they could have drafted one or 2. You know, you got to do something to make it draft, make everything go up and stuff. Oh, by the way, happy belated birthday, Eric.
Thank
Mine's
you.
Next Wednesday.
Thank you.
So I
Appreciate
figured
it.
I'd just tell
Thank
that.
you, Mark.
So,
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
Big 5'6".
May 4th. I don't know whose May 4th birthday it is. I don't know who it is.
That's
May
Rory
4th.
McIlroy's.
Whatever.
All
All right, guys.
Thank
Have a
you,
good one.
Mark. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be
You
56
share a birthday
May 4th.
with Rory?
Yeah.
You and Roars. Look
Me
at
and
that.
Roars.
It's
Very
the only
good.
thing you guys got in common.
That's pretty much.
Let's go to
Well, we're both white.
let's go to Gus. You have some Irish in you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or is he considered Irish, Scottish? I don't know what the hell
He's
he is.
Irish.
He's Irish.
Yeah, he's Irish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gus, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
guys,
Gus.
you didn't mention, Eric, if Love is a lot more palatable if we go all out in free agency on defense, right? So that would be my one condition is that we have to do something we have to do something in free agency on defense in order to quantify getting Love. But also, if we get Love on draft day, I'm looking to move Tunsil. Tunsil's just a pass-blocking left tackle. To have that much investment in a pass-blocking left tackle,
Hold
that
on,
They're going to pass still.
Are you advocating not keeping Laramie Tunsil or not extending Laramie Tunsil?
I will look for a trade, and if he's that damn good, we probably can get a second round for him. Coleman is a better run blocker than Tunsil.
I don't think I'm going to move on from Laramie Tunsil.
I don't
think
think
that's
they
gonna
protect
happen.
Jaden with their biggest asset.
Yeah, they're
there
going
at
to keep
left tackle.
Tunsil.
They're
are.
going to keep
You
him.
might not want it, but they're going to keep Tunsil.
Yeah.
And they're going to extend him.
The one thing
Much like I extended him on sticktothemodel.com.
Yeah, I didn't extend him.
I gave him, I think, a 2 or 3 year
I'm
extension.
going to worry about that next year.
Yeah, you're kicking that can down the road.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say about getting back to should they draft a running back there is listen. There's no question Jeremiah Love's another level. He's not Kroski Merrick's not Jeremiah Love. I don't think in his dreams he ever will be. But he does have big play potential. He does have take it to the house.
Big plays.
Take it to the house potential.
No doubt.
So it might not be as big a need as we think. I don't know. So especially if you're thinking,
Well, maybe not at the top of the draft. Right.
Right.
But
At 7.
I do think that they will address it in free agency if they don't address it.
I think you're right. Yeah. I think he made it kind of known. I think when Blau was interviewed, he talked about how right now we only have one or two running backs under contract.
Right.
Yeah.
He kind of alluded to it. So
he knows they need to add to that position.
They're going to add to that room. It's pretty obvious.
Or maybe they look further down the draft and, I don't know, that where Katron Allen is Penn State's best running back. Maybe they look at him in the 3rd round or the 5th round. I don't know where he's kind of slotted in these mocks, but maybe they don't go first round RB, but maybe they look at it later in the draft.
It's fine, but the later you go in the draft, the less likely they are going to be that kind of impact that you're looking for.
Yeah, but maybe they're emboldened by the fact they got such good production out of
a 7th rounder.
Bill that they're like, if we spend a 3rd rounder, we should hit here.
Did.
Correct.
They did, but they still didn't get enough that you still want another one.
Yes, you're right.
You know what I mean? Like Bill's great for his pick.
He's a good number 2, Case.
But you're telling me right now you want more.
Totally agree.
He's a good number 2.
Like if you're investing all of this energy and Jaden being on your center and this classic play design, linebackers aren't really going to fear Merritt and the handoff as they would Love.
Right. That's true.
It's going to it would make the play action so much better. And if you're shoving all of your chips in this Blau system and that's what they want to do, then just don't half-ass it.
Right. Just go. Do it.
Do it. Invest in it.
If you can get him. He also could be drafted before
I think
number
you're
7.
I mean, every mock I've seen has him going like 8 to 10.
So he's
I don't
pretty
see
much
one that has
available.
him picked before 7.
The thing is, the assumption is they're going to go defense and edge. This would be the great curveball. This would be the great curveball. But again, if they pick up something up via free agency, it takes it off the board.
Yeah, but we also know that AP doesn't draft based off of need, right? Because wasn't Connerly a luxury?
Right.
Towards the end of
we also know that he doesn't tip his hand as to who he's picking. Because
Right.
nobody had him picking Josh Connerly in the first round.
We all thought he was going to go defense
We thought he
and
was gonna
defensive
go edge
line
last year.
Right.
We
Yes.
actually thought he was going to go edge last year.
He follows your lead, Valdez. He zigs when others zag. Likes to zig.
Get your Love jersey.
The thing is that you can plug needs later in the draft, but you can't act like that's some great solution. Those are just graspers.
Generally,
and if you're lucky, you get like a Jalen Lane who's like a contributor. But
he
you know what I
was a
mean?
mid-round pick. That's not even talking like 6th or 7th round.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about, I think, first 3 rounds, you could pretty much bank on those guys.
You
4th round on,
yeah,
you're grasping. And they usually make the teams, and they usually make a couple plays. But you're not going to, like, plug a hole with the kind of player that the fans want with 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round.
No, those
You're
are
just
usually
not.
depth guys,
Those are just
special
guys.
teamers that develop into hopefully contributors or
And
starters.
one in a blue moon will be a stud.
Right.
One in a blue moon.
Like
Bill.
on your shopping list, you say, "Hey, we need a starting corner." You don't go, "Hey, the 5th round, we're going to go find our starting corner."
Yeah, you don't find your starting
That's not
corner.
the-
It doesn't really plug your hole.
It's not the blueprint.
Doesn't really plug your hole.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, Alan May is going to join us. We will talk about the Caps playoff push. 23 games to go once they're back in action. We will talk to him about that and the gold medal game between Canada and the United States, with the United States coming out on top, winning the gold medal. And at 9:45, give you a chance to win some Matt Rife tickets with the morning matchup here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Saw this article in the Washington Post, which I found pretty interesting. And it was about the price of hotels. We need EB back in the room because he stays at more hotels.
God loves hotels.
Than anybody
Hotel guy.
I know. But Jason, when you were going to Virginia Tech, you were staying in hotels and you complained a lot about the price for, like games, and sometimes you'd stay further away.
No, not really. I would always stay. Excuse me. I would always
you
stay
would suck
in
it up.
Blacksburg. I would suck it up.
Because
see, that's the case for most hotels in small college towns. That's how the hotels make their money.
During game weekends, they're going to jack their
They're going to
prices
jack it up. So if it could be at Clemson or it could be in Chapel Hill, or they're going to jack up the prices in these small college towns as opposed to big cities for all those big events. But yeah, I would suck it up. I mean, I'm talking for a big game. Let's just say Clemson was playing in Blacksburg.
Yeah.
Those hotels, Hilton Garden Inn, Homewood Suites, Residence Inn, they're going to charge between $700 and $800 a night.
Wow. And they're normally maybe $200.
And they're normally in the middle of the summer. They're probably $120.
Yeah. Well, the article in the Post is titled "What Happened to the $150 Hotel Room," and it talks about some being inflation.
They're fine. They're there.
That 5 years ago, you would find a hotel room at a mid-level hotel like a Marriott.
Yep.
For $150, and now it's over $200, and that's not even pointing to certain cities which cost more. Like the average hotel stay in New York City, the average. So this includes the bottom of the barrel.
Let me guess the number. I haven't seen. I'm going to say
that's over $300.
$375.
It's $333.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
$333.
I mean, that tracks. That
we
makes
often
sense.
stay actually in Fort Lee, New Jersey, when we go up to the city to see my kids. Mm-hmm. It's just right over the bridge, and they can get a hotel for maybe $150.
Well, that's much more palatable.
Yeah, because
whereas the caller said platable.
Like even in Chinatown, which is people don't think of it as an expensive place. It's not.
Yeah,
that's like $350 at a decent hotel.
Yeah.
So you stay in Fort Lee, New Jersey, and then it's a 10, 15, 20-minute drive, depending upon where you're going. But you have to pay like $20 just to get over the bridge. But it's still worth it.
And the services are less. We've talked about this before. They point out in the article the average daily rate to Vegas, which is notoriously cheap, right? You can find hotel stays. They just want you there to gamble. The average daily rate's now up to $183. That's the average. That includes the nubbiest of the nubs.
Yeah.
That includes your Luxors.
Luxors, yeah.
Well, the thing that's so incredibly annoying...
They say that if you order just hot water for tea, hot water, hotel room service, it'll cost $17.
Oh, that's absurd. I mean,
Hot water
some of
for
the charges
tea?
in the Vegas rooms...
because you put your tea bag in it.
The Vegas rooms are crazy. Like, if you even open the mini fridge, and if you move anything around, everything's on a sensor. Like, you can't... If you move it, and it's gone for more than 30 seconds, you basically bought it at that point.
Sure.
Like, you just have to know the workarounds. Like... You're not going to go in and pay $18 for a bottle of water
The thing that
in Vegas. You walk down the street to the CVS, you load up on what you need, you come back to your room. It's
thing
pretty
that
easy.
infuriates me is there are certain chains now where they don't even give you free coffee other than you can use it in your room, those little mini ones.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, there's a viral story of flight attendants who, what they do now is when they're in a pinch because they're traveling, they wash their underwear in the coffee maker. They because it's hot water.
Okay.
So they put their panties. So think about that now. No one here could ever use that again now that you've heard the story.
In their hotel rooms, they do that?
Yes. So they're traveling.
Okay,
and and they need the fresh underwear.
Yeah.
They put it in their coffee maker where you put the filters and then just run hot water through it.
Never thought of that life hack.
Then they've been quoted as saying it's brilliant. Well, it's brilliant for your underwear. It's terrible for anybody else that wants to have coffee with it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right? Which I wouldn't use anyway. But there's a certain brand that they only serve coffee via Starbucks.
Right.
They have a Starbucks in the lobby.
I know the brand you're talking about.
Yeah, whereas most hotels, you should be able to go down the lobby and get a cup of freaking mediocre coffee.
So you're
right.
That infuriates
me.
me.
The columnist who wrote this article's name's Andrea Sachs, and it's funny you mentioned where you stay in New York. So she said she wanted to see via her AI assistant if you could find a hotel for a stay for $150 for a trip in New York.
New York City?
Okay, the search, if you want the exact search, was find me a New York City hotel for $150 in June. Said that the AI immediately said that'll be challenging.
Right.
And that it recommended a 3-star hotel in Great Neck, Long Island, a pair of chain hotels on Staten Island, and a DoubleTree in Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Those are your workarounds. Those are your options.
I think I know exactly. I stay right next door to that DoubleTree. I know exactly where that is.
Say it the single tree. Trying to save some cash.
No, I think it's Hyatt. We stay at a Hyatt right next door to the DoubleTree.
Yeah.
We almost stayed at the DoubleTree.
Yeah.
But we always stay at the Hyatt because we have Hyatt points.
Even though it sucks, at least it's not. Well, sometimes there are hidden fees when it comes to hotels or motels or whatever. Like sometimes you have to pay a resort fee, which I don't get. But what's going on with Airbnbs? So if you want to rent out a condo or a house or whatever, is the price seems so cheap, but the hidden fees on Airbnbs, like a $200 or $500 cleaning fee,
right?
That's what gets you. That's what would really piss me off. Like if the hotel price is high, at least I know I'm paying for it.
Yeah,
I'm paying for it, and the price is right there, and it's transparent.
You're drawn to that cheap Airbnb price, but then after you run it and you're about to book it, you're like, oh, this fee just adds up.
That's what really pisses people off. Is just the underlying fees that are out there.
That happened to us yesterday when we booked our spot in the Outer Banks. We quoted everybody, all these different places and these different prices, and the one we ended up going with, Dina had to send an extra text saying, there were extra fees. It wasn't that big a deal when you divide it by 4 or 5 families, but it did up the price. It was more than what people had thought.
Well, yeah, because if you're paying for an Airbnb, let's say you're doing like an extended weekend. It's an Airbnb, and it comes out to whatever it is. You think you're getting a deal, and it's like $200 a night for a really nice house. But now on top of it, instead of paying $600, you're paying a $200 cleaning fee, which is basically how much it costs a night to stay there. That angers me.
The article points out tips on how to get the best hotel rate. I mean, I've never done this. It said once you book a room, watch for falling prices at other properties, and then call the hotel to see if they'll match.
Right.
Have you ever done that?
No, it's too much work.
It's too much.
No, who's going to do that?
They say book on a Sunday when revenue managers are off and a computer algorithm is in charge of setting prices. I always heard Tuesday was the best day to book a flight. I mean, so now Sundays to book a hotel.
Do that? Are you really going to think?
And then this one, I just don't see happening. But maybe people actually do it. Call the hotel directly. Tell the reservationist you noticed their competitors were charging $150 or less, and ask them straight out, can you cut me a deal?
I need some help.
I mean, you're haggling for a hotel.
I don't think that's going to help.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Have you ever cut a deal with a hotel room?
No. I go on Orbitz.
I know there's some people that swear by everything is a negotiation.
Everything is negotiation. And I'm sure on some level, if you're a lead at it, it is. I'll tell you, I never forget my dad. I saw him walk into a mom and pop shoe store, and he negotiated a deal for shoes. Maybe I've never seen anything like it. We were a retail spot. He said, well, what if I get 2? Will you give me, 2 for, he cut a deal.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
JP, look, I just put in on hotels.com the graduation weekend at Virginia Tech this year. All right, this is the Hampton Inn in Christiansburg.
Hampton Inn, which is...
It's as low budget as it gets.
And Christiansburg, by the way, is 20 minutes from
there's lower budget than Hampton Inn.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Look what each night is.
Was it $1,000?
$649 a night.
Yeah.
At the Hampton Inn.
Yeah.
But that's for a big weekend event.
Yeah.
And I bet you that's a 2-night minimum. Maybe even a 3.
I think for Meg's graduation, we had to do a 3-night minimum.
Yeah, probably a 3-night minimum.
That's where my son's decision to go to University of Maryland has paid off, because he had full scholarship to go to Syracuse, at least tuition. But I would have had to make all those trips up there, paying all that money to either fly there or drive there and pay for the hotels.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a lot easier just saying, hey, you want to go for lunch at the Green Turtle?
Let's go to Raising Cane's. Let's get some
believe me, it adds up. It definitely adds up.
It has to.
I was on the phone with my daughter yesterday. She was kind of complaining about it. You tell me, we do a lot of our airline miles, so we do travel a lot, so we get a lot of miles, which often mitigates it a little bit, or if that's the right word. It makes it a little cheaper. Sometimes we can get it totally free, whatever. She just wants to fly in March. So next month, late March, wants to fly from the city to Fort Myers. Okay? It's the cheapest she could find. And I didn't challenge her. I didn't go look. She said, Dad, I was up all night. I was using ChatGPT. I was doing all the tricks. The cheapest she could find for back and forth was $950.
$1,000. Yeah.
That sounded like a lot.
That sounds like a lot of money.
That sounds like a lot to just have a Nubs flight from New York City to
Fort Myers,
Florida.
Yep.
Not even round
Everything's
trip?
more expensive.
Round trip.
But maybe it's because she wants to get back so she can work.
I mean,
like
she
certain times.
she could have done it maybe one day and knocked off $100. There was a little
Right.
bit of wiggle room.
I'm guessing that's
and
because
she also didn't want to do the nut, which I made the mistake before. The one where the lowest, where you can't cancel,
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Need some options.
She won't do that one. So maybe that's one reason why.
I'll do Frontier Airlines. I'll do the lowest.
I've never done Frontier and or Spirit.
But then if you get in a bind, you're on the hook for it.
Yeah.
Right? If you need to change your flight, like you can't change anything.
Right.
So I wouldn't advise that unless you're going to leave like in 10 minutes.
I just don't want to fly anywhere. I'd rather just drive.
I think I'd just be embarrassed, by the way, to ever say, "Can you cut me a deal?"
I mean,
but what if it pays off? Maybe I should start doing that bit.
How are you going to be embarrassed? You've flown on Spirit and Frontier.
Yeah, but I'm not asking for a deal.
They
I'm just
can only
gonna-
say no.
I'll be honest. I use Orbitz.
Yeah.
Maybe I should use ChatGPT. I've always used Orbitz. Gives me all the stuff. It's same as Expedia or any of these things.
The prompts to find the best airline things for ChatGPT or one of those things, you'll find prompts. Find the best, whatever. They kind of tell you how to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm a dinosaur. I don't even have ChatGPT.
Would you do this? So we're like, it's on some low level, like gold level, whatever. It's not that impressive for like Hyatt. And when you go there, you get free waters and like a couple bags of M&Ms or something.
Yeah.
When you go, believe me, it's no elite status.
I used to have Hilton Honors, and I'd get a cookie. I believe a chocolate chip cookie.
Exactly. It's like the same thing. So when I go to the Hyatt and they don't give me white waters, I always feel embarrassed, but I go, don't I get free waters?
Yeah,
I'm a
you
gold
need to ask.
member.
Why
Yeah,
not?
I'm like,
Get it.
I have done it before and I feel sheepish.
Yep.
But I want my 20-cent I want my
Sure.
free waters.
You need
Of course.
I want my free waters, and I'd like those M&Ms too, because normally they say you could just take some candy.
Hey, Jason, speaking
Yeah.
of perks, did you get your hook on the valet, or did you have to pay when you went to MGM this past weekend?
I don't have status on my platinum card anymore.
See, I told you that could be the case.
I'm just never there, so I never gamble anymore.
Yeah.
So I had to pay $35.
Yep.
You can't just wave the card. That's not good
But
enough.
not for valet.
Not for valet. They got to scan
the
it.
move
it.
that's the move I pull for the
Oh,
part.
you're talking about the VIP?
Yeah.
That's what he told me to do, but
yeah,
I
do
just
that.
thought.
You just walk right up through the high limit room.
Yeah, and I just, for some reason, I thought that my MGM Platinum card still had a decent status, so I
Yeah.
was going to get comped.
Yeah.
Been
Zippy.
bumped down.
35 bucks.
How was MGM? Was it packed for Dancing with the Stars?
Packed.
Pizzat.
It was so
I
packed.
was there Friday.
So the wives went to Dancing with the Stars, and you guys just
Wives
hung
and
out.
daughters went to. We went to dinner at Voltaggio Brothers
Yeah.
first.
Very
Awesome.
good.
And then filet was unbelievable. And then they went to Dancing with the Stars. I rolled out. I went home.
You didn't even hit the tables at all.
Nah, I just wasn't willing to risk it. And anytime me and my buddy Tom play together,
It's
we
a
always lose.
disaster.
It's bad juju.
We always lose.
Yeah, just don't do it then.
So I just said, you know what?
You guys jinx
do
each
your
other's
thing.
out.
And
Yeah,
he
you do your thing.
probably does he gamble more than you because he makes so much money?
Yeah.
So you
But he's
probably
not
feel
clutch on the
pressure.
table.
You should have seen
apparently.
the suite they gave him.
Really?
Oh, yeah. it was
I don't know
baller.
what the suite's called. You could have fit 150 people
Probably
in the
like the
suite.
president. I think it's
Yeah.
the presidential suite.
It was one
It's probably where
bedroom.
Bruno Mars stays.
Oh, I
when he
stayed
chi-
in
when he
that suite
plays
one
there.
time.
Huge.
Yeah,
They comped
they
the whole
hooked
thing.
me up in that seat.
They comped
suite
him the
one time.
room and the dinner.
Big whale.
He likes to throw it around.
See, if you gamble with him too, you probably feel a little sheepish, so you probably bet a little bit more than you normally would.
Well,
and that could get you in trouble.
I mean, if he was probably betting. I don't know what he was betting. I know what he likes to bet, but I can't match those numbers.
Well, do you think I was shocked on right before my bust out hand in the main event? I played for like 11 hours on Friday.
Right.
Didn't make it to day 2. A maniac comes down and sits at my table. He's playing 80% of the hands. And about 20 minutes before I busted to him, he turned to his buddy and said, I play multiple $200 hands of blackjack all the time. Do you think I care about this $3,000 buy-in?
Right.
I heard him say that. I was like, he's playing every hand. I was like, He's gonna get all my chips. 20 minutes later, he had all my chips.
Surprised he has any money left.
I mean, and
playing multiple hands.
He had a massive stack. Didn't make day 2 either.
Yeah,
because he's just free and loose.
Didn't
with
you
his
have
cash.
a stack going at one point?
I did, but then I got my aces in against a guy with king 6 of diamonds. He hits a 4-card straight on me. I mean, I need to win those hands to advance, and I just couldn't.
What are the odds on pocket aces versus king 6?
King 6, it's like 85%.
85% you.
Pre-flop.
Yeah.
Is that when
And
you got
lose.
it all in? He just had a big
I
stack.
had him covered. No, I had him covered.
He had a small, short
He had a
stack.
small stack.
Okay, yeah.
He makes it 25K before the flop.
Hmm.
I looked down at pocket
That's
aces.
just a brutal
I
loss.
looked over and said, he's 25K because he had 28. He had 3 behind. I shoved to
course.
isolate him. He flips over king 6
Yeah.
and doubles.
Yeah.
And I said, that's a sign that I'm not going to get a day 2 back. When that happens.
Look at his eyes.
I know.
Well, I mean,
I would be so bitter.
When I played 10
I would
hours,
quit. I would quit poker if I
When
lost
I
that.
played 10 hours.
If you got an 85% chance of winning.
I want a good result. You know,
I know.
You know what I mean? Because I
Yeah.
felt like I played pretty well. I just didn't get the result I was looking for.
Well, that's like having 20s in blackjack and never winning because
Yeah.
the dealer just pulls, 5-card 21.
It happens.
You get
Sometimes it happens.
You get so pissed. I'm pissed thinking about it.
He's gotta trust the
That's why I
process.
didn't play on
You
Saturday.
right. Didn't want to get in a bad mood.
No,
Right.
Didn't want to risk
You
it.
just weren't feeling it.
Wasn't feeling it.
You went out on a Voltaggio high. It's probably smart.
Hey, does Mooney B Clutch pick up the tab, or do you split it?
Oh, you said they comped
No, they
it.
comped
Oh,
it.
they comped
Comped
it.
it.
That's right.
They romped it.
They comped his
They hooked
room.
him.
His room.
We got
and
tip.
I let him tip.
You're free rolling.
I free rolled.
You free rolled. It's
They
great.
they comped him the suite, the dinner, and the tickets to Dancing with the Stars.
That tells me he's given them a lot of money in the past.
Yeah. He's in the red.
He's a big roller.
That's what it tells me.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. If chicken tenders don't have bones, are they boneless wings? We'll tackle that next here in the Junkies. So there was a big lawsuit involving Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, B-dubs.
Turns out they're boneless wings. Kind of phrased it wrong as I teased it. They're boneless wings.
Yeah.
Which really are chicken tenders.
Yeah.
Are made of chicken breast meat.
Okay. Right.
And a guy sued Buffalo Wild Wings unsuccessfully because if they're termed wings, he expects wings meat.
Sue everybody.
Yeah.
And he said that this is kind of like false advertising. You're
was
saying
this
that
this guy was he just a customer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boneless wings, and you're getting breast meat.
But it seems weird because breast meat is generally considered better than like wing meat. Wing meat's kind of, I mean, I love wings, but the meat on wings is generally
Darker meat.
trashier than like chicken breast.
But isn't that a chicken tender then?
What?
If you're using breast meat and you have no bones.
Right.
It's also not as flavorful. I mean, people can
Is
say,
it a chicken wing at all?
I would argue no.
No, it's not a chicken.
Yeah.
wing.
And that's what the guy was trying to claim.
But he also should know, based on the label of the product, if they're boneless wings, that it's not going to be a dark meat wing. It's
But I
going to
would
be
also-
it's going to be a tender.
I would also argue that boneless wings is just a made up term. Like,
of course.
It doesn't exist. You can't have a wing without a bone.
The lawsuit was
That's just
tossed.
dumb.
Correct.
But the suit was a customer who argued
Yeah.
the name was misleading, claiming he expected an actual chicken wing without the bone.
Okay. I guess he has a case.
Well,
I'm
they tossed it out. The district court tossed it out and basically said, dude, you're a Buffalo Wild
I'm just
Wings.
more obsessed
It's
now.
just the name
I'm
of
obsessed now with the O-Town is getting a B-dubs like takeout spot. It's not the brick and mortar big
Yeah.
restaurant.
Yeah.
It's just like in a strip plaza
All right.
where they just do like takeout wings.
and that would work for you.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Sounds perfect. But
Yeah.
I would never walk in there to order boneless wings. I'm a man. I'm
Right.
55. I'm a man. Okay? I don't go in and order
But what's
boneless
weird is
wings.
you ordered nuggets at McDonald's.
Sure. But I know what I'm not ordering them thinking I'm getting boneless wings.
I know,
what
but
they are.
you know what
They're
they are.
chicken
If you just say
nuggets.
you're getting the chicken nuggets from Buffalo Wild Wings, it'd be okay.
No, because I would never go into a B-Dubs and order chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are only
How
something
many
I would
people
order
have
at
sued
McDonald's or
these places because of the name of their product?
I don't know. Probably a bunch.
I mean, they're not trying to lie to you. You should know what kind of meat's in it. I mean, if they're boneless, you should have. If you have a brain in your head, you know it's going to be similar to a chicken tender.
Right.
I wonder how many customers sue, Buffalo Wild Wings or other places like that. It can't be many because first of all, they taste pretty damn good.
Right.
So you have to be satisfied.
The district court judge tossed it out because he said no reasonable diner thinks chicken fingers are made from fingers. That is just the title
Yes.
of
Title of a product.
the meal.
That's what the judge said.
The judge said that.
Really good sense of humor from
Yeah,
the judge.
it's pretty straightforward. I
So
like it.
yesterday we were looking for something. My wife wasn't feeling well all week. It was her birthday, by the way. Happy birthday to Dee.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
She wasn't feeling well. She was kind of fighting a cold all weekend. And then we went out to dinner, etc. We did all the things. Went for dim sum yesterday.
Oh, dim sum, so good.
But then we wanted to, I guess that was Saturday. But then we just wanted an easy dinner. So she said, why don't you just go to Safeway? That's our closest grocery store. And just get some drumsticks.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
I'll make some, essentially wings, big drumsticks, right?
Okay,
We'll just
yep.
have drumsticks.
Yep.
You get the
Sure.
platter that has like 16 of them or whatever. And I said, okay, but I made one request. I want it with shake and bake.
Shake and bake.
I had it. I just wanted
Got a
shake and
hankering for
bake.
shake
I
and
hadn't
bake?
had shake and bake in a long time. She had recently been making her own version with squished, mushed pretzels
Okay.
that my daughter likes.
All right.
I'm out
As
on
like
that.
a coating for the chicken?
Yes, I'm
All
out
right.
on that.
Okay.
I want the old school.
You want the
shake and-
real
I want the
McCoy.
original. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed.
Were you?
It was a little. It wasn't as good as I had fantasized.
Yeah,
I don't know that I've ever had shake and bake. Is that just making it fried chicken?
It kind of
just puts a coating on it.
Puts a coating
Yeah,
on
so
it.
you're taking regular chicken, turning
It's
it
just
into fries.
breadcrumbs. It's just like
Yeah.
a flavored,
Okay.
salty
It's a breaded.
It's a
It's a breading.
bag.
Yeah.
It's a freaking Ziploc bag with a bunch of spices.
And you put
throw
your
the
chicken in there, yeah. And then you shake
I
it
just
up.
didn't grow up with it.
Right. Neither
It's,
did
it's
I.
a white trash meal. Let's be honest. It's like having a hamburger helper right out of the
But
box.
it's like an easy way of making chicken. You just throw it in a bag. Takes 10 seconds.
It's a POV struggle meal.
Yeah. And my wife said, "Well, this is so easy," and I said, "Yeah." I'm fantasizing about it.
Does
And
anybody
it
still
didn't
do?
live up to the
Talk about
fantasy.
easy and cheap. Does anybody still do pizza quick sauce that we grew up with?
Use when I make little pizzas. I make little tortilla pizzas all the time. I just use the Rayo's, but it's like spaghetti.
But they have,
sauce.
like
It's
if
pasta
in a
sauce.
grocery
Rayo's
store,
is
they
so
have like
good, though.
5 different jars of just pizza sauce. I haven't seen one that says Pizza Quick.
We only
'cause
use
it's not
pizza
1980
sauce
anymore.
for pizza dip, and I did make my pizza dip for you guys, right? At some
good,
point,
yeah.
yeah. That's what we use pizza sauce.
Oh,
for.
by the way, my Pupatella pizza in a poker bag came up big on the lunch break. I stuffed it in a Ziploc bag in my poker backpack.
From here.
From here.
Did you
on
heat it up
Friday.
anywhere? You just had it
No,
cold.
I just
it
ate-
up.
Where are you gonna heat?
I
grabbed it out of my backpack. I took it out of the Ziploc bag and I ate it.
Cold pizza.
And then I went back up and saw more flops.
Cold pizza not appetizing. I need it heat.
It was delicious.
Yeah,
All
I'm sure.
of those is delicious.
I need it hot.
No, I didn't have
I'm
any
not a cold
options.
pizza guy.
I'm in the middle of a casino. What am I
Yeah.
going to do
Well,
to
that's
heat
why
up
I
this
was
pizza?
questioning you. I was trying to figure
Yeah.
out how you made that
Am I going to
amazing.
Am I going to roll into Voltaggio and say, "Hey, can I
heat it up?
Can I slide this pizza into your guys' oven?"
I don't know.
In a worst
You got-
case
you got
scenario,
connections
could do
over
a
there.
microwave. You get a little.
Where am I going to find a microwave in the middle of MGM National Harbor?
you're
You
in a
could have
hotel.
just sucked it up and
And
gone
bought a
to
slice.
ZZ's.
I could have done that.
and maybe you could have got the 50% discount for being 55 like I did.
I only had 15 minutes, and I could have done that and used one of these jobbers.
Well, 15 minutes is plenty of time.
My meal comp. I could have used one of these, but I didn't because I had Pupatella in the backpack already.
Right.
I need to use this before it expires. Expires today.
We would get an update
You won't
from.
drive over there just for a meal.
I might play in the last event today. Of course. Because I'm a degenerate.
you're gonna
There's one
drive
more
over
event.
there.
This is $300 buy-in at 11 o'clock.
Are you as upset as Valdez is that Mar didn't come in today so that we can?
I'm not as upset as Valdez is, but I mean, he should have come in and like
Give us an
bask
update
in
on the legs,
afterglow
the
of winning.
I think his legs, like his groin was sore.
Right.
Like I said, I drove him home. I think he was fine. He had two, I mean, in terms of like blisters, he didn't really have blisters on his feet. He had more on like his ankle. I don't know what you call it.
I saw under his toe one developing.
Okay.
It was like a air pocket.
Yeah, but you know what's going
Like,
to
it was
make
developed.
those feel better? The 1,500 he got in his Venmo.
Yeah.
Okay? He can buy
I
some
will
whatever
say-
blister relief he can buy at CVS.
I give the kid credit. He did do it. There was a lot of complaining behind the scenes, leading up to it, but he did do it, and he did it well. And I know for a fact I could not do what he did.
Correct.
I could not do it. In Timberland boots, no chance. Mine are like 10 pounds. They're
Like I said,
heavy.
it's a 10K plus 2 miles what he did.
Yeah.
I would
That's
have walked.
impressive.
I would have walked. 9K of it.
I would have walked most of it. And even walking, I would have quit because the
I can't
boots are too
picture you
heavy.
running. Do you ever go running? Have you ever gone running?
I'm not a runner. No.
He's not a runner.
Have you ever?
He chases a ball.
Like in the neighborhood, just
No.
like to work
What
out?
about bike?
No. Bike.
I
Yeah.
mean, you
Yeah.
did have to run when you played basketball for DeMatha. You were forced to run.
When I was playing basketball, I would run miles per day.
Yeah, but that's a ball.
That's
You're chasing
ball.
a ball.
Yeah.
But no. I
But
don't-
since then, you've never once gone for an outside run?
no, it's boring to me. I
Like
just
when your
don't-
wife was, I know she did a marathon, I believe.
Oh, that was years ago.
Did you ever go running with her?
Nope. We just do.
Zero.
We do. I'm not a runner.
I'm with you.
I
I
do
don't like
power
running.
walks or I ride bikes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to show us your power walks strut in here? I'd like to see
You
it.
actually
don't use
walk
those little-
fast.
you don't
When you
use
walk the dog, you
like
walk
the-
fast.
No, not with the dog. Just her and I.
You
My
don't-
dog can't.
You don't do like.
No, I don't do that. Just try and walk faster.
Yeah.
Up hills.
Right.
Up hills in the neighborhood.
He's at those goofy weights.
No, I don't use those.
I would love to see. If anybody can get
Boring
video
is-
of Jason power walking, please send it to us.
I'm definitely power walking when I'm doing that 3, 30, 12, whatever the
You
sequence
are?
is.
Well, that's on the treadmill.
It's hard.
Yeah, that's why I hold on.
Challenging. Not holding on is the challenging part.
Yeah, it's so boring. It breaks. It breaks
Can't
my
wait
soul.
for the 30 minutes to be over.
It's the worst.
Just can't wait.
It's horrible.
So glorious.
That's
when I'm
why
on like 28.50.
I like biking so much better.
Yeah.
Goes faster if you watch an episode of Mayor of Kingstown.
Probably would. It's a good
Honestly,
point.
I did that just yesterday. I did the incline treadmill walk, watched an entire episode. So I did 60 minutes.
It only distracts you a little bit. You're still doing the awful, terrible walk.
Not if you're watching a good TV show.
It distracts you a little bit, but you're still.
I've been talking to you about that show for 5 years.
Okay, well, I'm finally on it. It's good.
Good. I'm glad you are.
It's good.
Is there still new
There's gonna be a
episodes, or is
new
it all
Mayor
the
of
old
Kingstown.
episodes?
I watched episode 1, EB.
He watched
I know,
one,
but
yeah.
is there still new ones, or is it all done?
They just finished. They just finished season 5.
5. Okay.
4 or 5.
I think 4.
Maybe it was 4. Yeah, but there's probably going to be a fifth.
Does Jeremy Renner look beat up from the Snowcat incident? Or does he
Yes,
look-
you can tell.
You can tell.
You can definitely tell.
I mean, he's
in
lucky
the
to be alive. Like, he should be dead.
Yeah.
Oh, he was pulverized.
Should be dead.
Yeah, you could tell because he's limping a little bit.
Right.
He's got scars on his face.
Right. It's not just age limp. It's I tangled
I
with
love
a
him,
big
though.
piece of machinery and live to tell about it limp.
I just love
Spoiler alert, he's not an actual mayor on the TV show.
Right.
him. No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's not.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. You want to chime in throughout the show. We'll give away some Matt Rife tickets with the morning matchup coming up at 9:45. But next, we'll talk to Alan May, Capitals analyst. We'll talk about the playoff push and the Olympics here on the Junkies. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. Appreciate you listening to us on our Richmond stations. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP, and joining us right now to talk some puck, talk Caps playoff push, talk Olympics is Alan May. Alan, how many years have you been doing the analyst work now?
I've been 17 years now.
17 years. That's a good run.
Wow.
It's not 30, but it's a good run.
No, it's not 30. And I was thinking that as I heard that, I was like, man, I don't even know if I'll be able to walk in 13 more years to hit up to 30.
Well,
so
that makes
congratulations, you guys. Congratulations, you guys. That's awesome.
So, Alan, when Jason Bishop is texting you during the gold medal match, are you annoyed?
No, my phone was on fire yesterday. It was everyone I knew. It felt like was texting, and it's such an incredible hockey game, so exciting, start to finish. There was so much grit and heart and determination by both teams. It was awesome. It was so intense. It's almost like I needed a break to go back and forth with Bish on the text because it was. I didn't sit down the entire time. I was like pacing, watching the whole game. I loved it.
Do you feel like people just sleep on Hellebuck because he plays in Winnipeg and people rarely see him?
I never even heard of him, Alan. And he's a stud.
Well, last year he was the best player in the National Hockey League probably, but he hasn't had playoff success, and that's where you really make your name. But now we'll never forget him. He is going down in USA Hockey lore. He gets the Holtby save. I'm watching it again, and he stood tall, but his team was also the right team in front of him for the way the game was played yesterday. There were a couple breakaways, but they're a big team with excellent defensemen that took away the middle of the ice, that crashed and banged. And I know Canada had all the shots, but I felt like I was watching a Caps game against the New York Rangers with Lundqvist in net, and Tortorella was coaching. He was on the bench there. Guys were selling out, blocking shots, and it's always a game of inches, and the inches weren't going the way for Team Canada. And USA they were battling as hard as they could. I loved it. That was a true hockey game to me.
It was just so fun to watch.
So obviously, as a Canadian, you're rooting for them. As it's unfolding and you see them miss some of those opportunities where he comes up big or whatever. Are you thinking, well, this is really going to come back to haunt you? You can only miss so many opportunities.
The blood and guts games, like this is a game 7, basically a Stanley Cup game 7, the way it was, and you're in overtime. It's all the marbles. But I told everyone I knew, I said, it's going overtime. They go, who do you want to? And I said, I just want overtime. And I want a good person, a great player to score a nice goal, no one to be at fault. And Jack Hughes, it couldn't have been, any better scripted. The way it played. So I've lived in the United States the majority of my life. And 2/3 of it, my kids are Americans and my grandchildren are Americans. And, I still love this country as well. I thought everything was amazing. And I do have to say this. I went all USA when Alexa told me that it was the little Goudreau, Johnny's second birthday. She goes, that's the golden birthday. And she started bringing out all these things. And today's the anniversary of this. And today's the anniversary. I was like, oh, my God. Yeah. This story has to be told. So, the part with the babies come on the ice at the end, that got me.
When they showed in the crowd, they showed the parents, Goudreau's parents, and the dad was crying. That got me. You know what I mean?
Every time I see that, man, I get choked up. What he went through, what they've all gone through. So they had a lot on their shoulders, Team USA.
100%. Hey, when Canada didn't score on the 5-on-3, first of all, I was shocked that they didn't score at least one goal, but after that, after the United States killed that, what were you thinking?
I've always said, Alexa would tell you this, that I say it all the time, the first thing to go is your power play. And if you're power play dependent, eventually it's not going to come through for you because it's the blood and guts, it's the grit, the heart, the determination of penalty killers and guys that are willing to sacrifice their bodies. That's how you kill those penalties. And it's in these big moments, that's the toughest teams win. And when the Capitals won the Stanley Cup,
that was the toughest team they ever had. Everyone, Ovi on down, was blocking shots, doing what they could, just heart and soul, determination, and they just the want. I can't imagine how pumped the adrenaline in those players' bodies yesterday for both teams. How awesome it was, and but that you just look at that. These guys were selling out, and I guarantee there were some injuries yesterday, but there's no damn way players weren't going to come back and finish playing in this game.
Hey, Alan, take us through the first goal from the U.S. from Matt Boldy, where he split the Canadian defenders and then he tapped the puck ahead.
That was a great play,
to give himself a chance. I mean, what an amazing play for him to put the U.S. up 1-0.
He's another guy that they got knocked for having on their team as well. But you take 6'3", 6'4", skates like the wind, got a great scorer's touch. But the way he cut through those two defenders, it's normally you don't try to split the D down the middle like that. But the bouncing puck, what it does is it hypnotizes you. And all of a sudden you start looking at it. You're not necessarily moving your legs. And Devon Toews was one of the players. I've always been a little critical of some of his skating ability in those backwards to forwards transitions, and they got caught there. And, Boldy goes in, and he's a gifted goal scorer, and there was so much poise on that. It was just meant to be for him. But it was a beautiful goal. And, the same thing, Canada, I don't think anyone in Canada thought they were going to go out and have a cakewalk, because they were actually really, in the last few games for Canada, they had to fight from behind. They scratch and clawed their way to get there as well.
Right.
So it wasn't easy. I thought Canada was very top heavy of a roster, like the best of the best, really. And when you look at it, though, I look at the U.S. defense. I kept telling everyone, U.S. has goalie advantage, U.S. has defense advantage. And they built their team. There was a lot of criticism. They left the three top goal scorers in the National Hockey League that are American-born off their roster. Jason Robertson, Cole Caulfield, Alex DeBrincat. All three of these guys, they were getting hammered, but their goal was to put a big team that could play in the finals against Canada and keep them from getting rebounds.
Wow.
And, they stepped up. That's how you put a team together. And I thought Canada, it was easy to pick their roster apart with some of the guys that were on the team. People love to do that, and everyone's right now with some of the decisions. But Jacob Chychrun, I don't know how many times I heard his name the last 4 days. Jacob Chychrun would have scored on that shot. Jacob Chychrun this, Jacob Chychrun that, and Canada they had one super dynamic defenseman playing, and that was Cale Makar, who's arguably the best in the league. There's three guys. There's Zach Werenski and there's Quinn Hughes. Those are the three best defenders in the game. They're all elite skaters. But every guy in the U.S., I'll tell you right now, I'd take every single one of those guys on the Caps team. And I wouldn't take all the Canadian. I'd take Makar, of course. Yeah. I'd take Shea Theodore, but I wouldn't take all of them. Those guys, what America has done in the last 25 years with the development of their youth hockey players and the U.S. National Team Development Program in Michigan is so elite. These players never look down. Jack Hughes, when he scored that goal, he never looked at the puck. Their heads are always up. Their skill level, like every American playing out there, they don't look at the puck when they're skating. Their head is up. They're surveying the ice the entire time. And I always marvel at it. And I was always like, when guys are up in the draft, that it's like, I want that guy. And, we'd pass on them. And I just think that their training is exceptional. The kids are starting to, hook up with agents at 12 years old, 13, 14. They're going into hockey academies. They're leaving home at far too young of an age, if you ask me. And now, you look at it, the U.S. has developed a great product, and I was always, a fan of what Pittsburgh was doing. They won the Stanley Cup, and I think the last time they won it, they had like 16 or 17 NCAA players, not necessarily all Americans, but 17 guys that played in the NCAA, and I always thought that's a great path, that's a great route to build, hockey players. You got more time to grow, you've got more time to develop. You're playing like the best player in hockey right now outside of the NHL might be Gavin McKenna, who had 10 points this week at Penn State, and he's only 17 years old.
Wow.
So he left Canadian Major Junior Hockey, where he's the second leading scorer in the entire country last year, and he's playing at Penn State. He had an 8-pointer on Friday. But, the NCAA, what they've done in the United States with the development of hockey players all over, the Florida, Texas, Arizona, California, Maryland, we've got players coming from all over. So it was just a matter of time. And I think we're going to get another hockey boom and another hockey boost like 1980 did for all of hockey in North America.
How important was it that Sidney Crosby wasn't available for the Canadians?
Yeah, was that a big deal?
Well, it always is, because when you look at what they were sending down the middle. They wanted to play McKinnon and McDavid together at times, and either it would have been McKinnon with Crosby or with Wilson. I was betting because Wilson all of a sudden just stepped up to the forefront. He was an animal yesterday, but not having Sidney, to me, he's still the best all-around center in hockey. He's all-world compete, but that's the thing. To win, you got to be healthy. And what I do admire is he had to tell them, I'm going to hurt you if I play because I don't know if I can go. And if all of a sudden you take that roster spot off the bench and he's unable to play, 2 shifts into the game, all of a sudden you've got a huge hole. So, it's better that the other guys, but that's part of hockey. And when it's all said and done, no one's going to say, well, it's a gold medal with an asterisk because Sidney Crosby didn't play. That was one of the best games I've ever seen in my life. I remember watching the 1980 game, and that inspired me to play in the NHL more than anything in my childhood.
Wow.
And, yeah, it's
very
big
cool.
time. Yeah.
We want to ask you about the Caps here quickly, but are the NHL players eligible for the Olympics in 4 years? Have you heard anything about that?
Well, the last collective bargaining agreement, they forced the issue. The players wanted to be there.
Yeah.
And it's funny, it's a fraction of the league, but the players wanted it. I think it's great for the game of hockey worldwide. It's the number one. To me, I'm very biased on this. It's the number one thing at the Olympics. And the ratings are through. Ratings are through the roof. I still couldn't believe that we had to get up so early to watch the game yesterday, but man, what a way to wake up and get your day started watching that kind of hockey. I loved it.
I wish there was another one.
I know. I was blown away. All right, so real quick, so the Caps will start again Wednesday against the Flyers. So currently in the Metro, it's Carolina, Pittsburgh, the Isles, Columbus, and then the Caps with 65 points. How are you feeling down the stretch with these last 23 games?
Well, they needed to get Pierre-Luc Dubois back. That was a huge hole that they had in their roster. That's huge. To have everyone should be back 100% healthy when they play on Wednesday night. And we've seen this team play really good this year, and we've seen them be less than. But they've been less than when they haven't had players in the lineup. And, they've been mixing and matching with parts here and there. And, pretty haphazard lineup at night. And, everyone's an NHL player, but maybe not necessarily all on the same night. But you need to be healthy. And last year they were super healthy till the end of the year, and they didn't really have any adversity till they hit near the playoffs. And I think getting everyone back and having players seated where they're supposed to be, you're going to get that line. It's probably going to be Wilson will probably end up playing with Dubois, and I imagine Protas or McMichael. And getting that top six back will really help them because they've had a tough time scoring goals. And all of a sudden you get Dubois was a career-high in points and assists last year. He's going to help the goal-scoring department as well. He also put up 20 of his own. They can go back to playing a big body type of hockey with having all the guys back in lineup. So I expect them to go in the right direction as it goes on. And then kind of like 2 years ago, it's going to go down that last week of the season that determines whether they make the playoffs or not.
Yeah, these next two against Philly and Vegas are pretty big, especially when you only have 23 games left.
Do you think they're better than they were last year?
It's a different team. Last year was perfect. Like all the players that they signed, everything they traded for last year worked. Mm-hmm. And, there are a couple guys left the squad, and I think that Taylor Radish was more valuable than people realized. You go, he's a fourth liner. Well, who's playing on your fourth line now? Like the fourth line hasn't really been, a force this season. And I thought he was a big part of the puck possession game that they had wearing teams down. So I look at it, everyone's, more dependable. Obi was not skating the way that he was last year. That's a completely different thing. I don't know how that guy's still playing with all his body's been through, but he's still got 22 goals. And I think the break should really help him. I'm hoping it's happening. He comes out of this like he did the last time he went to Dubai and was riding camels, and he came back and scored 23 goals in the last 30 games of the season. So if we can get him on another good tear and haul these players back, I'm expecting them to rock and roll as we get going here.
All right, Alan, always love talking to you. Hopefully we'll talk to you soon about the Caps streaking.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for the time, buddy.
I was reading about the Hughes family. I'm still amazed that they have three kids who were all drafted in the top 7, including Jack, first pick, Luke, 4th pick, both of them playing for the Devils, and then Quinn, 7th pick in the draft.
It's unbelievable.
They probably could have played for Team Canada. I don't know if it was just their choice because it said they were born in Orlando.
Yeah.
And then the family moved to Ontario.
Yeah.
I guess so that they could play hockey.
So
but they're American citizens. I don't know if they're dual citizens.
Yeah, not
but-
sure.
Well, if you were born in Orlando, you're an American.
You're American. You play for the
That's the
good
way I
old
look
US
at
of A.
it. That's the way I look at it.
I
But
agree.
I'm glad they didn't play for Canada because we would have lost.
I mean, I'm looking at Jack Hughes' wiki. Jack Roden Hughes is an American professional ice hockey player.
Yeah.
It does not say anything about Canadian American dual citizenship. He has an American flag under national team.
And he said all the right things, too.
He is all ours.
He said all the right things.
Yeah.
Hey,
he was fun to watch.
The American World Cup soccer team has had guys that,
Oh, that's
born on like a
crazy.
base somewhere.
That's a different animal.
Don't even speak the
didn't
language.
Didn't we just have is it a skier? Did she ski for like China or something? That Eileen Gu? She skied for another country. Like she skied for us before, and then I think she skied for another country.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
I can't remember was that was she a speed skater or was she a skier?
No, she's
I thought it was a skier.
Oh, she was a skier. Okay.
Yeah.
Hasn't
I mean,
Joel
that
Embiid
happens.
played for
Yeah, it
an
happens.
international team? I don't know if he plays for France
Isn't
or
he
for
from Cameroon?
Cameroon, maybe, and then sometimes he plays for the Americans. But it's fine, dual citizen.
they
I'm just
figured
saying
it
that
out.
I think that the Hughes may be dual citizens,
Not according
because
to
they grew
Wiki.
up playing hockey in Canada, but born in Orlando.
That's all that matters.
Yep,
where you're born.
Now they're wearing gold, and the Canadians got the silver.
Yeah. Have fun with your silver medal parade.
I
up
just
in
couldn't.
Canada.
I couldn't believe they were giving them stuffed animals. And they were going through, and the guy was like giving them. I was like, "What is going on here?"
I know.
It was like humiliating on every level. You know what? In fact, could someone please just tweet me and tell me what that was?
They
I don't
explained
understand it.
Yeah, you'd have to just Google it. But
that would take even.
you
more
know
work.
what? They shouldn't give those stuffed animals to the silver medalists.
No.
Just give them to the gold medalists because
Because they got them too, right? The gold medalist guys got
Oh,
them
yeah,
too.
yeah, they all
Americans
got 'em.
too. Yeah.
Coming up at 9:45, your chance to win some tickets to go see Matt Rife in concert. We will play Fact or Fiction. But next, it's EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk.
open up the entertainment page right now, driven by
Wanna try that BMW again?
Fairfax.
You want to try again? Just
The entertainment page.
There we go. There we have it.
not that difficult. Sorry, I just had to go potty.
And my buddy lives in Philly. They're getting 17 inches. He just sent me a picture of his front
In
yard.
Philly?
He lives. He actually lives in Delaware, just outside of Philly.
Yeah.
It looks brutal.
I mean, is it still like
11 to 17 inches? What they're
Aren't we
expecting.
done with the precipitation now, or no?
No, we're done here.
Done.
That's
But
all.
they're
the
going to still get more.
Yeah, because the nor'easter's
It's
moving
a
up.
blizzard. Blizzard conditions.
So what about like my kids in New York City?
Oh, they're going to get crushed.
They're still. It's just the tip of the iceberg for them.
New York City is going to get pummeled.
And then my friends in Boston, I've
getting
already seen pictures this morning in Boston. They've already got a ton of snow.
Correct.
So they're actually getting just destroyed.
Pumali, as Jason used to say back in the day.
Pumali.
I can't imagine what they're thinking. I'm so angry about this snow.
Well, here's my question. You
Why?
have you have no control over it. It's not a controllable.
Because-
Why would you be so angry about it?
I don't like it.
Okay.
That's that simple. I don't like it. I feel like we've already had our winter. We had more than our winter. We had like 10 winters. I'm over it. This is infuriating.
Hey, maybe that Punxsutawney Phil was right.
Yeah.
Valdez.
I just find it infuriating, and I wish I had the freedom to just move. Honestly, I don't like this. I don't like it.
I'm with you. I hate the weather when it's cold. Hate it.
Entertainment page driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. We were going to use the Beamer today. I just got a note. My daughter was supposed to go take her driver's test today. And I had to make sure that the car was filled with gas and everything, and it was all working right. And we did the extra half hour. Literally, they don't have to parallel park anymore.
Such an easy test.
All they have to do, like, I don't know what they do driving wise, and she's a fine driver, knock on wood. But all you have to do is back into a spot, and you have 3 minutes.
Right. It's so easy.
And she was getting a little anxious about it, and because they're teaching her all these ways, I said, I don't care what your teacher said. Just, you're lucky. Just look at that camera and just back into it.
Do they allow you to look at the camera?
Yes.
Oh, then it's just
Yes.
Candy,
They said, just
Candy,
look at the
take it from the
camera.
baby.
Just look at the screen.
Yeah.
And look at the green. When it's green, you're good. When it's red, fix it. And then if you have any problems, go forward and start over. You got 3 minutes.
The license test, easy.
Yeah.
The permit test, maybe not so easy.
Yeah, okay, I failed it the first time. That happens.
I haven't said this to her yet because I don't want her to feel pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry. If you fail your driver's test, there is a stigma for life. There's no getting around it.
See, JP's still joning 40 years later.
See?
Now
Do you know anybody else who failed the learner's permit test?
I know kids.
I didn't properly prepare for the test.
I only know
didn't
one
study
guy,
enough.
and he works with me.
I know that my son got down to the last question.
Ooh, that's
And I'm waiting
pressure.
for it. I'm waiting for it. I'm like,
Yeah.
what takes you so long? And he came out and gave a thumbs up. And he said, Dad, 5 minutes on the last question.
Wow.
Because he knew it was.
It's a lot of
and he was,
pressure.
you know, I'm sure he didn't study well.
I couldn't imagine.
And he just had to
I
guess.
couldn't imagine the walk from the computer screen to seeing his dad.
Oh, yeah,
Seeing your parents.
my dad was crestfallen.
His dad who dropped
You think
him
he was
off.
happy when he brought
saw
his
a
son?
family.
That's a
the
walk of
failure.
shame.
He saw failure walking right down the hallway towards him.
We saw a family. Like when my son did it, and he literally said, "Dad, it was 5 minutes. I had to guess. I guessed on the last one. He guessed correctly." There was another guy came out, and Mom said, "Thumbs up," and he goes, and he had his head down. He went,
What was the
"What?"
car ride like? I think if my kid failed,
it was
I
embarrassing.
might just do silent
It was
treatment. I wouldn't be
humiliating.
angry.
I don't remember
How'd
the
your dad
conversation, but
react?
it was humiliating.
I'm sure he wasn't happy.
Did you let him drive home? That's because that's the, like what
he
you
let
do.
me drive
I don't know.
home?
No. Like when you get your learners, like you go, all right, drive me home.
Right. No, I walked out and my dad's like, "What's the next step?" And I said, "Well, it's
back."
taking the test again because I effing failed it." Okay, these things happen.
So I think the good news is, because I know someone that failed it, you could just come back literally the next day.
And
You
hey,
just sign up again, you take it again.
here's the best part: even though I failed my learner's permit, I turned into a silly driver. So that is not an indicator.
I question that.
It's not an indicator of your future results.
That's
and
true.
performance
I'd
as
say-
a driver out on the roads.
I mean, what do they even do these days? Like, when you get your driver's test, do you just drive around the parking lot?
Yeah, you drive around the course they have set up at the MVA. They have like a course on the campus.
I mean, how does that resemble real driving?
It doesn't
at all.
It does not.
You just stop at a stop sign.
Well, aren't you still have to accumulate hours though?
Yeah,
right?
to accumulate hours. But I'll be news.
Everyone lies about that.
A lot of fudging going on there.
There's a real road portion of it now.
There is a real world portion. Good.
The one I took, it's like a mile. It's very short.
Right, but you need that. You need to at least get on a real road.
You have to turn left at a green where like traffic is oncoming. And if you cut someone off, you automatically fail. If someone honks at you, you fail. Stuff like that.
Oh.
It's still very easy.
I heard a story about where someone failed, and then you had to get out of the car. They took over in the middle of the thing.
Yeah, they just say you're out, you're done. Pull over, and you're done.
They make you pull over in the middle, humiliate you in the middle of your drive.
Right.
Awful.
It is awful.
It's awful. But she was getting all worked up about backing in.
That's fine.
You got 3 minutes.
By the way,
I don't think it's a tight space. Is it a tight space?
So much room.
Yeah.
The backup camera is one of the great advances of when was that invented? The 20th century? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I stand by that. It's one of the great
GPS
advances.
Grader.
GPS is really good too.
What about heated steering wheel? That's up there.
Yeah, but that's more of a.
I like
that's
that.
more of a.
I like a nice heated steering
It's a
wheel.
creature comfort. Like the backup camera is just vital.
I
You think I'm
have-
doing this
yeah.
anymore? You think I'm doing
No, I
this?
agree. I agree.
And I back
Rear
into almost every spot, so it doesn't matter.
Rear view
I trust
camera's
my
huge.
camera
100%.
1,000,000,000%.
Yes, I do.
Better than looking over.
Implicit trust.
Perfect.
There could be 10 preschoolers back there. Wait, if my camera doesn't show it, I'm running them over.
In fact,
sadly,
I backed out of my driveway. My road doesn't get much traffic, but it does get traffic. I mean, it's a road.
Right.
I guess I just was lunching. I backed out of it, and a car was coming down. You know, one in a million
Right.
shots.
It screamed at you.
No, it slammed on the brakes on me.
Oh, it did.
And I almost went through the friggin' windshield. It came to a.
Oh,
stop,
your
but
car
it-
did. Okay.
Yeah, but it did.
Yeah.
It saved me.
Hey, Mr. Bickle, New York City looks like it says 16 to 20 inches.
Oh, kidding. She told me that she's working from home today.
I'm on YouTube right now with one of the local live, cameras, and they're just driving around the city. It looks brutal.
She can make some extra money shoveling.
Yeah,
I think that's a big viral story that
In New York City?
the mayor is offering money to people to shovel. I think that's standard. The previous mayors did the same thing.
I would know. The mayor apparently said that you're not allowed to leave. And I told her, you're allowed to leave. You can do whatever you want to do. It's a free country.
Right.
Okay. I don't care what the mayor says.
Right. It's not the cartel.
Yeah.
If the cartel tells you not to leave, you ain't leaving.
You listen.
Unless you want a bullet in the head.
All right. Bonnie Blue. Cakes, you know Bonnie Blue.
I know her work.
Oh, yeah, I bet you do.
I do know her work. She's prolific.
We talked about this the other day. This is just such a terrible bit. But you know they're having these sex wars. What'd you dub them? You dubbed them, Valdez. You had a nickname for these sex wars with these girls that are going back and forth, trying to one-up each other.
I called it like the Magic versus Bird of
No.
sex
No.
industry.
You had a name for it. Whatever it is, with Bonnie Blue was going with the other girl.
It's like a slut arms race.
Yeah, exactly.
What we're embroiled in.
And Bonnie, so she did. She and the other one. Who's the other one? Lillian Phillips or something.
Lily Phillips.
Lily
or Lillian
Phillips.
Phillips.
Something
He
like
knows
that.
her work.
Yeah.
I can't believe he knows these names.
They were going back and forth on like on these GBs. I'll just call them GBs.
Right,
These
yeah.
Green Bay Packer deals. Right. Where you have you're like 1,000 men,
Sure.
2,000 men,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's way more than the entire roster of the actual GB Packers.
It's like the whole NFL. In a day.
Yeah.
They're going back and forth, having these sex wars. Now the one that they've come up with is Bonnie Blue had unprotected sex with 400 guys.
Oh.
Okay? And it was a race to see who could impregnate her. Okay? And she, whatever, I'm sure it's publicity stunt, whatever. But allegedly, she's showing her thing, her little pregnancy test, and in fact, she is pregnant.
Very proud
now,
of you.
the problem is, from the clip that I saw, she don't know what to do now. Now, you just got pregnant, stupid.
Who's the father?
She's got to figure out who the father is. I guess she got to figure out
Is
what
she gonna do? Is she gonna do like a reality show?
I don't
Who
know.
out of the 400 dudes is the dad?
She says, guys,
That's a
I'm
lot.
definitely pregnant, fully pregnant.
It's a lot of little Debbies.
So you know what she's going to do? So many. 400.
It's like the big.
What
you
a
couldn't even
disaster.
You couldn't even get a pack of little Debbies that big at a Costco.
Do you know that's the grossest thing that you just said right now? Because I'm just now picturing that.
I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Like,
I don't know if there's 400 little Debbies.
I think she was just trying to see, the
Oh,
whole,
so she was
letting them all to see in a race to see who was going to impregnate her. It was a challenge she did. She was testing who had the best sperm. That's what I read.
Quite a challenge.
What? That makes me want to vomit. Just thinking about that whole scene down there. Oh. Anyway, she says she's going to do what most people do now in 2026. She's going to ask ChatGPT what to do next.
Right.
It's literally a quote. She got pregnant. Now she's going to ask ChatGPT what to do next. It's all over. It's over, right? It's like it's coming to an end.
I think she may have won the slut off.
Yeah, I think she wins.
That's the winner.
I think she wins. I think civilization's over.
Give her the gold medal.
This is a terrible story with Snooki. Snooki says she has stage 1 cervical cancer. Now, I guess it's good that it's stage 1. I assume that means it's good. But she said she had been dealing with some abnormal doctor work, when they do those tests. But she stayed on top of her screenings and they caught it. So let's hope that she gets a full recovery. You don't want anybody to have to deal with that.
Anybody know her real name?
It's like Nicole
Pizzolazzo or something like that.
All right.
Yeah,
Impressive.
It's close. It's Nicole something. It might be that. There was a guy, Pizzolazzo, that wrote that show that we all liked.
Oh, True Detective.
True Detective.
She is Nicole Elizabeth Palizzi.
Palizzi. Close. You got
I think
it.
she's Chilean. I think
not
she was maybe
Italian?
adopted.
Oh.
Yeah, she was born in good pull, JP. Born in Santiago, Chile.
I know my Jersey Shore. Kind of.
This is just bizarre. I don't even know why, Valdi. This makes you want to puke, too. Scientists in England were recently examining a 78-year-old cadaver when they discovered something truly bizarre. Upon dissection, what are the odds? Upon dissection,
Well, apparently 1 in 6 million, according
they
to
found that the deceased had appeared to be not 1, not 2, 3 penises.
I don't even find
Really?
that story to be real. What's the source?
Yeah.
This is
Daily
in
Mirror?
This is in the New York Post.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a fake story. They say he may not even have been aware of all the extra heat he was packing. They must have been like micros. The others were micros? Is that what it was?
That's bizarre.
The man had a form of what doctors call polyphalia, an exceptionally rare congenital condition that impacts 1 in roughly 5 to 6 million live births. So that means there's about, how many million Americans? 350? So there's like 7 or 8 guys with this.
Yeah, who have multiple dongs.
Rom has no phalia.
Yeah.
He's suffering from that affliction. He's the only one.
It's called triphalia. Dude, did you see there's a viral story and it's not Rom? The guy's going everywhere doing interviews. It just looks like the saddest human ever. He's about 38 years old. He's kind of disheveled. But it looks like kind of a normal guy. He's got the world's smallest thing.
Oh, no.
And he's doing interviews.
Rom's doing cartwheels.
And, dude, he's doing interviews. It was three quarters of an inch.
No, not even 1 inch.
I mean, that's like
But, okay,
barely
let me just say, hold on. I'll say
careful.
7/10.
Be careful
I know, I'm not
describing
trying
the-
to be too descriptive, but it's less than, it's half a thumb. Okay, and they say
Half a thumbnail.
he kept waiting for puberty, and don't worry, once you get puberty, then everything's going to all kind of normalize. It didn't normalize.
So he's like 6 foot tall.
He's like a normal guy. I mean, he's a little disheveled because, of course, he is. He's down on his luck.
Has he ever been with a woman?
I didn't.
How could you?
Can you imagine the disappointment on the other side?
I saw the guy being interviewed, and it was so pathetic. I couldn't watch it.
Hey, EB, it sounds like he needs an upgrade.
He definitely needs an
Nice
upgrade.
transition.
When it's time to upgrade your office, this is a weird transition. Make the winning call with PVI Office Furniture. Their expert furniture consultants help design your space, deliver quickly, and they handle professional installation start to finish. From private offices and conference rooms to seating built for long days, PVI has solutions for every space and every budget. Plus, You can see it all at their massive showroom and warehouse in Frederick. Make the winning move for your business. Visit PVIPVI.com and put PVI Office Furniture to work for you.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the Westwood One Sports. Will a
We're going to play Fact or Fiction for the morning matchup momentarily. You can call in now at 1-800-636-1067. You get it right, you're going to win 2 tickets to go see Matt Rife Stay Golden World Tour. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. One thing which we didn't bring up during the Junkies sports page, actually a couple things real quick. The Duke-Michigan game was a huge college basketball game.
Massive. Here,
At
local.
Capital One Arena.
Yep.
The get-in price was way different for Duke, Michigan than it was for, I think, whatever the previous Wizards game was before that game.
That was the Wizards-Pacers game.
Wizards-Pacers, I think it booked tickets for like $19, and the tickets for Duke, Michigan,
I wasn't able to see.
much higher.
I just saw highlights. I wanted to see it, but I was at Voltaggio, so I didn't get to see this game. But
I think Boozer had a good game.
Boozer's a stud. He's a double-double monster.
They won. Duke won the game. The other thing I wanted to bring up real quick is apparently there's news that the tush push might stick around because no team has filed a claim. I don't know what their correct term is, but when they have these meetings about rules changes, a team has to step up and say, hey, this is the rule you need to consider. And remember, like last year, there were a bunch of teams that supposedly said, hey, we got to look at the tush push and change this. And at least right now, no teams have come front and center and said, hey, let's eliminate the tush push.
Yeah, I don't even think there's going to vote on it. It's not going to be up for vote.
So I guess it's going to stick around. Which
Well,
is
I
a
guess-
surprise to me. I thought last season was going to be the last season we'd see that tush push.
That's what I thought too.
And maybe
But
it'll still change, but that was one of the stories I saw over the weekend, which was surprising to me that there's been no push to eliminate the tush
Does
push.
that mean more teams are using it? Or they're just not as pissed off but that Philly was so good at it for a couple years?
Or maybe they've found more ways to stop it?
Possibly.
I mean, we've definitely seen a lot of teams do it. I mean, the Commanders do it on occasion. Not that great at it.
The Eagles were 81% in 2024 on the tush push.
They should use Valdez's method. I mean, it's unorthodox, but it might work.
They were kind of doing some version of it, weren't they?
Yeah, it's all about leverage.
Got to get that leverage.
Wasn't there? Yeah,
low man wins.
Some team was doing something.
Yeah, I think there was a team that had like maybe somebody laying down.
Right.
They did some
Yeah,
version of it.
Valdez took it to an extreme. They're laying down on
Yeah,
their back
with their lead up.
Yeah,
feet up.
leg pressing.
Yeah,
Meet
leg-
the press.
The Eagles were 81% in 2024,
counter. I
and they
love
were
it.
only 63% in 25.
So there you go.
So it went down by 18%.
So teams maybe are figuring out how to counter it. All right, let's go to the phones to play some fact or fiction.
All right, let's go.
Another one. As a player for the Lakers, Riley won the MVP in 1972. Is that fact or fiction?
Oh my God, I would say that's fiction.
That is fiction. Congratulations. You're going to go see Matt Rife. Stay Golden World Tour Sunday, March 1st at Capital One Arena. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com, courtesy of Live Nation. Now, apparently he did win the NBA title as a player.
Yeah.
But he was a reserve, not an
that's fine.
MVP of the league.
His life's been really good already. Does he need to win MVP too?
1972 was a guy named Kareem who won the MVP.
Yeah.
May have heard of him.
I had this as a fact or fiction. The golf nerds know this is a fact, but it is pretty amazing that Scotty Scheffler had finished in the top 10 in 18 straight tournaments until this one, where he finished 12th.
Yep.
That's a sick run. That is that is almost
He
Tiger-like.
almost missed the cut in this one too.
Yeah, it was his first round.
Made it right
he
on
was-
the number. Last couple first rounds have been bad.
Wasn't he dead last after the first
Yes,
round this
but
week?
then he
he
was
caught
16
fire.
under on the last 3 rounds. I mean, he's just an unreal player. The thing is that Tiger had a streak. What was it? 144 without missing a cut. Like
Yeah, something
Tiger's had some
crazy.
incredible streaks too, where even what Scotty doing is incredible. At Tiger's peak, it's still not Tiger level. I think Scotty's winning like 22% of his tournaments right now, something like that.
Mhm.
And Tiger, when his peak, was winning like 49%.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy what Tiger was doing.
It is. Now the rest of the world is better. The rest of the tour it's a deeper tour. It's probably
You can make that
I
argument.
don't know if
guess.
Tiger
There's
Tiger
one
would
for
win 49% now. in his prime.
He was at the best of his best. I don't know.
I mean, he was
Tiger had
unbelievable.
really good players.
I'm not gonna.
Phil Mickelson was during the Tiger.
That would be
era.
like
No, I'm
me.
just
You're
talking
saying
about the
something
tour.
like me, like saying
I'm
something
talking
about
about the
Michael
tour.
Jordan. Would Michael Jordan still been as successful now as he was then?
Don't know. It's tough to compare eras.
Right. I'm gonna.
I mean, Tiger was unbelievable.
My man Bilal would have put the shackles on Jordan back in the day.
Bilal had 17 in 17 minutes.
I'm going to still keep waving that French flag, my friends.
They're hyping him up.
You know this.
They're hyping him up yesterday for sure.
I'm ride or die with Bilal. It's weird.
Bet
It's
against
bizarre.
the tankers tonight. I don't know who's playing. Bet
Just
against
bet
the
against
tankers.
all tankers.
Yes. I think the Kings are playing. They're tankers.
Yeah,
All
definitely.
right, we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cake, CB, I'm JP. We will see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Maybe Sidney Crosby can give his Nova Scotian buddy Nathan McKinnon some lessons on finishing while also teaching him how to lose gracefully. Following Canada's loss yesterday, McKinnon grumbled about who the better team was. Yes.
everybody. It
Michael,
is
my
10
man.
a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. You're hanging with us on the YouTube stream. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning, Brian.
What up, Jay?
The United States defeated Canada in the gold medal game, both the men and the women.
Yes.
What a hockey weekend, man.
Yeah, man. That Hughes family, they can play, huh?
They can play.
Hey, you give life lemon teeth.
Like the overtime goal that the women scored to win their title over Canada was incredible. Even if we got one caller that said it wasn't, I'll never understand that call last week. But the goal, the goal the young lady scored to win.
Hey, man, you just don't try to understand some things, bro.
But yesterday, I get Sunday morning 8 a.m. may not be the ideal time slot for a game, but I also think because it's Sunday morning at 8 a.m., you had like the whole country kind of captive. Most folks are chilling Sunday morning.
Yeah,
maybe you go to church, but most church isn't until 10 a.m. You know what I mean? Like you had people.
I have been up at 4 in the morning to watch World Cup.
Right.
Because it's our job, basically. And I woke up yesterday and I was trying to contemplate what I'm going to go ride, I'm going to do something. And then Greg, as soon as I turned my phone, I had man, this hockey game is good. I say, oh, that's what's on. Clicked it on. I was checking it out. Went to church. Was able to come back and get the end of it.
Okay, that's perfect.
Because like I watched. I'm going to just say it straight up. I have some idiot trying to tell me I can't pull for the team because of what's happening in this country. Listen, man, I'm an athlete, and I know that athletes need support at all times. And anytime an athlete is out there doing something or fighting their hearts out, not one of those athletes give a damn about any other political structure, whatever hell's happening. Those guys are out there trying to win a game because that's what their life is about.
Yeah.
And if I can't support that, one finger salute to you.
Yeah, I don't understand any of like trying to politicize any of it. Like I'm just not here for it. And
but it's just like, some people just don't know when. That's why I'm telling you, social media is the devil. I'm gonna just say, what's the lady from Waterboy?
Yeah.
Football is the devil. But social media is, because this dude don't preach to me about what, bro. You don't know my background, my religion. You don't know what I believe in and who I fight for and what I care about. So what you do, if you have a problem with something, go lay up in your corner and stay your ass there. But don't bother everybody else. Because I'm going to tell you, I was happy as hell. I was proud to watch how those guys play. Dude got his teeth knocked out and then still was able to go out and finish in that game. That stuff to me, it means something. Give me a break.
The photo of Jack Hughes after scoring the game winner in the gold medal game, bloodied with his teeth knocked out with the American flag.
Don't he look like he's about 12 years old?
He does. He looks like a
He
kid.
looks young as hell, man.
For me, there were so many moments in that game, and I want to open the phone lines up here in a minute. I want to let the boys talk about it because this feels like one of those moments where you're going to remember where you were when you watched it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, early on in this game, the U.S. gets the early goal. Matt Boldy, it was a sick goal. But, dude, Canada, the second and third period was just a freight train. Like, I mean, they just completely controlled everything. Hellebuck, dude, when you have a goalie.
Hey, bro.
You had a good weekend for the hockey goalie is harder than hitting a baseball in theory.
Hey, man, listen to me. The picture that they show, they say if he has a fireplace, this is what he should put over his mantle. They had an over-the-top picture of him bringing his stick behind and knocking it.
It reminded me of the Holtby save against the Lightning during the Cup run, but that one was even better because Holtby, the puck was on the ground and he was able to reach back. This was in the air and he had to reach back.
Mm-hmm.
When the U.S. killed off the 5-on-3 was just spectacular goalkeeping. And It just
they were outshot 47-23.
Dude, totally. And like, I think it was McKinnon. It was one of the Canadians. Like, yeah, I mean, you saw the game. We were the better team. Like, the result is what matters, dog.
All that matters. Hey, bro, you can take it how you want. Sometimes you win some, you lose some. Tip your hat, bro. Like the thing of it is, then Alabama, he's going back to Winnipeg.
It's still so weird to me that the two
guys that made at the end, they got to go back and play for teams over in Canada.
I know, like Austin Matthews is on tour. Like you think of them now, it's like these American heroes. It's like, oh, he's going back to Winnipeg, whatever.
Yeah, he's going back to his job now.
Right, that's the name of the. I get it.
I put out a thing yesterday to congratulate Tom and also Logan because hell, we still pull for them here.
Sure,
but you know what? Hey, they got a silver medal. I'm happy for them.
Right.
Golly, man, how could you be liking them right now? Fool, if you're a Cal fan, you love them. Shut up.
Dude, as happy as we are as Americans for the gold medal win, I think Canadians are 10x mad and
Hell
sad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, they are. But still,
it was
when you go there and you're against the world and you leave with a medal, you have to be happy about it.
Totally, dude.
Listen, dude, teams that lose the Super Bowl, they are highly pissed. But when you sit there and you think about the great realm of things, you have to realize that we didn't do too bad. You know what I mean? We were the second one there. And I know people like to say, the people that never ever had to fight for nothing, the second place is the first loser. If you don't compete at all, you're the big loser. So who cares?
All right, so my morning, wake up, we're watching it, hanging with the girls, and then we were supposed to go out to my in-laws last night. My wife's family generally likes to get together every week, every Sunday night. You could. I think some could question if you need weekly get-togethers, but that's a different conversation. But the plan was to go out there last night, and the whole family and all the little kids and everybody's going nuts, right? As the weather develops, we realize Sunday evening ain't happening.
Mm-hmm.
So we but this hockey game was on. And my wife didn't really seem to care about, and I knew where we were going to brunch. I wouldn't be able to watch the game. There wasn't going to be TVs. I knew where we were going.
Telephone.
So I was like, you know what I got? Well, you can stay here, which means no, you can't. You know what I mean?
Hey,
so
don't tell me nothing if you don't mean it.
I said, all good. I was just like, I'm going to watch the game on my phone at the restaurant. And she's like, okay. So we're at the restaurant, and it's like, you know where I'm at. Like, You're not really supposed to be watching the game on your phone. I just didn't care. And I said, if I get in trouble, somebody wants to write a letter about my behavior, fine. It's the United States gold medal game.
Yeah.
Everybody was cool. I turned the volume down a little, but my father-in-law and I are just locked in watching it. Kids are playing. We're having
breakfast. Once you
breakfast.
get your father-in-law involved, you should be good.
That does help. There's a table of older ladies next to us, and the kids are going nuts. Like, they seem cool about everything, but the restaurant's fairly full, and there were other people, I believe, doing the same thing I was.
You know it.
Everything's cool. Go to overtime. All right. Hughes puts it in the back of the net, and I'm just like,
You don't know.
That my wife didn't like when I just started yelling in the restaurant. But outside of that, man, it was just incredible, and it was so much fun to watch. And just like,
and then that picture right there where they got
the Gaudreau jersey, yeah, man,
the little kids, man, because like that story, that still sticks with me because I'm a bike rider,
right?
That story sticks with me, man. That's why some of these rides I used to do in some of these roads where you got these hills and the blind spots, I don't want to ride those no more. Give me some open roads.
Yeah, man. It's the fact that it was 46 years to the day of Lake Placid.
It's a long damn time.
It's a long time, but also like the kismet, or like I believe in the will of the universe for that to happen on the same day. I just find that so intriguing.
When you look at that save, you think
was Alan May on this morning with the Junks. I think it was Alan, but I like listened to a hockey podcast last night. I was just very into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically, the people that took over USA Hockey, like the National Hockey Organization, which is about spreading the game at the youth level, identifying the best players, training them, getting them to compete with the best in the world, right? But like when you run an institution like that, you have so many goals, right? Because you want kids to be able to play hockey. You want more girls to be able to play hockey. You want the game to be accessible, hockey's difficult in most of the United States where it's not, we don't have outdoor ice most of the time.
Totally.
And the equipment's expensive. Like it's
as hell.
Right. Like it's different here. Like if you live in Tennessee, hockey's not that accessible. So USA Hockey has this goal of making that change, right? But at the same time, they're trying to develop the elite of the elite to compete on that level. And so I think it's what they've done to build a team that could go beat Canada, who's always going to be the best in the world, is remarkable. And I think it just made me think, I don't know enough about it, but when you talk to the soccer heads, the real like people that are in the weeds of soccer, the U.S. soccer program is like completely politicized and full of like different factions where like dudes are suing each other. Like, you know how I always say I wish Chick-fil-A could be in charge of construction projects on highways because they know what they're doing? Somebody from the U.S. hockey program that has developed this thing to be the I don't know that we'll be the best in the world because there's so many other places competing in that.
Yeah.
But we can be better.
See, they
use this model, whatever they're doing.
Yeah, they've decided to just bring everything together. But as you stated earlier, it's always somebody who wants the most credit for it. And that's where you get all the problems at. But Chick-fil-A, stay with the chicken. Because they're not fixing no roads.
So what do you... Jeff, I'm going to ask B-Mitch something. And I bet I know his answer in advance.
I think that's Friday. It's like, no, I'm not.
I'm going to ask B a question here, and I think I know what your answer is going to be. What do you say to the people that say there's an asterisk about this gold medal because Russia wasn't playing?
Pucker up.
My guess was one finger salute, but pucker up's good too.
I can pucker up and let my butt hit him right in the mouth.
What do you say to the people that say Sidney Crosby wasn't playing?
Injuries happen.
I totally agree.
Let's be real. One thing I'm going to tell you that's a part of sports is injuries. Okay? And let's be real. Even without Sidney, that team was stacked. The Canadian team.
Stacked.
So no, let's not deal with that. And the only people will be saying that is that it's going to be haters or just people that just don't want to give any love to this country. So,
Rooster just tweeted this out, and I happened to notice it too. This show, First Take on ESPN, they led with Lakers Celtics instead of the gold medal game, and then I didn't know, was that Acho just talking about the politics of the statement? Like, just let the hockey do the talking, man.
Politics of what statement?
I don't know. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, you know, but this show
let
right
the
here.
Hockey do the
but
talking,
let's be
man.
real now, Jay. How can you expect some common stuff to happen on this show? All they're going to do is pick up what they feel will give you the most clicks,
right?
And drama.
I did. If you USA, red, white, and blue took them down, baby.
Hey, man, the red, white, and blue was their bad juju. Not that damn jersey.
I think you're correct. You know what else Alan said that I thought was really interesting? Because there were a lot of like questions about the build of the American team. And he's like, dude, they put a team together that could rough up Canada, that wouldn't get beat up in the crease in front of the goalie. And I think you saw that.
And they've been, this team here unlike a lot of these other teams, they have been together for a long time. You look at the relationships that they had and how close they were. You know, I think that is the main thing for this team. Before that, that's not Acho. That's what you call him, man, from Canada. He used to date Liz Vaughn, PK Subban. Yeah. So they now are familiar with each other, just like the Canadian team has always been. Normally, we would just throw people together for 2 weeks and say, go play.
Right.
You know, and the thing about it is when you start seeing guys that have been together for years and you put them against a team that's been together for 2 weeks, they're going to end up beating that team for 2 weeks. Their familiarity and their chemistry is way better than you. Yeah, you got a lot of great talent, but that great talent got to learn how to work together, how to begin to get into a groove, and they can't do it in 2 weeks.
For Jack Hughes to get clocked in the mouth and get his teeth knocked out and be bleeding all over the place, and then to score the game winner, like Hollywood can't write that script. You know what I mean? It was just so incredible, man. It was
that save, bro. They showed that 2 times. That's unbelievable.
The 3-on-3 playoff. I feel like for the gold medal game, you should keep it 5-on-5. But I think the 3-on-3 flukiness, craziness, it's just like a constant fast break. I think that actually served the U.S. better.
Hey,
because 5-on-5, Canada. Phone lines 800-636-1067 800-636-1067. I want to talk hockey. Where did you watch it? Is it a moment you're going to remember where you were forever when you saw Jack Hughes put that thing in the back of the net? Phone lines are open. We'll check in with the Aquarium boys here. Busy day. We're going to talk a whole bunch of combine. I am flying out at 5 o'clock is my flight. By all accounts, things are fine. I was texting with Kime. He flew out this morning.
They just say snow's coming down hell right now.
Right now?
I'm joking, dog. I'm just messing with you. You fall for anything, dog.
There was also an epic college hoops game over the weekend right here in D.C. I want to ask you if you noticed the same thing I noticed, B.
I watched a lot of that Lakers game yesterday, too, though.
It was an ass kicking. 800-636.
Pritchard, baby. Pritchard.
800-636-1067. We're going to do calls here, talking hockey. Where were you? Is that a moment you're going to remember forever? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley.
Play the whole Midnight Marauders album. You know what's ironic is this is probably my favorite Tribe song, even though we start with Award Tour. Award Tour is just more of a snare hits and you just kind of get going. It's a little more hype. Fife's lyrics in Electric Relaxation are just unbelievable. Let me hit it from the back, girl. I won't catch a hernia. Am I allowed to say that on the radio? Anywho.
You said it. Too late to ask the question now.
800-636-1067. Where were you watching that game? What was it like? Scotty is in Maryland. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, what's up, B-Mitch? What's up, Finley? How y'all doing?
We're good, brother. What's happening?
I'm doing great. So I'm a bunch of my buddies that came over the night before. We woke up at 8 a.m. None of them watch hockey. I'm a hockey diehard, but none of them watch it. By the end, we were all standing up and screaming at the TV. It was just great. And to watch Hughes' goal after Sidney Crosby did it to us, it felt like a get back. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
Hell yeah, man! It was great. Glad you enjoyed it, man. See ya, Jeff. Tell everybody about your morning. So you had the DJ Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
What time you got off?
I DJ'd from 12 to 3. And then I got back because, we got to kick everybody out the club. They got to do the money. So I didn't get home till about like 4:15. So I got home and y'all already know I don't have a TV in my bedroom. I use my bedroom strictly to go to sleep. So I was like, I got in
just to go to sleep. That's not fun.
I mean, keep it radio ready. But
we don't have a TV in our room either. I try to keep the TVs not upstairs.
Yep, downstairs or in the
because you get sucked into watching
upstairs.
TV and you're trying to go to bed. Like it's bad for your brain. I'm with you, Jeffrey.
Yeah, so I'm like, I get in the house, I shower and everything, and I'm like, I'm about to go to my bed. And I was like, nah, the game come on too early. I know if I sleep in my bed, I'm gonna oversleep the game. So I slept on the couch with the TV on till I heard the puck drop. I woke up and I was like, okay, we good. It was 1-1. Then the third period hit, and that's when I'm kind of dozing in and out because I'm looking up and Canada just keep attacking the goal, keep attacking the net, and I'm like, oh man, this don't feel good, but it's a lot of hockey left. So I dozed off. I fell asleep because I heard the horns go for the last what is that called again?
Goal?
Period. Yeah, for the last period. So I was like, oh, it's overtime. Let's get up. And then they score and I lose it like I was watching hockey my entire life. I'm like, oh, he just hit the game. I'm like, the U.S. beat Canada. I'm just going crazy in the house. And my roommate come running downstairs. He like, you good? I'm like, bro, Canada just lost. It was crazy. Look, it's fair to say, until the next Winter Olympics, U.S. owns hockey.
Yeah, dude.
Plain and simple.
There you go.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Men and women.
Eat it, Canada. Ronald is in Falls Church. Ronnie, where'd you watch it? What was it like?
How you doing, B-Mission family?
What's up, brother?
I was over at O'Sullivan's over in Arlington, and man, oh man, it was at a party. They were jumping up and down, and B-Mish, to your point earlier, I don't care what's going on in the political landscape. If you can't be proud to be an American after that, all different kinds of people, occupations, races, religions, all hugging over a hockey game, man. It was a beautiful scene. I was proud to be an American, man.
Hell yeah.
God bless the USA.
Definitely. What are you drinking at 8 a.m. at the bar?
Ooh.
Guinness?
Whatever. But the thing of it is like, sports have been that thing where you take your mind off everything.
Yeah.
But it's like, for so many years, people told people shut up and just dribble, shut up and play your sport. Right. Now you want to bring all the other stuff into my sport.
Right.
Keep all the other stuff outside of it and let sports be what it's always been.
Agreed.
Something that takes your mind off of every damn thing else.
My man, Easy E. Easy, where were you? What'd you think when they scored?
Oh, man. You know what? I'm not going to lie. This entire game gave me Capitals, Vegas, Stanley Cup feelings. Because when Hellebuyck used the stick to save the puck, although the way he saved it, it kind of went across the crease and out the other direction, Hopi used the stick to completely stop the puck. So it was Brendan Hopi-like what Hellebuyck did in that game, which he stood on his head the entire game for USA. I mean, he had to stop, I think it was like 45, 50 shots. I mean, it was insane. But when that puck went in the net, I don't even give a darn about Jack Hughes, Clint Hughes, or any Hughes brothers or the Chuck brothers or any of them. When it's in the regular season, But what they did throughout the Olympics and what the Hughes brothers did in overtime to win the gold, it was immaculate. It was great. It felt like the U.S. country came together with even all the crazy negative stuff that goes on. It was like we came together that time, and it really felt good. And I wanted to also say something about like the last caller that was talking about being at the bar. Man, forget the bar. I was shaking drinks at my own house. Peach margarita, strawberry margarita, all
Peach
of it.
margaritas at 8 a.m. Strong.
Everything is free. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. White Brian, what'd you do for the hockey game? Did you go out? You and Rose go to Glover Park?
I got up at 5:45 to watch Miracle. And then I had to leave for work at 8, unfortunately.
That's sick. So you wanted to pregame it with Miracle.
Yeah, some coffee, some Miracle.
Where'd you have to go? Sirius?
Yeah.
Were you able to watch it?
Yeah, we had a TV in the studio there, and then we were on air for the Golden Goal. So I played a Freebird drop, and then...
Oh, that's sick. That's cool. What show is that? College football?
No, it's still... it was a fantasy baseball show.
Okay, gotcha. What about you, Luigi? Where were you? Luigi's sitting in today.
I am, yes. Woke up at 7:55 and just went downstairs, watched it with my parents.
Okay.
Yeah. So and then enjoyed it. I mean, the whole time, I was watching with my dad, more than my mom, but we thought that Canada was gonna win.
It felt like it.
Yeah. The shots on goal, they had like 19 more, 15 more.
If the second and third period, it just felt, and if you we watched a boatload of hockey the last week or so. Like all these, the semifinals, the quarterfinals, and if you watched how Canada got down early and then came back to win, it felt like that was going to happen, and it was just so rewarding when it didn't. You know what I mean? Like there was some sense of inevitability, and it was just awesome that it didn't arrive.
Yep.
I don't know. It was fun, man. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously, we're going to get into the Combine's going to take over everything this week, so that the Olympics kind of timed it out pretty well.
Yeah,
that they'll end as the NFL is just
perfectly
start kicking everything's ass.
Yes.
And I can tell you one thing. I'm kind of over curling. I feel like there's just far too much curling content, man. Like I do not.
I like curling, man.
Do you?
Yeah.
That stuff was just on all the time, man.
Hey, it's a slow game. It's just they don't need to have all of the drama with it, though.
Do you think we got stuff today, B? Jeff is handing me like 30 pages of papers.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I mean, you think that's the most hockey you've ever watched? You think that's the most hockey you've ever watched?
No. I've watched a lot of hockey.
I think that's the most Olympic hockey I've ever watched.
Yeah, well, yes, I would say that. Because we were in it all the way to the end, and you go watch you want to stay and watch everything that you see.
Yeah, it was fun, man. The U.S. ended up, especially with the strong finishes from both the women's team and the men's team in hockey, U.S. finished with 12 gold medals. That's second to Norway. And 33 total medals. That's second to Norway. Obviously, Norway is a Winter Olympics wagon. I was watching something that the whole country basically cross-country skis. Like, I think Norway kind of dominates a lot of stuff that we aren't that interested in. Yeah. I don't know that that's fair to say, but like, you know what I mean? Norway had 41 medals. That's a new record.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what they won though.
A lot of downhill stuff and
a lot of skiing,
the cross country stuff. Where they doing the shooting and like what Jeff said he can do. I want to see Jeff try that.
I think Norway's also a super rich country because they have all those oil reserves. I think like if you live in Norway, you know how like people in Alaska get paid to live there? Like you just get a check if you for living in Alaska?
I did not know that.
About what?
You get a check to live in Alaska? Y'all think CK will let me work from Alaska?
Maybe we should fact check this. But White Brian, do some. I think if you're Alaskan because of all the oil in Alaska, they have like a fund that people that live in Alaska just get paid out of. I think that's the case. Is that
Alaska
accurate?
Permanent Fund Dividend.
What is it?
Alaska Permanent Fund Dividend.
How much do you get? Is it annual $1,500 or something?
1,000 to over 3,000 per person annually.
Yep, time to go.
that shouldn't make you move, though.
I'm messing with you.
Did you guys ever see the Simpsons movie?
Yes.
The whole premise was they were moving to Alaska to get the Alaska check. Listen, I was smoking a lot of weed during those days, but that's how I remember it anyway.
Yeah.
Dubby, does Norway have the same thing? I think you get paid to live in Norway if you live in Norway, and I think their athletic development programs are like off the charts because of it. So I'm not mad at Norway. I'm very proud of the United States' performance in the Olympics. I feel like we kicked ass in some stuff we generally don't, and the caller that said it right, when Crosby scored the golden goal in the Vancouver Olympics, when was that? 2010, I guess? The last time I think we were in the gold medal game, certainly with NHL players on the ice. This was payback for it, and I loved every second of it, man. All right, at 11 a.m., Jimmy Patsos is going to join us. I have so many papers, Brian, that I don't know what on earth is happening here. Like, the amount of promos Jeff has handed us is really pretty remarkable. One of these, B, is from March 25th to April 30th. Is today February 23rd?
That's doing it ahead of time, bro.
Proactive, baby.
There you go.
Get out in front of it. All right, I'm going to sneak one more call in. Lee is in Rockville. Lee, what'd you think of that game, bro?
Oh, man, it was great. So I got to tell you about our weekend. Group of 8 of us, big Caps fans, went up to Penn State Friday night to watch the Penn State-Ohio State hockey game. Saturday morning, drove to Hershey to go watch the Bears game, and then woke up Sunday morning in the lobby of the hotel. We watched the U.S.-Canada game yesterday. So big hockey fans enjoyed it, and just it was amazing hockey weekend for a bunch of buddies.
That's awesome, man. Glad you guys got to enjoy it. Thank you for the call, Lee.
Definitely.
Some hockey folks out there, man. All right, 11 a.m., Jimmy Patsos is going to join us, talk about that Duke-Michigan game Saturday night, which was pretty damn awesome. And just kind of a roundup of where DMV basketball is. Then we're going to get into the Combine. Adam Peters set to talk tomorrow at noon. Dan Quinn set to talk 3 o'clock tomorrow. There's some housekeeping items for Washington that they're going to get asked about tomorrow. And not to suggest they're running out of time, but the clock is ticking. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. So there were a couple other things over the weekend. I played some golf at Riviera. Awesome to watch. You can tell how soft it was. I guess it's just been dumping rain out there. I mean, those balls were hitting into the green.
Repeat what you used to say. You play golf?
They played some golf.
Okay.
I didn't.
You said I played golf at Riviera. I'm like, what the hell do you get out there?
It'd be a lot cooler if I did. I was happy for the bridge man to win it.
Yeah.
Seemed like, coming down the stretch, he's got Rory on his heels.
Yep. But Rory, that last drive, man, on that short part 4, snap hooked that thing over there in the trees.
Yeah.
Man.
But Bridgman got bailed out. He hit a tree and it bounced right back into the fairway.
Hey, man.
I was happy for him.
Yeah.
Takes a lot to win in golf.
First win.
Yeah. But the hardest part for me is as I'm watching the golf. So yesterday was pretty miserable, right? And my plan was to chill on the couch and watch hockey.
Mm-hmm.
My plan got
nixed.
Turned upside down. We went to meet the family for brunch. That's cool. Yeah. Had corned beef hash. Shout out to corned beef hash. What, Jeff?
I said corned beef hash, superior breakfast food.
It's banging. Dude, you got to get sunny side up eggs on top of the hash, open the yolks up, let that get in there. And you know what my secret weapon with corned beef hash is, Jeff?
What is it?
A1 sauce.
Put
some A1 on there. It's so good, dude.
Gotta try that one.
Anyway, as we're driving to the brunch that was unplanned.
Mm-hmm. It was unplanned by you.
Yeah. My beautiful wife. Brilliant.
I see you. I noticed that you trying to throw these pleasantries in there because you about to say something that you're gonna be saying.
She reminded me that we were out of salt for the driveway and there was a pending snowstorm. And in my defense, I had checked the hardware store by my house multiple times and they were out.
You didn't have salt last time we had a snowstorm.
Correct.
Savannah, husband had to take care
Savannah,
of it.
Shout out to Sav J, bailed me out. I couldn't call Sav J on a Sunday. And my wife reminded me, we're out of salt. You're going out of town for the week. What am I supposed to do? And at which point I realized I got to find some damn salt. So we're having brunch. I run into a buddy of mine, Willie P., who tells me, dude, yesterday I got salt at Stroh-Snyder's in Potomac, hardware store. I said, cool. Now, at this point, Lou and Joyce, my in-laws, reveal they're also out of salt. So I'm not the only person here, Lauren. Your dad's out too. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't judge me. But I hear there's salt at Stroh-Snyder's. So I get in the car. I'm off to Stroh-Snyder's. They just ran out.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, all right, man. Well, does anybody, because they're part of that, obviously there's Home Depot and then there's Lowe's. And they're like the behemoths, right?
Yeah.
But then all these smaller hardware stores are kind of in it together, even if they're competing, I guess. And there's Stroh-Snyder's and then there's Christopher's by me. So I called the Christopher's so Stroh-Snyder said, we're out, we're getting more tomorrow. And I'm like, dog, I'm on a plane to Indianapolis tomorrow. That really doesn't help me much. So I called Christopher's, the one by me in Glen Echo, which is a great little hardware store. They're like, sorry, dude, we're out. But the store in Olney has plenty. Olney's a legit 40-minute drive for me, where I needed to get to. And I'm just like, damn it, I'm about to drive to Olney. So I get in the car, drive to Olney. At this point, it's starting to sleet. It's not bad, but it's just kind of gross out. But Brian, use my brain. Sent a text to the family text thread. Does anybody need salt? I'm out here. I can deliver this salt. So I got a bag for my sister-in-law. I got a bag for Lou and Joyce. I ended up getting a bag for my neighbor, KB. Drove from Olney, which is northeastern Montgomery County, I guess, to where Lou and Joyce live, which is northwestern Montgomery County. I spent a lot of time on 200.
You riding, dog.
Paid a lot of tolls. Shout out to Christopher's Hardware in Olney. They listened to the show. They were very cool, very nice. They had really good shovels. I got a new shovel with a metal tip at the end. I used it this morning. That was awesome. The Christopher's Hardware people were very, very nice. There was a girl out there selling Girl Scout cookies. bought some Girl Scout cookies. Driving around. And really, this snow last night, I'm watching Riv, and I'm like, there was a moment where I'm like, bleep, this is actual snow again. I couldn't want anything less to do with this snow.
Mm-hmm.
The ride in really wasn't bad. Was anybody?
It wasn't bad at all. I mean, I woke up this morning, everything was good. Like, this snow was not ice, like talking about.
Right. It was
I have this big.
What do you think you? Oh, we haven't done it. White Brian, look up Dulles.
I have this big broom. It's kind of heavy. I just went down and it just came right off my sidewalk.
Like the big, like you push it broom.
Yeah,
yeah. I use one of those to clean the cars.
That's what I do with the sidewalk. Just boom, boom, boom.
I think we had 3 inches ish.
Probably.
Which normally in a normal winter, 3 inches is our big snow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
2 inches.
We had that other
2
thing
inches
over
at
there.
Dulles.
We had that other stuff over there. That was, whew.
But dude, my boy Casey up on Cape Cod, they are out of power, over a foot of snow, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Like
because we had the southern remnants of it. They were showing that last night where right off that water, boy, they were getting up 6 to 10, 12 inches.
Yeah, that's where he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like 2 blocks from the ocean.
It's great when it's the summer, but when it's the winter and you got those storms, it's not really that good.
Brian, now, as I amass goodwill for dropping bags of salt off to my wife's family, I made a call. I was going to drive by the gym. Hey, I might go hit the gym, get a sauna in. You think there's time for that? Sure, babe. I really appreciate you taking the salt out to my parents. Hit the sauna, maybe hit the bar for a minute, had a beer.
You should have hit the bar, then hit the sauna.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she gonna know you went to the bar. Go to the sauna, she wouldn't know.
I mean, it's not a secret. I think she knows when I'm stopping. It's a multi-stop process.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you out, dog.
Jimmy Patsos will join the program next.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy.
heads at the combine. He had a 93% athleticism score. Ran a 4.35 40. 1.45 10-yard. Combine matters. Headed there today. What else matters is college hoops. And it's been a weird college hoops season in the DMV. Few people know, I mean, honestly, few people know more about college basketball on the planet than our friend Mr. Jimmy Patsos. Former assistant coach at the University of Maryland, won a national championship, former head coach at Loyola and Siena. Jimmy, how are you, sir?
Am I on here? What's going on? How we doing?
We good, brother. What's happening with you?
I figured you'd be out in Indianapolis.
He on his way.
5 o'clock, Dulles.
Mitch.
What's up, brother?
Let's start here. Jimmy, were you at that Duke-Michigan game Saturday night? That was a pretty epic ball game.
Epic. I saw Michigan play earlier this year. I did not see Duke. I was at Maryland beating Washington 64-60. They got a stop and a dunk. There was about 60 former players there. Buck Williams was there. Walt Williams, Joe Smith. Johnny Rhodes, Tom McMillan, Len Elmore, that crew. They
awesome.
They had a thing. Dave Neal and really led the charge. Dave Neal, who's from O'Connell, and played it. Him and Matt Rado kind of got this basketball coalition going. It was good, and so we all got together afterwards. I watched the whole second half. I love having the game in D.C. I love those kind of mid-February games. We played Oklahoma and Billy Tubbs once in Baltimore. We played Kelvin Sampson. We played Cincinnati. And Bob Huggins and Danny Foots. We used to play that one-out-of-conference game kind of in like January, February. I think it gives you a little different look. Duke, Michigan, in Washington, D.C. Boy, Ted Leonsis and family, they did a great job getting that game there because that was as good as it got.
Dude, so the one thing I couldn't help but notice watching that game, did you watch any of it, B?
Nah, I didn't get a chance to watch that one.
The amount of corporate logos on the floor. They had 3 logos, different logos on both baselines. Multiple logos on the court. Edward Jones presented it. The Edward Jones logo was as big as a bus. Jimmy, how does the money work in those situations? Does a promoter kind of rent out the arena and then both teams have to be paid? Because that looked like, I mean, the place was packed. The crowd was electric. Somebody made some money on Saturday night.
Yeah, the guy from Virginia named Russ Potts used to do a lot of these. That's how we got to play Georgetown in the USA Arena on Thanksgiving back then, the first time we had beat them. Lots of different people do them. I'm involved with like the Hall of Fame, and they do all this early. So I don't know who's doing this one late. I just know it was a really good game to have. But I'm also doing lots of other stuff. Look, JP, I'm as happy for Dwayne Simpkins, who's in third place. They have to, get a home game and the Patriot, and they win and they're in. Kenny Blakeney and Howard, by the way, both the Mountain guys, and I'm a Carolinian, so it's hard for me to like them. I'm just kidding, but So Howard's on a roll. They're on a roll. GW won a couple of really big games. They beat George Mason and Tony Skinn. They lost tough in the VCU. They beat Rhode Island, and then they have LaSalle Tuesday. Well, these guys are all setting up for their conference tournaments, and they all have to win them to go, but they're in good shape. The Hoyers he's struggling over there. Ed's he can't quite turn it all around. Good guy. I had them, they went to the Crown last year. I thought they were going to make the jump to the NCAA this year, and then up here I got Towson was scary. Mount St. Mary's can win it. In other words, if anybody's listening, I do the bigs. I'm very grateful, and Maryland's struggling, but we have unbelievable mid-majors. Mason could go, GW could go, Dwayne could go, Kenny could go. They could all go and win their tournaments this next 2 weeks.
Wow. So I want to talk about all the smaller schools and then eventually Maryland and Georgetown. But we could start right there in the Patriot League. Brian and I were out in Annapolis Thursday night, and we were talking.
Oh man, they won like 11 in a row. I think.
Yeah, dude. So Navy, both the men and the women at Navy have clinched the Patriot League. So which means they're the 1 seed in that tournament. AU
they host in that league.
Yeah, AU right now I think is the 4 seed. Do you think Navy wins that? I imagine they're like a prohibitive favorite. Could AU sneak into the tournament by winning that conference tournament?
Yes, I mean, look, they beat them last year. I was at that game. AU won at home. John Perry's he got the job. Ed DeChellis was there. Giles is consistent. Good to see him get it. Navy's physical, but Loyola's making a run up here too in that league too. But having the home court advantage. I'll tell you who's on fire is UMBC. They've won 6 out of 7. They're in first place in the American East. That's the conference at Vermont. John Becker, Catholic U grads, the coach at Vermont. In other words, Navy's definitely the most physical. Definitely has the line. They think they've won 11 in a row. But UMBC's on fire too. But having a home court all the way through is good. They also don't play every day. UMBC, the Patriot League, and American East will have a day in between each game.
Okay.
Wow. The A10, they're going to play 3 games in 3 days in Pittsburgh. The CAA, they're going to play 3 games in 3 days over at the sports arena over in where the Wizards and the Mystics play.
What's the thinking behind that, though?
Because they travel. Because they're home games.
Oh, okay.
Right? Isn't that why?
Their home games be mixed. So what they do is they get the crowd there, they get the home. It's actually cool. I don't like having the final in a home court advantage. Like last year, Navy had no chance. American U was packed. Dwayne did a great job. They had Matt Rogers, the center, and all these players. And you weren't going to win. The judge, Bob Matty, shout out to Bob Matty, R.I.P. Just passed away. This guy was a legendary DC figure. Was at that game with me, and everyone around here knows him who recruits. He did like scouting service. Great guy. Anyways, we were sitting there, and you walk in, American U's packed. The students are there. They're drinking beers in the end zone. Dave Beerworth does a good job. You have no chance almost to win that away game. However, I do like that system, B-Mitch. Host all the way up, but the finals, maybe the men and women should be like a doubleheader in a neutral site. But I don't make these decisions, so some have neutral, some don't. The Terps, they make their tournament. Not everyone makes their tournament anymore, JP. Like Mount St. Mary's has to make theirs. The MAC, only 10 or 13 make it. But, the Terps, if Darius Adams and those guys can get on, I'll tell you he's playing well. The kid Andre Mills is from Boston, the lefty. He looks like an NBA player all of a sudden. Really good. I got a picture of him and Johnny Rhodes this weekend together, both left-handed guards.
So, hold on. I want to get to Maryland.
Andre Mills could. Someone has to make a run in that league, and if they do, it's going to knock other teams out. That's why the Michigan Duke thing was that's like a Final Four preview. That was a whole different level,
All right, I want to make sure I mention Howard before we get stuck on a million questions I'm going to have about Maryland. Howard, 8-3 in conference. They're in first place. Is that a neutral site tournament or is that a home game? Like, what are Howard's chances to win that thing?
Very good. They go to Norfolk. Kenny Blakeney plays a tough out-of-conference schedule. He's got a thing where he's had Notre Dame and Mike Bray come. He had Missouri come this year. But he played Yale 2 weeks ago, and Yale beat him in overtime. Yale's the top.
I wanted to go to that game, yeah.
I know. It was on a Monday.
It was a Monday after the Super Bowl, so I had to work.
That's a wash. I mean, come on, that's a holiday. Anyways, Kenny Blakeney is a really good guy. I just saw him at. Unfortunately, Bill Courtney, another legendary figure who was a George Mason kid on the staff, passed away. So we're getting to that age where we're going to funerals and all we do is see basketball people. But Bill Courtney, great guy. I turn around and there's Kenny Blakeney, and I sit there and then we start talking like we always do about basketball and games and this. And he played Yale really tough. Morgan State's won. Norfolk State's kind of run that league. And for those of you listening, this is just what I do, so I'm used to all these teams, but Kenny Blakeney's done a great job. I think Kenny Blakeney and Howard has been one of the great stories the last 5 years. I hope he gets a chance to go to the next level. I don't want him to leave Howard. I'm not saying that, but he could, he should get a chance at the A10 in my opinion. He's done a really fantastic job.
How hard will it be for Howard to win? Because aren't those games in Norfolk? Isn't that conference tournament in Norfolk?
It is in Norfolk. There's 3 games in 3 days. I don't think conference eligible. That league's only 8 teams now because Florida A&M and Hampton and A&T left. So it's 3 games in 3 days, but if he gets the number 1 seed, I think he gets a bye because there's only 2. I think Coppin's not eligible this year. 2 games in 2 days is better than 3 games in 3 days. But yes, it is down in Norfolk, and Norfolk State's very good. I saw them play this year against Townsend. So it'll be the Wild West. It's going to be a great 2 weeks. The Hoyas, I don't think have a chance. I'm going out on a limb. St. John's wins the national title. I got Rick Pitino and St. John's cutting down the
St. John's.
Wow, the Johnnies.
That's my dog. Look, this is my outside field. This is who I think's the favorite. They've won. They haven't lost on the road at the Big East this year. They're quietly amassing this great season. They got deeper than you think, and And, hey, when Patino said curfew 5 a.m., that was my team for the year. That was it. I love that. So I got them. The Hoyas, I don't know if they can do it. But that's in the Garden. But the Maryland Terrapins will be interesting. Buzz has them playing harder. They've won 3 or 4. They go to Nebraska, who's vulnerable as the number 9 seed right now in the country. And we'll see what happens. But they're good enough to make some noise right now in the tournament. They won't get a bid unless they make a run in the tournament because they've had a tough year. But hang in there with Buzz. He's always done better in his second year at Virginia Tech and at Texas A&M and stuff. It's been a tough year, injuries. You got to have some players. And Gary Williams and I were sitting together, and I don't speak for Gary Williams ever, but I do love him and respect what he says. Joe Smith and Keith Booth were outstanding, but Johnny Rhodes, Dwayne Simpkins, and X-Ray went through a lot the year before when we lost. And Gary's point was if these guys, Mills and Adams and everyone can stay, you get Payne back, then you add, Bob and another big-time recruit from the portal. Then all of a sudden we go to 2 Sweet 16s. These guys have been through a lot, but they've learned on the fly. Buzz is learning the job. You add in Bob, who's a great player. He's a really good freshman. And then you have to have older guys. It's the portal now. It's older. And a portal guy, and you can turn it around. Because he was talking about our 93, 94. That's when we played the Hoyas. Because Joe Smith, Wayne Bristol, Mario Lucas, Johnny Rhodes, everybody was there this weekend. We were talking about how you have to get through that bad year, B. Mitch, but still keep the guys that learned from the bad year, and then add the new guys in.
Mm-hmm. So you feel good with Buzz. We're good with Buzz. This is obvious. The only loss that is they are playing a lot better. I hated the loss at Rutgers. I
was sitting in the second row, so you didn't hate it as much as I did. We couldn't score. They had their alumni day, their Final Four team undefeated. They honored all these guys. The basketball gods were not with them in the second half. We couldn't score. We just couldn't score, and sometimes that happens. Look, I didn't say it's perfect over there. It's going in the, look, you have to go through the growing pains. And this is Maryland's different than, like I said, that's his track record. He's won in Marquette, he's won in Virginia Tech, and he's won in Texas A&M. And it usually takes him a little while to get it going. I mean, different systems.
Different system now.
Different system. They're not going to Bentleys and closing them up like we did. So that's okay. It's a different world. But they just adjust to him and the players. The players are playing hard for him. And if the players play hard, you got a chance. If the players aren't competing and buying in, his team is connected and they play hard and all that. They just have struggled to shoot the ball this year.
Yeah,
Payne got hurt. But the Mills kid's gotten better. He's a pro. I think it's an NBA player. Now you got to keep what you got. That's my point. We kept Simpkins, Hip, Lucas, and Rhodes. Those are the 4 guys. Mario hit the threes when we beat UMass in the Sweet 16. You added in Booth, Dvorak, and Joe Smith, the Player of the Year. That helps. He's rookie and freshman of the year. But you got to kind of keep what you got and go. And that's where I see Georgetown too. Max back. I like Williams.
Dude, so let's have a conversation.
Guy, but they just can't seem to score the ball either.
The Hoyas, dude. So I hear you. I've talked to enough people over there. Buzz year 2 is when this thing will pop. They got the kid Baba coming in. I get it. Cooley at Georgetown. It's year 3, isn't it? I think this is a pretty surprising under 500, 5-11 in the Big East Hoyas team.
They played GW in an exhibition that was sold out. It was a great thing. I saw them beat Maryland in person. Max from St. John's and Williams is from Sidwell, and they have some players. The big guy got hurt. They're like one player away. I love Brian Blaney, who's my friend. Jason Williford's the assistant, and Cooley and I go way back. I thought they had it this year. I did. They would look like an NCAA team. I can't watch everybody. And so all of a sudden I woke up one day in February 1 and said, wow, they're down at the bottom and they keep losing close games. And it has nothing to do with the water bottle incident or any of that stuff. Ed Cooley is a good guy and he knows what he's doing. He can coach. He's really great to be around. He's like, it's just something's a tad off. But you know what it is? And B-Mitch, just right up your alley, B-Mitch. This is the NFL. They're not tough enough to win in the Big East, and they were early in the year. I don't know what's happened, but they just don't pull games out. I saw them lose to Seton Hall. I was at the game. I saw Villanova beat them. They're just not quite there, and that's not. And Cooley's a really good coach, and they got some good players. No depth, hey, and B. Mitchell, you'll know this from football. The portal's created this thing with stars and all that. You still got to have 6 through 10. You got to have a bench.
Totally.
You got to have some guys that want to rebound. You got to have some good bargains. Like the NFL's weird because, as we talked about the combine, you can get guys. And I don't mean Brady. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying guys like B. Mitch and all these guys that can help you win games in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. That's what the portal's like now. And if you're missing on that, and both the Terrapins and the Hoyas don't have enough bench. They don't have enough depth. They don't have enough experience in the toughness areas, the little nitty-gritty things. And then the Big Ten or the Big East, it's not going to happen if you don't have that.
Is Cooley, how hot is that seat, dude?
I don't know about any of that. He's got a good AD. Then he's another year. Nothing. Nobody's hot for another year. They owe all these guys a lot of money, and also he's got a really good AD. They have Georgetown knows it's not an on-campus arena anymore. It's a different era.
Yeah.
But once you win, people will come back and everything. They had a pretty good crowd for Seton Hall.
Totally.
The guy that's changing all this, and I know it's a little bit of an outlier. I don't want to reach too far, but he's my friend, is Ryan Odom at UMBC. So you Virginia fans,
that's what I was going to ask you about. UVA's a wagon.
Unbelievable. He's rocking and rolling. He's in second place. He got the job. He came from VCU already, brought a player. No, he's changed that roster. Kelsey Nocky, Chris Nocky's daughter's the Dobo. Here's what it is. He hit the portal right. He kept some kids. He's got some young. He's got some old. He's got Chase, who was a local kid, who's their point guard, who's just a really good college player. And all of a sudden, watch out for them.
Dude, I think they might be a Final
He was the
Four
guy at
team.
UMBC. I'm telling you.
No, UVA. And they're not, it's not that boring-ass basketball Tony Bennett was playing.
He was the guy at UMBC that beat Virginia, B. Mitch, back in the day.
Yeah.
So anyways, and that's what I mean. So, JP, we could do this all day, you and I, especially over a beer or two and a Buffalo when it's Clyde. Hey, JP, you can say what you want, but he's getting it done. Other guys are getting it done. Patino had to change his whole roster and got it done. UConn brought a whole bunch of guys in there, and they're unbelievable. They're that weird team that could win it, even though I don't think they're as talented as Michigan. Michigan's got 3 new guys. So people aren't as patient, but Cooley and Buzz and them give them another year. They're playing, which is good. UVA and Maryland's playing, which is good the rest of the next 4 years. But Ryan Odom has showed us all it can be done fast, and coaching matters, and he's a great offensive coach, and the place is packed, and he's done a great job in the community. And that thing's gone as well as it could possibly go, JP, and they could make a real run to the Final Four.
Dude, wow. Honestly, I agree with all that, watching them, and then watching Duke the other night. If you can be quick on this, but the thing that stands out to me is I'm watching the Wizards and how they're building, and this upcoming draft pick is going to be huge.
Wizards are fun. Go to the Wizards games. That's fun.
Dude, we've been on the Wiz early. That young core is fun to watch. People talk about DeBanza, and they talk about DNP from Kansas, Darren Peterson. Cam Boozer, I think, is going to be a star. I think he's going to continue to get better. I think he'll develop a 3-point shot in the pros. He's got
the bloodlines to do it. His father developed a 3-point shot.
There's no the kid Peterson is subbing himself out of college games. What's he going to do when he gets handed $40 million? Boozer, is going to work his ass off. I'm kind of all in on Cam Boozer to the Wiz.
I like Caleb Wilson, and don't anybody sleep on Nate Ament down there at Tennessee, who's a local kid. He's Kevin Durant light. I want everybody to understand that. But he's not as tall as him. Nobody shoots like KD. Nate Ament at Tennessee, I'll take him. I got 5 or 6 guys right now. And Dawkins and Winger are doing a good job. They're developing the young guys. Trae Young has really bought in. We haven't seen Anthony Davis yet. He's rehabbing. That's a different situation. But Trae Young seems all in, and so they got 4 or 5 real players that can start, and they got a good bench in Bub, and Koulibaly played well the other night, and they signed. They got the backup big and Vucevic, and everything. They're heading, but this is an important draft. And I'm with you, B. Mitch. I'm leaving you with this. I like guys that like to play. I like guys that are durable, that have that fight, that want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, Peterson's a wonderful player. I've seen him among the McDonald's committee. Joey Wooten, we have a kid Bivens in the area on the McDonald's. There's always McDonald's kids from DMV. I go to the game. I'm surprised, but Peterson all of a sudden thinks he doesn't want to play, or he's managing his own thing. We all know what that's like in that NBA level. That's different because LeBron James, James Harden, and a lot of these guys, they don't load managers. They play. And now all of a sudden you're in an 82-game season. And that's why I like Keyshawn George. He's tough. Bob loves to play up. Bob's just a game yet. Koulibaly's staying healthy. But this guy Will Riley is coming on, man. They got a lot of good young guys. And I think if Trae Young can really fit in, and then they find another, draft pick, and then Anthony Davis, if he plays, you have a chance to go really far in the playoffs. That's a whole different thing. But they've been fun to watch. But you got to have guys. That's my kind of message before. Virginia has 8 or 9 guys. The Wizards got to get 8 or 9 guys. That's what you got. That's what you got to build up to in the modern era. And if you have 8 or 9 guys, you got a chance. So, JP, I love you. B-Mitch, I owe you some golf shoes, some size 11s. I'll be in touch. I'll see you down the road.
Got you, brother. Love you, Jimmy. Thank you, buddy. That's the great Jimmy Patsos. Give him a follow at Coach Patsos. Nobody has more college basketball information in their brain than Jimmy Patsos.
No.
Like, you could ask him about Belmont. You could ask him about any college in the United States of America.
I'm going to find out if Jimmy and Nate are related.
He can break down their roster 7 deep. All right, nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk some Combine next. 1067 The Fan. Just talked to Jimmy Patsos. If you missed any of that interview, get on the Odyssey app or Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your content, we're there. Jimmy will make you smarter about college hoops for sure. Now, we're getting ready to go to Indiana for the NFL scouting combine. I am. Now, it's important that, the combine is about the young players getting ready to enter the NFL via the draft. But there's also way more than that going on.
Hell yeah.
It's a small city that's very centralized, and you have every owner, GM, head coach, or most of them anyway.
Most of them, agents, a lot of them too.
All the agents.
They are
a lot of agents.
That one hotel they live at.
The J-Dub bumps. I was talking to a buddy of mine. If you were just a big NFL fan, if you wanted to, you'd have to book it in advance. But if you just booked a hotel at the JW Marriott, Thursday to Sunday of this week, and you booked a couple dinner reservations at a couple of restaurants, you could have an NFL vacation because you would just see everybody involved. They're all just walking around, and it's a small city.
Totally.
The owners generally are a little more cordoned off because they have security guards and they kind of get driven around place to place.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else is just walking through these. They Minneapolis has them.
Yep.
They have these indoor walkways kind of between the buildings, so you don't have to be out because it's cold. You don't have to be out on the street. If you walk from the JW Marriott to the Indiana Convention Center, the convention center is attached to the stadium where the actual combine is taking place.
Mm-hmm.
If you just walk through these indoor walkways, you're going to be oh, there's Howie Roseman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah.
You're just going to see all these people.
They walk right by.
And what's even crazier, I don't think people realize this, there's not a lot of space for the actual athletes. And I'm sure there's a ton of excitement and most of these top guys don't even do anything.
Yeah.
They show up and get measured. But if you're the 7th best linebacker prospect or you're a day 3 pick, they invite a little over 300 guys to the combine. If you are invitee number 275, this is your opportunity.
It is.
And those dudes are just running sprints in the hallways of the convention center because there's no space for them to get warmed up.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting stretched out by their trainers. Just walk around. It is kind of crazy. And that's one of the best things about having it in Indy because it's a small centralized city.
Yeah.
Everything's just kind of on top of everyone.
It is. And but it's you're there. And the thing of it is, you're there for one reason, to spark somebody's attention in you. And I think everybody need to take advantage of it. For me, if I'm in a position and I know some of the top guys not going, I'm trying to do something to make them say, hold on now. Take a look at this guy too, because this guy is not working out. Let's say the guy had an injury history. Somebody else that may be a step down that don't have that injury history. If that guy's 4.55, you go drop a 4.50, hey, you may start getting more phone calls.
And the conversation around free agency is going to go through the roof. I just saw Ian Rappaport put this out. His list of the top available free agents. He's got Malik Willis at the top.
To be
just the best, the top free agent available.
I'm saying a quarterback that seemed to play well when he had a little chance last year.
Right. How much money do you think Malik Willis is about to make, and where do you think is a good fit for him?
I don't know what a good fit is, but I think I don't know if he's going to jump in that with the 4 in front of it range. I think it's going to be at the 3.
It's crazy
because people are going to remember they looked at what's the kid last year went to the Jets.
Fields.
He got 25, and they were like, So you know what? You don't want to go say 40. No. I think about 30-something.
But I think you also look at Sam Darnold and what he's been able to prove and be now a few years.
Yeah, but Sam Darnold has that whole year of a 14-win season.
Totally.
Prior to going to Seattle. None of these guys got anywhere close to that.
I mean, Geno Smith with the Raiders is making $38 million.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Willis is a true free agent, gets to call his shot. I think you'll have multiple teams serious about him.
How many games has he started?
Jets,
How many games has Malik Willis started?
I'll pull it up right now. I don't understand. Pro Football Reference has all of a sudden started adding this like human verification page every time you like change pages.
A lot of stuff is starting to do that because there's so much fraud going on, dog.
Dude, I meant to bring this up. And
I deal with that on Easy Pass every time I deal with it.
And one thing I've started to get a lot of are emails from people I don't know about GoFundMe pages. Have you gotten any of that?
Yeah.
And it's got this sad story.
But if you don't know it, don't read it.
I know.
Don't
click on
my
that link.
thing is, don't like. Let's be real, man. It's a lot of stuff going on. I understand people need help, but you can't just send something to somebody out the blue like that. It's too much fraud going on for that type of crap.
Willis only started one game this year. I thought it was more than that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm thinking.
Now, he played in 4 games, but he started against the Ravens. The Packers lost that game, but he was really good. He went 18 to 21 for 288 with a touchdown.
See, I look at the fact they are going to slow play him. I think most teams will. They're not just jumping up to the 40-something million because one game started.
Right.
Look how many games you played. We understand there's potential, but the last thing a team wants to do is get stuck with that.
Do you think Malik Willis is ready? Like, the athletic gifts were always there.
He has athletic gifts, but like I'll tell you all the time, guys drafted first, second, third round. I mean, first, second, third in the first round. They're not completely ready. They have the potential to get it done, but are they like what Jaden did last year, what we see Caleb doing this year, even Drake May. That's some fantastic stuff, but they're not completely all the way there. They still got to improve some more. But, I don't, but what they've shown, has Malik Willis shown that? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. We all think Pickens is going to get tagged, right?
Hell yeah. If he don't, then there's some dumb people in Dallas.
Do you think he ends up staying in Dallas?
I would say yes, because for him to go, if a team wants to come in and take him, once they tag him, they got to give a lot.
Right.
And for Pickens, as good as he is, he's a wild card. So
totally.
if I'm going to try and sign a long-term deal plus part with a first round or possibly 2, or first round and some other picks, and a long-term, and you could go AWOL on me, that's tough to do, bro.
I'm wondering, as we're trying to figure out the free agents Washington's going to be in on. This is from NFL.com. And when I read this sentence, I hear Durante Jones in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Boye Mafe, edge rusher, 27 years old. Mafe's film is more intriguing than his stats. He is an incredible athlete who plays hard and can handle a variety of roles. He's worth the premium he'll cost. Versatility.
Yep.
We don't know who they're going to spend big on, but Mafe's a player I'm starting to really pay attention to. 4 years in the NFL. That's another player that Logan mentioned.
He's right about that time, too, where those guys, where you've seen them learn a lot.
Starts to make more sense.
They're about to hit the ground running, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I think they'll have to add some corners. Mafe's, because I just, like, Jalen Phillips from the Eagles, previously with the Dolphins, I think is going to make a ton of money. And I just wonder if a team would be nervous about kind of where he is athletically. Just a dude that's had like significant injuries. Mafe's been much more durable in his 4 years in Seattle. He missed 2 games last year, but I don't know. That dude seems like you want somebody on the upslope of their career, and he seems like one of those types.
Mm-hmm.
The other big question that you're going to start to hear significantly this week in Indianapolis, trades in the NFL. Let's explore something that Adam Peters has been very open to in his 2 years in Washington, are trades. Could AP be looking to make another big one? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Linebackers. This team's going to have a lot of interest in the D linemen and the linebackers. Hell, maybe the kicker, too. I got no idea what they're doing at kicker.
Yeah.
That's probably pretty far down their list, but they'll be paying attention.
It shouldn't be, though.
Today,
a kicker is something that needs to be a good one and a consistent one.
You're correct about that. Today, defensive backs and tight ends arrive. On Wednesday, the running backs, the quarterbacks, and the wide receivers arrive. And then, I'm sorry, on Tuesday is the RBs, QBs, wideouts. And then Wednesday is the offensive linemen. They gear this all up so that you get the on-field workouts for your DBs and tight ends will be Friday night. The on-field workouts for your quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, the ones that people want to watch the most of, will be Saturday night. B, I also think we're going to hear a lot about trades. And I think the two biggest possible names, Max Crosby with the Raiders, and I wonder about A.J. Brown with the Eagles.
Well, after watching stuff last year, I think that could possibly come up big time, A.J. Brown. But if one more trade happens with him, does he start getting on that side where people start saying too much of a headache?
I think he might already.
I mean, his coach is a little psychopath. So that situation right there, that's going to be a little different.
So I guess it was only a couple weeks ago, A.J. Brown was on Micah Parsons' podcast, and he said Philly's home. It was like the first time he really sounded like somebody that doesn't want to be traded. He said, yeah, as an offense, we just come back and just really watch the tape and rediscover ourselves and go to work each and every day, being accountable and just taking one day at a time. We have great leaders in our locker room, and I'm fortunate to be part of that, especially on offense. And we do have a lot of talent, but talent gets us nowhere. So it's all about being detailed and being disciplined. Says he's excited about the change at the offensive coordinator. He says, I'm excited for the season. I'm excited for what's to come. When I got to Philly, man, Philly welcomed me with open arms. That's home, man, and I love them. I love the support. I love the accountability. I love everything else that they do. But it's just, I love it. Philly is Philly. You have to be there to understand.
Now, that's the most honest statement I ever heard him say. Listen, when you're in it, you figure it out. But one thing I can tell you, when you go there, if you come there with hype, you better live up to it. Because if you don't, they're going to let you know about it. But if you live up to it and you perform for them, now they're going to love you. It may love you more than the coach. So A.J. Brown seems to be more, what I pick up from A.J. Brown is very much like T.O. They like him. They like T.O. They'll turn on somebody else for those guys because they act like they are Philly. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
this is also interesting. On the same podcast, Micah Parsons said he was very close to being traded to the Eagles. He said, I was really about to come, but there was one person that I had to play with, and if he was gone, I did not want to be there, and that was Jalen Carter. Dallas wanted a defensive tackle, and they wanted to trade me plus some picks. I don't really care about the picks, but I'm coming to play next to JC. So sorry, Cowboys fans, it really almost happened. Can you imagine if Parsons got traded to Philly? Or, more importantly, could you imagine if Jalen Carter was on the Cowboys? I guess it doesn't really matter now. But
I'm saying I don't think Jerry wanted to see him twice a year.
Yes, but if he got Carter in return,
okay,
it's interesting. Do you think A.J. Brown gets traded?
It's a possibility. I can say this: the fans may not want it done, but I think that coach wants it done. Because when he ran down there sideline and he got up to him and A.J. Brown did not back up and he stepped to him, he realized at that moment, like, he might whip my ass. And the coach don't want to be around that.
All right, I got some exciting news if you're out there listening. B. Mitch, Have you heard of the Dave Matthews Band?
Yes.
That's a pretty famous.
The Dave James Band.
That's a pretty famous band. I mean, the youngest guy in here is Luigi. Luigi, have you heard of Dave Matthews Band?
I have.
Okay. Like, I'm trying to think. Dave Matthews probably has a YouTube page. I mean, this is a long-time American rock band that's very famous. They have 535,000 subscribers to their YouTube page. I'm curious what, like, their Instagram, I bet, is just off the millions. I don't know. Let's check their Dave Matthews Band. They have 3 million followers on Facebook. The Dave Matthews Band is a very large band. And what's exciting is we get to give away tickets to a Dave Matthews concert. But Jeff just walked in here and said, yo, JP, I need you to do the read for that band, Dave James or whatever.
Hey, JP, you know how you always say tell it to Americas? That's just what it is, bro.
Jeff, have you legit never heard of them now that I'm saying the Dave Matthews Band?
Bro, I don't even know who David Matthews is.
Caller number 10.
Look it up, Jeff.
Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Dave Matthews at Jiffy Lube. I went and saw Dave Matthews. It was then called Nissan Pavilion in college or in high school. I mean, those concerts used to bump. You get up on the lawn, bunch of 16-year-olds drinking beer. Those were fun times. Nobody go anywhere. David Aldridge will join us next. High noon in the District of Columbia, and Jeff has heard of Dave Matthews. You know this song, right?
You got to know this song.
Yeah, I know this and Crash Into Me, but I didn't know their names.
Okay, well, we're all learning today. Every time David Aldridge joins the program, we all learn something. Hello, DA. How do you do?
What's up, gentlemen? How are you?
We're good, man.
Oh, thank you for making time for us. Of course, you can read all of DA's work in The Athletic. I wanted to start by asking you how excited you were that the D.C. area got more snow.
Oh, it was fantastic. I was so excited to go out there and take my sprained wrist back out there to shovel some more snow. So yeah, no, it was good.
Oh
good.
God.
That was fine. My wife was actually here with me this time. She wasn't here for Snowmageddon. We got it done in like half an hour. Yeah, right. Not only was she not here, B, she was in Key West with her sisters.
Oh,
which is
wow.
just
just rubbing it in.
Come on, I gotta give it to her. That's pretty smart. Come on,
yes,
pretty
indeed.
Yeah, I want to talk some football with you, but I'd be remiss not to ask you if you watched the hockey yesterday, and just, I'm sure you did. Kind of what you thought of it. What a moment that was.
Great. No, it was great. Great competition. Two great teams. No quarter, no given. I'm no hockey expert, but I know I can tell when there's speed, real speed on a playing field, even on the ice, and you could just see the back and forth that both teams had incredible speed, incredible goaltending from both teams. Just great game. It was fun to watch. I'm glad the U.S. team won. I wouldn't have been upset if Canada had won because they were just as good. So it was just a matter of somebody making a big play, and Hughes made a big play, and dude did it with 3 less teeth than he had when he started the game. So that's pretty good.
Unbelievable.
I think that save by Hellebuck was
unbelievable.
That was unbelievable right there.
He was unbelievable. It was just the atmosphere was great. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I did not realize they hadn't won the gold since the Miracle team.
Crazy.
I thought for sure they had won somewhere. And
I was
guess
11
they
years
hadn't.
old, Dave.
Yeah, So I remember that game too because I watched it for some reason. I don't know why. Well, I'll tell you why. I remember it was on tape delay, and I watched it on the Baltimore station because on our TV where we lived in Northeast for some reason. The Baltimore station, we got a better signal than the DC station.
Wow!
And the thing was, the great Renee Poussaint, who was on Channel 7 in DC, she gave away the ending during one of the updates while the game was going on. She gave away the ending, so she would have given away the ending if I'd been watching Channel 7 that night instead of Channel 13.
That's funny.
Crazy.
Yeah, I can't believe something like that was tape delay. I know it was a different world.
Yeah, it was 8 o'clock because the game started at 5 Eastern and they didn't show it till 8 Eastern.
That's what's even crazier that was on tape delay. It was in the U.S. It was like on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Just showing live.
Right. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. It's a different time.
Different time. All right. So, folks are getting to Indiana. NFL Scouting Combine's about to start. Adam Peters will address the media tomorrow. You'll hear it live right here on B. Mitchell Finley. And then Dan Quinn's going to speak later in the afternoon. I'm going to assume you'll hear that live on Grant and Danny. DA, what's your first question for AP at this point?
I mean, I guess I would say, obviously we're several weeks from the draft, but is your inclination to keep the pick or to move the pick? That's what I would like to know first and foremost. And it's okay if he wants to move the pick and get more picks. I get that. I don't think anybody would begrudge them that. And I think a lot of people would prefer they do that, actually. So that would be my first thing. And then, if he probably wouldn't answer that, at least not in a definitive way. But I certainly would want to know, given that you have 2 new first-time coordinators, how much more of a premium will there be in terms of how does that change roster building? Do you go all in on free agents or mostly in on free agents because you're going to need as much talent as possible to help young coordinators who are just learning their way. I mean, how do you kind of prioritize that if that's the case? You know, like that has to have consequences. You would just have a very different approach, I would think, to free agency and the draft if you have brought two veteran guys in here who have particular systems with particular ideas about particular personnel, and then you can kind of micro-target guys that fit those profiles for personnel that they would want in their system. Whereas with new guys who are just starting, I can't imagine they say, well, I have to have this kind of safety or this kind of defensive tackle or this kind of linebacker. I think you can probably have more leeway to go after different types of guys. I just wonder how that's all going to play out.
Yeah.
You know, the marriage of those two things, because it just creates a lot of questions for guys that have never had to call plays before.
I think the thing for me is kind of like the defense we know is basically depleted.
Yeah.
Offense, you have some pieces. I wonder which side is he leaning towards.
Yeah, I mean, I would think he would say defense, because I think anybody, even a cursory look at this team, would tell you they have more on the offensive side. Now, they have things that they need to get. They need a tight end, right? Like, they do need one. They probably need another wide receiver, but you don't have to use the 7th pick, and you wouldn't use the 7th pick, I would think, on either of those positions if you kept the pick. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the defensive side is the one where they need a lot of help. Really, at all three levels, every one of those position groups, to me, needs more talent. All of them do. Yeah. So whichever way they go, you know, if they take Downs at 7, fine with me. You know what I mean? Like, he's really good. So, you know, I think they need an edge rusher. If there was, now there may not be an edge rusher to take at 7, which then says, do you take the safety at 7, which is kind of high for safety. But but if he's as good as everybody says he is, then why wouldn't you take a guy that's more talented than most safeties that are coming out in a given draft? If he's better than that, I mean, I don't remember anybody complaining about taking Sean Taylor 5th because he was that good. You know, like, and so if Downs is that good, take him at 7. That's fine with me.
What's interesting, DA, is we're talking with our friend David Aldridge here from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at David Aldridge DC, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. What's interesting, DA, is a number of kind of the draft analysts that I think are best at their job have identified Caleb Downs as safety out of Ohio State you were referencing as probably the best singular defensive player in this draft, and then Jeremiah Love, the running back, as the best singular offensive player in this draft.
Right.
I'm with you on Downs. I think people get too caught up in positional value. If he's a star, you need stars.
Yep.
What would you think if they went the other way, though, and Love's sitting there and they're like, all right, we're just going to have to score 35 a game?
I mean, there's an argument to be made for that. I would disagree with the argument, but I respect the fact that you could make that argument, right? Yeah. Like, you could say, we've got a superstar talent at quarterback. We've got a very good offensive line. We've got at least one really good wide receiver. If we got a stud running back, just a no doubt, this guy is a superstar level running back, then we can score 35 points a game and just outscore people. Now, I wouldn't do that because of injuries.
Yep.
Because people get hurt. Who gets hurt a lot? Running backs and quarterbacks get hurt a lot. You know what I mean? Like, and so to me, it wouldn't be worth it because I can't guarantee that Jeremiah Love's going to play 17 games. You know,
that position.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's why I wouldn't do it. I understand the argument, but I just wouldn't do it because I just don't. I think running back, we have seen over the years, and especially here, we saw it last year with Bill. We saw it with Alfred Morris a few years ago. You can get a good running back in the 6th or 7th round. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to use the first round pick in a top 10 draft or top 10 pick in the draft on a running back. You can get a good running back, not as good, but a good running back later in the draft.
I tend to agree with you, man. It is an interesting kind of dynamic there. The other side of this, like certainly nominally, the combine is about the potential draft picks, but it's also kind of setting the market for free agency and everything else that happens.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Kind of the top of my list for things I want to hear Adam Peters talk about And admittedly, this is tainted by what happened last year with Terry McLaurin. But
Yeah.
the contract situation. Like Terry, everybody played pretty nice between Terry and the organization kind of up until May-ish.
Yeah,
Laramie's not going to play nice. Like he's just going to be off the grid. Nobody's going to hear from him.
Yeah,
right.
But he's not going to play nice at all in this. I want to know how big of a priority is getting the Tunsil thing done, maybe even before free agency opens, and to not let this linger like the McLaurin thing did.
Yeah, no, it's huge because you're talking about OTAs and training camp, and we saw the lack of, what having no OTAs and no training camp did for Terry, even after having a great year with Jaden, right? Like he had a sensational year with Jaden in 2024, right? And not having that time together messed everything up. And then he got hurt, which again, is going to happen when a guy doesn't practice and doesn't participate in training camp. You have got to be in training camp. Like you have to be.
Yeah.
And so, no, absolutely. To me, it is the top priority. I think the discussion or the talking points about wide receiver and how you just can't spend money on a 30-year-old wide receiver, blah, 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 I think allowed that negotiation to get sideways. I don't want to hear none of that with Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
He's one of the best left tackles in football. He's 30 years old. Pay him. Period. End of sentence. Stop with the don't tell me about how well
show so other people don't come. Listen, man, one thing I know, the reputation of a franchise is talked about in a locker room.
Right.
In multiple locker rooms.
Yes.
You try to play hardball with too many people, you end up in a situation where people say, not talking to you.
Exactly.
That could be a problem.
Yeah, we don't now I understand history with Peters. He doesn't like paying wide receivers. Okay. That's just his thing, and that's fine if that's what he just believes that as a core principle. Well, I shouldn't say he didn't pay them because it wasn't his decision, but his organization traditionally in San Francisco was very reluctant to pay wide receivers at the top of the market. Now they paid Trent Williams at the top of the market. He wasn't the top paid tackle, but he was a top 4 or 5 tackle, I believe. All right, well, same thing here. You know what the number is? Get it to him. Now you can structure it in whatever way you want to give your franchise some flexibility, maybe at the back end. But I don't want to hear about, well, this is complicated because of his age and blah, blah. No, it's not. Mm-hmm. This is not complicated. And and to your point, Brian, you can't have this a second year where the Commanders were nickel and diamond and not doing what was supposed to be done for guys that proved themselves.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying give money to somebody that hadn't proven themselves. McLaurin had a great year. They didn't pay him at the top of the market. Tunsil had a great year. They better pay him at the top of the market.
Right.
See, right. I look at it like this, D. You can say what you want about the receiver, the lineman, whatever. You know what you need to make sure it's going to be helped out and protected? Number 5.
Yeah.
5. Exactly.
See, when you make him have to do more, that risk of injury goes up.
That's right.
And I think that should be the game plan to make sure you alleviate that.
Absolutely. And then, again, so you have a full off season with your group going forward with a new coordinator. Again, with a first-time coordinator. I know he's been in the building, but it's still his first time. Everybody's got to be on the field as often as possible to know what he wants and how he wants it done.
Mm-hmm. Talking with our friend David Aldridge here on the Ruud Guest Hotline, RUUD. Ruud makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. I'm with you. To me, the Tunsil thing is like you just traded for him and you knew the contract situation. There was no surprise. Like, if I'm able to look at that and identify, he's going to want to get paid next year, Laramie's able to look at it, and so is Adam Peters, Josh Harris, Lance Newmark, the equipment guys. Like, everybody's going to be able to read that room, man. So
that's right. And he was by all accounts really well received in the locker room.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it in action, right? Like, he wasn't a big media guy, but he was a big part of the locker room guy, if that makes sense. Absolutely. I did want to ask you one other thing, because there's going to be fascinating movement to me at the top of this draft board this week. And I'm not sure that David Bailey, Ruben Bain, or Arvell Reese, odds are they won't do anything physically this week. They'll do it at their pro days. That's become, this is crazy. I just saw Ruben Bain's not even going to the draft. To the combine.
Wow. Bain not going.
And
Mendoza not working out.
Right. That's become the norm, and they're going to do their pro days, and that's cool. But there's, for some time, Arvell Reese looked to be the top edge rushing prospect. And I think from a physical tools standpoint still might be, but it seems like David Bailey from Texas Tech and Ruben Bain are really jumping up because of the work they did on the field, which should matter most. What would you think about getting Reese at 7?
Wow. Well, I mean, I would take him if that's what you're asking.
Right.
I just don't think he'll be there at 7. I mean, he's been linked to the Jets for a minute, hasn't he? Like, I mean,
but now it's who knows, right? It's all conjecture and lying season, but
right. But I mean, look, if he's there at 7, take him. Don't think twice about it. Like, to me, that's a no-brainer. If people are saying Micah Parsons with that dude, then what are we talking about? Like, like that's an easy one. That's a no-brainer. I would be fine with any of those 4 defensive players, and I'm including Downs in that, at 7 if they stay at 7. Now, I could see them trading back if they can trade back and get an extra third out of moving back 7 or 8 spots. I guess it would be probably in the first round. I would be fine with that. But you would certainly think the lineman from Miami has been talked about as a top 5 pick the whole time in every mock draft I've seen, right?
Yep.
The offensive lineman from Miami, the guy that they're not sure if he's a tackle or a guard, but and certainly Mendoza's going 1. So I mean, there are receivers that conceivably could go in it before Washington picks, although it's not likely. I grant you. And I don't think there's any other quarterbacks. And I haven't seen any drafts where Love is in the top 5. But, it only takes one team to say he's our guy. So you would think one of those 4 guys would be there for Washington at 7. One of those 4 defensive guys would be there. And I would be fine with any of those 4 defensive guys at 7 for Washington.
Yeah, me too. I really like Bailey. It's going to be interesting to see who rises, who falls. I didn't even have time for it today, but maybe we circle back. I'm starting to really like Cam Boozer in a Wizards uniform. That's where my brain's starting to go.
He's not bad at all, and he's at the very least, I think he's an 18-9 guy in his sleep in the NBA. Like, I can't see him not being that, right? So
lot to like there.
But the kid from Carolina, I'm telling you, Lord.
You're a Caleb Wilson guy. All right. I like that too.
Oh, my.
He's a beast.
Thank you for the time, man. We appreciate you.
All right, guys.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
Yep.
That's the great David Aldridge. Give him a follow at David Aldridge, DC. Read his work in The Athletic. Maybe we open these phone lines up. Just do some straight-up combine talk. I got a number of things I want to see this week. Questions I'm going to ask. People I want to gather information from. I'll explain what I'm looking for when we come back.
Beat Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living.
headphones on. Jeff's cranking Dave Matthews in my ears. B-Mitch is talking to me about a Nautilus machine.
Shake plate.
Chris Russell's out there talking about exotic hamburgers that, like, CK bought him a burger and he still is complaining about, which is...
He got something free and he complaining about it?
Quite a world. There's a lot going on here. Luigi's running around.
Are y'all related?
Who?
You and Roos.
No.
Y'all complain a lot.
Nah. Jeff Walker revealed he did not know who Dave Matthews was.
You know who Dave James is, though.
Ticket. Yeah. And now he's just constantly playing it. My favorite Dave song, if you want to play it, Jeff, it's kind of a slow song, though. It's Satellite. It came out, I was in, like, 5th grade, I want to say. Rooster just walks in and just immediately causes havoc everywhere he goes. I think we're giving away another set of Dave Matthews tickets in like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe we're not. You messed up. It was not 2 giveaways. It was just 1. You gave me 2 reads for Dave Matthews.
You got to give away the Harlem Globetrotters, son.
Okay, but instead of 1 Dave, 1 Globetrotters, I got 2 Dave. So... don't shoot the messenger. Shout out to the Harlem Globetrotters.
Shoot the messenger.
Take the points with the Washington Generals.
How many games have the Generals won? 4, 5 over these all these years?
0. No.
No, they won some. Told you I used to know someone that was the stepfather of, but her stepfather used to be one of the the referees.
Oh wow!
So
they were in on it.
Yeah, you know what's happening.
The biggest thing I want to try to get some clarity, some information on this week in Indiana is the situation with Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. And Tunsil represents himself.
Yeah.
So this is not something where we have to try to track down an agent in a hallway. I've done that. Laramie Tunsil ain't going to be there. He's I believe he lives outside of Tuscaloosa now, but so he can maybe I want to say it's Tuscaloosa because that's where his strength coach moved and he followed him. Like he's putting the work in.
Smart man.
But Tunsil's not going to be there. So there's not going to be a mouthpiece for Tunsil at this event. So maybe Peters can choose his words more wisely, knowing more than likely there isn't another side to the story that will emerge. But because of how things went with Terry last year, thank you, Jeff. I just want them to get this done.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think what you have to look at, there are certain people on your team to where that negotiation process becomes everybody's business. And it can affect your chemistry. Tunsil rolled in here and instantly became a leader. Guys respect him. They saw him play for so long and he played at a very high level. If you talk like they say, we are going to take care of our guys. We have certain guys we consider Washington Commanders. This is a way of proving that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everybody, listen, one thing I know about pro football, the rules are not the same for everybody. So you may have to play hardball with some people, play tough with some people. Not everybody.
Totally.
Certain guys you play hardball with, you send the wrong message to your people inside your locker room.
Yep. So I think it's just an important time for them to try to figure some stuff out. After that, where we will get a real idea, I think you saw this with when Rappaport last week came out and said, expect to see some fireworks. The time to spend is now. That tracked with me for Washington, and I think we will see that. I keep following the Boye Mafe stuff. He's a guy that seems to hit a lot of what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? And versatile, big. I think we had Logan on last week, and he said that his tape way outperformed the stats.
Yeah.
Now I know, just texting with some guys, the coaching staff isn't going out to Indy. It's interesting how more and more teams are handling the trip to the combine. It used to be the full staff went.
Yeah.
I remember one year flying out of BWI, the entire Ravens organization was on my flight from Baltimore to Indy. I remember I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember a few years ago, I was leaving for Indy after the show, and I got that food poisoning, and I was barfing in between segments?
Mm-hmm.
I remember I still went, right? And I remember I threw up once in the parking lot at Dulles. Then I get through security. I'm at the gate, and I was talking to Jack Del Rio. Like, we were both just standing in line for the plane, and we were just kind of BSing.
The Paris Musketeers coach.
That's right. But like, I was just BSing with JDR, and I was like, excuse me. And I had to go into the men's room before the plane, got sick again. God, that was brutal, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That was, but like, I don't know why that non sequitur came into my mind, but it did. Their level of spending, they're going to have to go top 3 market. I'm not saying they have to be the biggest spender, right?
Yeah.
But they're going to have to go top 3 in the NFL on at least one deal. Otherwise, I think they're sitting on their hands too much.
Yeah. Like, I don't think to be like, I've been at the combine. I've been there as a participant. I've been there as a media guy. You don't need your whole coaching staff there.
Yeah.
There is not enough. That's not, listen, fans, I understand you all love it. You get enamored by it. There's not enough going on to have all those people there. You got some running around, some jumping, some talking. Okay? If you have people who handle your mental health, your psychological stuff, they do the interviews. Because guess what coaches are used to? Getting the paper and reading reports. Reading what someone says about somebody. If you got your scouts and you have a lot of faith in your scouting department, they can do everything their time, people do all that stuff. And guess what? The NFL today, they don't have to be right next to a person to send information. They can time somebody, put it into the little pads they have, and it pops right up at the coach wherever he's at. He could be here doing something. And I know they go there, the GM and the coach, to have their little press conferences. But other than that, they don't have to be there.
More and more teams.
Technology has gotten so well where, dude, you can find out information damn near immediately when it happens. Like you watch a little commercial with the surface pads where the guy runs a 40, he go, one of the top 5 linebackers ran this 4.5 40, blah, 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 and it pops right up back to the office wherever the person was. That stuff happens in real time these days. So everybody don't have to be there. You don't have enough damn room anyway. You stated that earlier.
COVID changed it all anyway. Like, enough teams did it remote. I mean, it's kind of like the NFL's not that different from the real world. Like, enough people started working remote that they're like, yo, I'm not going back. Mm-hmm. I think the Rams stopped going entirely for a couple of years. It does impact the ability to get the interviews in person, to get like that actual vibe of the human. But I think,
you know how many videos and interviews I did during COVID?
Right.
On Zoom. One thing I think Zoom gives me over texting, I see.
Right.
Okay? I can see and I can hear your voice inflection. I can see what you're doing, how your facial expressions are. When I'm texting with somebody or emailing with them, I don't know what the hell you're saying and doing. But the Zoom is something close. You can pick that up. And you'll find out if the guy is in the middle of a room, whereas he's just in that room by himself, he's okay, he took this serious. If he's sitting in the middle of a crowded room with people running around doing stuff, he's not taking this serious. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff you can read in that. So it's they have everything they need.
For sure. I got a bunch of questions for the Commanders. The Tunsil thing's at the top of my list. Then I want to know, how much money are you spending? Like, you've had money. You haven't spent it. Presumably,
they won't answer that one for you.
The Lattimore thing has to happen at some point. Yeah. They haven't officially done it. Everybody's aware of it. Like, that's another one I don't really get why you wait. You see other teams are making these moves. Maybe they Honestly, I won't be shocked if they do it tonight just because AP knows he has to talk tomorrow. And
don't want to ask it?
I mean, he's going to get asked about it. So people understand the podium sessions, the true podium sessions at the Combine are absolute chaos. The NFL allows probably thousands, there are thousands of credentialed media members for this thing. And because of the draft focus and the college football focus and the centrality of where Indianapolis is, the amount of people that drive to this thing, it is an absolute circus for media. And I've seen it in the past, there are young people with a podcast or a YouTube page, and they are absolutely looking to cause trouble with some of the questions.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of guys are kind of talking at the same time. Like when AP talks, I'm trying to pull this up because when Peters talks, there's a bunch of other GMs talking at the same time.
That's the NFL thing.
Well, it also just thins the crowd. You know?
Here we go. If I have people from different towns talking at the same time, you know who I have following them? The people who follow them all the time.
Right.
And I also stop the troublemakers from just being at all of them doing all kind of stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they may end up getting some of them, but they're not going to get every one of them.
Totally. It's going to be very interesting to watch how it all kind of shakes out. And I don't think... Yeah, here it is. So when Adam Peters talks tomorrow at noon, you're also going to have Brett Veach, the GM of the Chiefs, talking. You're going to have Jesse Minter, the new head coach of the Ravens, talking. And you're going to have Nick Caserio, the GM of the Texans, talking. So, there's going to be a lot of interest with these other folks that you might not have that same kind of crazed level for Washington. And then when Dan Quinn talks at 3 o'clock, Duke Tobin, who's the GM in Cincinnati, is speaking at the same time. But, oh, by the way, Nick Sirianni's also speaking at the same time. So, maybe that's just how their schedule worked out and that those were the best times. But I don't think at either of those moments will the Washington guys be the main event. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I wouldn't be stunned if there was some strategery involved there.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm not mad at them. They're allowed to do what they want. You also have guys talking Wednesday, including two first-time the defending Super Bowl champion. Mike McDonald's going to talk at the same time as Mike Vrabel. I imagine those two haven't seen each other since the field at Santa Clara. They'll see each other in the hallway in Indy.
Never know, man. They might have hung out together. They defensive guys, too. Man, they probably went on a family vacation.
All right, 1 o'clock, we're opening. What prospects do you want to see at the NFL Combine? Who are you thinking of for the Washington Commanders? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. the NFL Combine? Are there specific prospects you're watching for? I know everybody's got draft prospects, man. People get very excited. I can't stress this enough. I think Christo Doyle, that makes reality television. Like, if you are a reality TV producer, you need to make reality television about the insane things that get argued about at radio stations. Like, we worked at television stations, and that's one world. Radio's a different world. It's just crazy in here. I think right now, Jeff and Luigi are still screaming at each other over who, what, when, where, why. What topic? I can see these two yelling at each other about. I'm not getting into the topic because I think it's insane. I'm talking, Jeff. I'm talking. What I'm about to do is give away these Globetrotter tickets.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, the commercial breaks at a radio station are just Rooster's peeking his head in here. I don't know what's going on around here, man. Just insanity. Insanity reigns. I did have a real question. Has anybody heard? I heard that PreCheck got shut down for a while because of the government shutdown. We need a boots on the ground, somebody that's been at the airport, because PreCheck's vital getting through Dulles.
I don't know if it was because of it. I think it was something that happened for like a week.
If anybody's at the airport, let me know.
I heard that last week. They were discussing that. You should be cool now, though.
Okay,
based off of what I heard.
I let my Clear expire because Clear, sometimes the line is longer than the regular people line because they're trying to sell Clear all the time. The amount of people that have it, and then there's only one dude doing the check-in. I'm over Clear.
The Clear.
I still have my PreCheck. PreCheck's the best.
Clear and PreCheck together. The ones I always go through.
Some of them. Some of them is just Clear.
I've never
a lot. The Indy Airport doesn't have Clear, or at least last year.
Yeah, I haven't seen just a Clear by itself in a long time.
At National, they have just Clear.
I would go through Clear PreCheck in National.
It depends what terminal, but yeah, I hear you. I need to know. I need PreCheck operational at Dulles today. We got somebody from the airport. Let's do this. Ed, hey, you there? Who's there?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, so look, I work in news. I'll tell you guys right now. TSA PreCheck, because of the partial government shutdown, has been affected. It is affected because of that. So until that is pretty much lifted, because like DHS is like, affected by that, they have shut the TSA PreCheck down. However, if that ends before you leave for the HAT, maybe you get lucky. But for right now, it has been shut down. And I think that's because, like, the last time the shutdown, like the full shutdown happened, you saw a lot of the workers not showing up. So I think they prepared that people that were working in those lines or the staffing issues they may have may be impacted by that. So they shut that down, I think, to move. This is just my speculation, to move a lot of those people that still might show up to other lanes to kind of help speed it up.
Okay.
So basically, you're telling me it might be screwed up.
Possibly.
Is that accurate?
I'm telling you that if you don't leave that radio station and get to that airport after and not complain about traffic, then you're screwed.
He has no problem going out to Dulles right now.
Yeah, I think I'll be straight.
If you go straight,
you might want to get a private helicopter.
Go like I go,
like
Jay.
That anyway, thank you.
Go straight out there. Get 110 to 66. Don't try that GW Parkway 94, 95 crap.
My plan is to go. I think I'm going to Uber because the parking just gets expensive after 4 days.
You're messing it up by trying to go home and all that stuff.
The parking gets expensive, dog.
Bro, you can expense all this stuff.
My flight's not till 5.
Yeah, you leave here at 2. You get home about what, 2:30 something, 2:40?
Yeah, and then
now you got to go deal with the worst part of the world is going across that little dumb bridge right there.
That Legion Bridge is trouble.
Yeah, you better expense that crap. Hell, as much as you work, better get your cheddar.
Phone lines are open. We're going to have a conversation about the Combine. What do you want to see? But right now, caller number 10 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour, B. 100 years of Harlem Globetrotters. That's pretty cool.
Been going around a long time, bro.
Saturday, March 7th at Capital One Arena. Sunday, March 8th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more information, visit thefandc.com/events.
Be mentioned John Leahy.
Down at the bottom, 30 more at the top. All invisible set and little ice cube blocks.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. And we got news, folks. NFL news. A player that a lot of Commanders fans were very interested in ain't going to hit the market. You got a guess, B?
Pass rusher?
No.
Not a pass rusher? Ain't going to hit the market.
Boys in the Aquarium got a guess if you haven't seen it? Jeffrey, I think specifically this is a kid you mentioned liking.
Alec Pierce.
No. Good guess, though, Luigi. Boys are stumped.
Yeah, I'm trying. Can you give us a hint on the position?
Offense. Somebody that we had on the program today said this position is a need. So if you've been paying attention to the program today, boys, we've only had 2 guests, right? And it wasn't Patsos. Patsos talking about Kenny Blakeney.
O-line?
Nope.
David mentioned O-line, pass rusher, linebacker. Is it the guy that you've been talking about?
No, I'd be pissed if it was. Mafe. I'm planting a flag on the Boye Mafe thing. I think they signed him. I bet White Brian knows and is just being quiet.
I'm 90% sure I know the position, but I can't think of.
Well, what's the damn position, White Brian?
Jeff is racking his brain.
He's a running back, right?
No.
I thought it was the guy.
Jeff, just leave your mic open because it's funny to watch you try to. All right, so a player has gotten the franchise tag that people have talked about here. He ain't coming here no mo.
We didn't know if he was coming here anyway.
Sure, but now he's definitely not.
Kyle Pitts.
Breece Hall.
Bang, B got it.
He said Kyle Pitts quietly.
Who did?
White Brian.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
But he
You did.
Open your damn mouth.
But he just did just now, not before.
No, I did before.
He mentioned it before I said it.
I didn't hear that. Okay.
You ain't hear it?
Even with these ears, Jeff. Rappaport, among many that have now reported this. First one I saw was Rap Sheet. The Falcons are planning to franchise tag standout tight end Kyle Pitts. Sources say keeping their playmaker in the fold on a 1-year, fully guaranteed deal worth more than $15 million. The hope is to work out a long-term deal rather than the tag. The two sides have until July to do it. The hope's always to get the long-term deal done. Doesn't always happen. I don't think Washington was ever going to be in the market for Pitts. Now I think they definitely won't be. If there is a trade conversation, Washington doesn't have the juice to trade for Kyle Pitts. What'll be really interesting, though, Kyle Pitts is almost 50-50 snaps on the lot, like as a tight end versus as a receiver. And the franchise tag money is wildly different for a receiver than a tight end.
He's a tight end. He ain't no receiver.
I was about to say, if he gone, I wouldn't mind getting Isaiah Likely if we could land him.
I think Likely could be a target. I also, maybe I'm on an island with this. Can they spend big at tight end knowing that it's not salary cap space, but the draft capital used on Senate is significant? And he hasn't gotten on the field because Zach Ertz has been better. I get that. But, like, can you spend big? Because if the franchise tag for Pitts is $15 million, if that's the tag at the tight end position, Likely's not going to be cheap. If Pitts isn't available, Likely immediately
becomes very expensive.
I mean, he becomes the best free agent tight end available, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy with that? And maybe Cade Otton, but Cade Otton doesn't have the same youth. Chiga Okonkwo is going to be a free agent. I don't know. I don't know that Likely is like definitively. How much are how much are you willing to spend at tight end, knowing you just drafted a dude at that position high, and then
what year is this for him? His third year.
He's going
now?
into year 3.
Yeah,
but dude, if you're gonna Kittle, McBride, Kelsey are over 17 mil.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Andrews, who redid his deal with the Ravens, 13 mil. To sign Isaiah Likely in this cycle where Pitts is now off, you're talking, what do you think, at least 15 million?
Possibly.
14? It's not going to be an insignificant number. Luigi, load up these phones. People call in. We're talking ball for the last hour. Are you going there? For me, if I'm going top of market, if I'm going to be paying among the top 3 at a position, I think it should be defensively.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that the whole time. I'm leaning way defensively before I even much go into a lot of that stuff with the. But I think the thing we got to understand, for some reason in this town, we draft somebody round 3 or higher. We as fans expect them. They have to play. Sometimes they don't make it. Sometimes they don't reach the potential. And if they don't, you know what? You move on from them. Other cities will draft you in the second, third round. You don't play well, they move on. They got somebody else probably the next year in the second round, and they playing. We worry about people too long. If those dudes don't reach their potential, that's on them sometimes.
I agree with that. If they don't think Sennett's the guy, then they have to make a decision now. Yeah. Because Blau has talked repeatedly about the type of offense, the type of play action. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a lot of 12 personnel, 13 personnel. Yeah. Like the tight end has become a vital position. A dude I like a lot is Cade Otton. He's young, coming off a rookie deal, has been good in Tampa. Mm-hmm. He's big. I mean, 6'5", 250, good blocker. I don't know what he's going to cost in free agency.
Hey, listen, man. If they're going to compete at the level they want to compete, we can't always worry about how much somebody's going to cost. Sometimes you just got to pay the money and get people in here into your on your roster and go play. Like, I have noticed we want to pay, but we don't want to pay, and we're concerned. Hey, if you're going to compete, you better start paying eventually, or you won't be competing.
That tight end market's going to be difficult.
I just think we got to find another big target for Jaden at the tight end position because he threw the ball to Zach a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
And with Jaden making plays on his feet, that becomes a vital position for sure because if we looked at the year before last and last year before he got hurt, Zach Ertz was his escape.
It was. But
so we
they may not get a guy of Zach's, I'm going to say, ability because Zach was slow. He wasn't that fast.
Early,
but you
caught him late in your career, right?
He knew how to position his body and work against people. Maybe a younger receiver that may not have as much knowledge as he is, that's a little faster, can probably give you some level of that. So you hope Senate takes that step. Or if not Senate, what's the other kid?
Yankoff.
Yankoff produces. When he's on the field, he produces.
Were you at that rookie minicamp where he skied up for that one-handed catch?
I'm just saying.
It's one of the most outrageous catches I've ever seen in my life.
If Yankoff ends up playing, I know what people say, well, we drafted so-and-so. The idea is to get a player that can perform at a high level.
I agree with that,
And
man.
if that dude performs at a high level, you didn't miss nothing.
Let's go to these phones. Matthew's in D.C. What's up, Matt?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's happening, man?
Not a whole lot. I want to say a word about Isaiah Likely. He is absolutely, without a doubt, the player the Commanders should be going for. If you look at the kind of big plays, I mean, one of the big mysteries in life is why the Ravens did not feature him more. If you look at the last 2 years, he had caught like a 30-yard touchdown pass right before Andrews, feet slipped and dropped the two-point conversion and they lost in Buffalo. And then last year, the fourth down play, right before missing the field goal, he is a spectacular catcher of the to me is nuts. And I would have taken him number one over even Pitts. And I'll be disappointed if we don't go after him with big money.
All right, man. We'll see. Thanks, buddy. I don't think we should sleep on Otten. I like the kid Chig Okonkwo that played for the Titans the last couple of years. He's also a Maryland guy. I do have a brief question for you, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Is any common name more consistently spelled different than Isaiah? Isaiah's a pretty common name at this point. And there are more Isaiah spellings than I'd say any other name out there.
What's the correct one, though?
I don't think you could come up with a correct to me because he was probably the first Isaiah I was familiar with as a kid. I think of Isaiah Thomas. I think of Isaiah.
Me Haley.
Who?
What about that name? A lot of different ways to spell Haley.
Sure, true. But Haley's a girl's name, right? Are there boy Haleys?
Yeah, I never met a man with the name Haley.
Isaiah, from one to the next, is very rarely the same. I don't know. Maybe there's a linguologist out there. I don't know that linguology is a thing, but somebody should study that. Ellis is in D.C. Ellis, what's good? Ellis, you there, buddy?
How you doing?
Ellis is gone. Co from the phone. Tell us, what are you thinking, man? Or Co, sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, fellas?
What up, brother?
What's up, dude?
I like Isaiah Likely, man, but we ain't got to throw him the whole farm. But look, give Isaiah Likely a good 2 years, $20 million, $30 million deal.
At 26 years old, 6'4", 250, is going to make real money, man.
What's your thoughts on David Njoku? Njoku. You know, it'd be different saying their names.
Njoku can play, man.
He could be a free agent, too.
Dude, he looks the part, too. He can play. That's the dude I met. He was with Cleveland, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I told you when I went over there to meet Deuce at the hotel on Maryland campus. And he walked by like, what position did he play? He like, tight end. I'm like, damn, he was as big as Myles Garrett.
He's a monster. He's also older, though. I mean, he was drafted back in 2017. He was a first rounder out of the U. So he's turning 30 this summer, which I imagine would have some impact. He's six. I mean, all these guys are 6'4", 250. My question with Njoku, there's a lot of miles on there. I don't want to say he's not durable, but he's missing 5 or 6 games a year at 30 years old. And more than all that, like his hands. At times, he's just never seemed the most sure-handed. There have been some pop seasons, though. In 23, who the hell was Cleveland's quarterback in 23? He had almost 900 yards and 6 touchdowns. Who started for the Browns 3 years ago? Didn't any of us remember?
Didn't Deshaun play 3 years ago? Did he have to leave?
Was it Joe Flacco?
I thought Flacco played last year and the year before last.
Yeah, and then they traded him to the Bengals.
No, he was there twice.
He was there twice. It was, so, all right, Cleveland in 2023, Flacco went 4-1 as a starter. Deshaun Watson went 5-1 as a starter. They ended up, P.J. Walker got 2 starts. Dorian Thompson-Robinson got 3 starts. Jeff Driscoll got a start. There was a lot of moving parts in Cleveland.
That's normal.
Let's go to Ellis in D.C. Ellis is back. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys? So I'm not breaking the bank for Isaiah Likely, but I got a question for you guys, right? If we do sign Isaiah Likely, do you like him on first and second down over Bates? Because I think Bates dominates at the position. If we're 3 wide, 1 tight end, I got Bates in the game.
They're going to have way more
Bates, your blocking,
2 tight ends.
He's been your
and
blocking
3
tight
tight
end.
ends.
He hadn't been really in the passing game like talked about.
Right, but if it's first down, you want him in the game for the play action. Like, if you guys remember that last game of the season, we finally went play action to Bates, and he's wide open for a touchdown. Caught the ball with his hands. So
Likely blocks, and he's a threat in the passing game. Bates blocks. He could catch. He'll be open until he start catching some passes. Then people are gonna start checking him. And I don't think he has the breakaway or the separation that a Likely has.
I agree. I don't think he has a separation, but he blocks so well. He's like the dude at Detroit, Sam Laporta. He blocks so well that he's always wide open when they go play action. If we went play action, Bates will be wide open.
So you don't want him to spend a tight end. You want to just give Bates more opportunities.
I'm rocking with Bates. I need us to spin at slot corner. I need us to break the bank. There's probably nobody in free agency at slot corner.
There's a lot of corners in free agency.
That's the position we need.
There's a lot of corners in free agency.
You better go on that defensive line before you worry about that slot corner.
Jamel
Dean. If you don't go on that D
from the
line, that
Bucks.
slot corner he gonna have a lot of time to cover.
Good call, Ellis. I appreciate hearing all sides of the argument, man. It's going to be really interesting, kind of what they do at tight end. I'm curious what the valuations are at tight end for the pending. I'm going to pull this up real quick from Spot Track. I mean, you know who's a free agent, technically?
Who?
Travis Kelce.
No. We're trying to get younger. We're not trying to get older. You notice the last 2 years he's gotten slower.
If Kelce wanted to come here, you wouldn't want him?
No. This area. We always talk about getting younger, but as soon as anybody that had any success, we want to bring them here. Y'all got that Vinny Serrato disease. Y'all just want to get the whole league's whole damn everybody that was great at one point.
The trio I'm looking at likely is going to be 26. Okonkwo is 26. Cade Otton's going to turn 27. They're all coming off rookie deals. The Spot Track valuation, which frankly seems way too low to me, likely at $9 million per, Chig at $8 million per, Cade at $8 million per. Like, I think likely and Okonkwo might have higher ceilings. I think Otton has been the most consistent, also gotten the most consistent run. That trio of tight ends seems very appealing to me for what they're trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue to look around. I was messing with you about Kelce. I mean, he's going to be 37. Calcaterra on the Eagles, kind of their number 2 behind Goddard.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 27. He's not going to cost you a ton of money. I guess on some level you got to figure out what you're doing with Ertz. I would imagine with that injury that late in the year.
I don't think you can even much think about bringing him back at this point.
I agree with you. Talking NFL free agency, it's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
It's a dead end street trying to love me.
Jeff, how'd you find this song, dude? Who was that?
Somebody country.
Justin Moore. And because the update was tripping, so I had to hurry up and get a song.
I mean, it was interesting. It was, switch it up, keep it loose. My man Zeke is in Southeast on the line. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. For me, I'm tired of talking about the appetizers, man. We need some beef. The last two Super Bowl champions, man, is defensive line. So I want to get who the free agents be is defensive line or linebackers or pass rushers. I think we have enough on offense. Yeah, we could use somebody else, but until we get defense, it don't matter who's on offense, right? But I do like Likely if we can get them for like $10 million or so.
Man, I hope nobody else is all going to be negotiating against you. Somebody else, you might have to spend. Like I get confused when I hear we want somebody, but don't spend this amount on him. Then he go to another team, man, we should have spent the money on him.
Well, I agree, but I'm saying I would spend it on it. Now, you give me a defense, 30, 20, 30, 40 million, I'll spend it on them, but not on an offensive player. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
Not right now.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting to see what the market is for these guys because the franchise tag that Pitts is going to get is 15.
Mm-hmm.
And Kittle and McBride have been excellent, got massive contracts. They're at 19. Like, I don't know that any of the trio that I find really appealing, Likely, Okonkwo, Otten, I don't know that any of them are going to touch what the franchise tag is, right?
But see, the franchise tag doesn't really amount to the average of all of those guys that, like you just named. It comes down to the base salaries, I think, or something like that.
Sure, but
where it looks lower than what those other guys may be getting.
The owners seem to be reluctant to go over it.
If you sign a guy for 4 years on a deal, he's going to get somewhere along the way more than the 15.
Oh, the guaranteed money?
I'm saying, like,
to get one of these guys, you're going to have to fully guarantee 2 years, maybe 3.
I understand, but
So
what I'm saying,
the guarantees will be significantly higher.
it would be, and like, but the listen, man, the franchise tag is not what it was set up to be. It's a kind of a deterrent or a hindrance to people, to be honest with you, because like they say, oh, we're gonna sign 15 years, 15 million guaranteed 1 year, but we want a long term deal. Why waste the time? Just give them a damn long term deal.
Yeah, it's going to be the tight end stuff is interesting because of the needs on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know exactly I don't know how they'll parse out or decide what they want to do, but you will have real options at that tight end position. But maybe, I mean, fairly obvious at this point that Cliff and Adam Peters had some disagreements, right? Maybe they didn't see eye to eye on stuff. Maybe AP thinks that the answer's in the building already. And maybe it's Yankov. Doesn't have to be Senate. But, like, you have guys that weren't getting a ton of look.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if that changes, man. And I also think Ertz in Cliff's system was fantastic.
Yeah.
Dude, Ertz is the first guy they signed.
Yeah.
Of everybody. And I think Cliff knew and trusted him. I think he understood things. I think Sennett's a bit of a different type of player.
Ertz had that VS, that veteran savvy, man.
Totally.
The dude run a route, he'll turn around, slide just slightly, boom, wide open. He just knew how to set people up.
Totally. His route running ability was truly, truly phenomenal. And I think in turn, maybe that whether it did or didn't affect other players' development, we'll wait and see. But if you want to hit us up, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. the other part of what's going to happen at the combine are like kind of moves being made around the league. And how about Jackson Smith and Jigba, who just won the Super Bowl with Seattle, Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL last year, comes out and says it.
Yeah.
I believe I deserve to be the highest paid in my position.
Why wouldn't he?
Kind of hard to
You
argue
saw what
with
he
right
did
now.
last year, right? And know what he could say? Hey, my quarterback played well, but you got a better quarterback than me too, everybody else. Look what I did. Because like that dude could route you up. A lot of these guys could just run. He can get past you and he can route you up.
Yeah, I mean,
and let's be real. When someone signs a and I should say this here when Big Ray Brown was here, it wasn't Ray's fault or Raleigh's fault that Lachey or somebody else signed a deal 2 years prior to them. The salary cap is going up. So just because you're making this amount of money don't mean that I have to stop at what you're making. There's more money to spend. And if that receiver comes up and he's doing the things that he needs to be done, he can request more. Will he get it or not? I don't know. But I don't have a problem with a dude saying it. He basically said, look what I did last year. I'm going to do it again, and I need to be paid accordingly.
Well, and he's now through 3 years, right? So they can start contract talks.
Yeah.
They're obviously going to pick up his option. They have a fifth-year option because he's a first-rounder. They're certainly going to pick that up. But he's gone for over 1,100 yards in each of the last 2 seasons. This past year, he just went for 1,800 yards, 10 touchdowns. Now, you get to the top of this market, it's lofty, Brian.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase right now, highest AAV in football at over $40 million a year. Justin Jefferson's at 35. I don't know who most of these true star wide receivers very rarely get to free agency. That's why it's going to remain to be really interesting what happens with Alec Pierce if they tag him. The Colts have a lot of decisions to make, though, because they also have the Daniel Jones situation.
What's his what's his fourth? So he's going to his 4th year right now.
Yeah.
What was his salary his 4th year?
I'll pull it
And
up.
if they pick up his 5th, what's that?
So the 5th guarantees everything. He was the 20th overall pick in 23, I believe. All right, so this year, this is 26. He makes, call it $5 million.
$5 million base.
And then they can pick up the option year. Will be, the option year will be like significantly higher because they basically pay out the whole thing. Trying to pull it up.
Because listen, man, the way they can manipulate that thing, he's gonna get some guarantees.
The over the cap valuation for him is now at $35 million. Like he's probably the dude that will get there. Now whether it happens now or
later, yeah. It's just like he's looking at this thing, okay, $45 million a year average. In about 3-4 years, that's gonna be average.
It's crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So why not? If look, bro, when
So $40 million is the number right now.
if you're balling like he's balling, man, hell yeah, you set your sights on that.
Well, Garrett Wilson, I believe, was the same draft class, and Garrett Wilson signed. Garrett Wilson might have been the year prior with the Jets, but Garrett Wilson signed a deal with the Jets at $32 million per. I mean, JSN's worth at least that.
Hell yeah.
I mean, if you look at the guys that are ahead of him: DK Metcalf, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. The year. Not to take anything away from Chase or Jefferson.
DK Metcalf, I would not compare. That dude's a full receiver in Jigba. DK Metcalf is just a go deep guy.
Well,
and if that ain't working for him, he don't do much else.
You're also going to make more than him, to your point, because you're way better. He's making 33. Now, that has a shorter term and is less guaranteed.
Well, he probably won't be getting none of that, huh? Because he had that little scuffle.
Yeah.
On the sideline with the dude. So.
Right. I think JSN gets there and deservedly.
Dude can play, man. When I saw it yesterday, I was like, people going to be like, oh, he shouldn't. I'm like, hell with that. I like that. You know, that position right there is probably one of the most egotistical, confident positions in the world. Why shouldn't you believe in yourself?
Totally, man. Daniel Jeremiah is going to join us in Indianapolis this week. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. Daniel Jeremiah and Jordan Reed are my two favorite draft analysts. He just dropped his new top 50 draft prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Mendoza's number 1.
Yeah.
Who's 2? This isn't a mock draft. This is just who's
Love.
the best. Jeremiah Love.
Mm-hmm.
You still out on that idea?
Yeah. Listen, man, I understand the fantasy football world. Jeremiah Love ain't stopping no damn people from scoring on you. And I've seen enough scoring on us in the last 2 years, especially last year, to understand that defense has to get better. And just like the caller stated earlier, I have watched the playoffs and then watched the Super Bowl teams. Their defenses lead the way.
What would you think the corner that I think was at Virginia Tech transferred to LSU, Delane? What would you think of them taking a corner at 7?
Defense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The league is a passing league, bro. Either I need somebody hitting the quarterback in the back of the head, or I need somebody being so tight on the receiver that the quarterback's scared to throw the ball to him.
What would you think about the linebacker from Ohio State, Sonny Styles? It's an awesome name.
Love the name, but normally linebackers play well when they got what in front of them.
Sure. I mean, same as corners, right?
Yeah. But the quarterback can still cover a guy when he's running with him. That linebacker, he's going to be a better tackler if he can have people fitting up and getting double teamed. He's not going to just make it happen.
A lot of comps.
Sonny Styles got a great name, but he don't have the experience of Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner still know how to make tackles and stuff because he's been around a long time. Sonny Styles will have to learn that for like another year or two.
Do you get a feeling Bobby's retiring?
I don't get it.
No? I just thought his speech at the Man of the Year thing was pretty interesting.
Nah. When you get those type of awards, man, you know, you're trying to touch on everybody. It normally sounds like finality. But, hey, man, if that dude is still willing to work out, he'll try again.
They got to change his role. Yeah. But the good outweighed the bad, even if the bad was more noticeable and then fans start jumping on it.
Change his role or get some better people in front of him and have more pressure, and then guess what? You'll see how good he can still be.
All right, Grant and Danny coming your way at 2 o'clock. When we return, we got to make some bets.
I let you drive around my mind. I can't count the times you made me feel like I'm nothing. Played me like a fool, like a fool. Saying drink another whiskey, pop another pill. Money makes you happy.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, I am 3 hours away from a scheduled on-time departure. Shout out to United.
CJ out there now. Country Jeff.
Who is it?
Country Jeff.
Culture Jeff?
Country.
Country Jeff.
We've been playing all the country songs.
Well, and Jeff was talking about cow tipping just moments ago. Did you ever actually push a cow over, Jeff?
No. I used to be with my cousins, but they would give me the illusion that I was pushing it over. They'd be like, come on, push with us. But I wasn't doing
Did they actually get the cow knocked over?
Yes. Oh, JP, my family deep, bro. It was like 11 of us doing that.
I've heard of.
They do it in Louisiana all the time.
Have you ever gone?
Hell no. I'm not going out in no pasture at night.
See, the thing of it, it's the scariness that's fun.
They were going to push over cows, and I was just hanging out doing stuff.
Okay. I have also never.
I don't want to do that.
I've never cow tipped. I
have no reason. Know what you don't see at night when you're walking around in the pasture?
Snakes?
The cow, other stuff.
Oh, the poop.
Come back. They know you been cow tipped because you smell like a cow.
Now, don't get me wrong. The only reason why we was doing that is because it was my big cousin's farm. Anybody else farm, you better be careful going on that farm at night.
Hell yeah, because they cow shoot at you. I know that.
You know what I know? You know how hot honey has kind of like taken over the world? Hot honey, everything?
Mm-hmm.
The first time I had hot honey was many years ago in Indianapolis at this fried chicken place called The Eagle. Assuming the creek don't rise, my plane is supposed to take off at 5:10, land in Indy at 7.
You going to hot honey?
Airport's kind of out of town, so it's like a half hour out, 20 minutes maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Drop my stuff. I think I might be eating hot honey fried chicken by like 8:30.
I don't think you need to eat that at night. Not you, with that weak ass stomach you got.
It's not that hot, dude.
So their hot honey is just honey heat warmed up.
Hot honey is generally not like mess your stomach up hot.
No, well, you get the Nashville hot, it's going to be.
This isn't Nashville. This is Indiana.
Yeah.
Yes, Luigi.
My dad makes hot honey. Do you want me to bring some in? It's hot.
Sure.
If it's real spicy, don't bring it to him.
It tastes good.
I mean, wouldn't you like it?
I would love it. I'm just saying, I know how you
bring it in for you.
You different. You different.
I like spicy.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I don't like it all the time like you do, but I like it.
You don't like spicy.
I like buffalo wings. I like hot honey.
But like, I go to some place that my hot honey. I'm like, look, bro, if you don't tell me that you just heated up the honey, that's cool. But they have nothing in it. Just the honey is just.
I like
hotter.
honey on its own
it has
too.
No flavor.
Do you not like
no
honey?
Spice. No, I like flavor. I like honey. I like Manuka honey more though.
I don't know what that means.
It's honey called Manuka honey.
Maybe I've had it. I'm not familiar with their work. The hot sauce I've been going with lately is the Cholula. You know the Cholula with the lady on there?
Cholula, yeah.
Have you had the smoked Cholula?
Yeah.
That is good, dude.
Real good.
All right, let's
take that, mix it up.
Let's make some bets, Jeffrey.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. I got to say what's heard here first.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
Gather round.
What they got to say was heard here first.
Before we run out of time, White Brian, who won the snow prediction?
Oh, you were keeping track of that.
I guess 0, so I didn't win.
I don't know who won it. Because I took mine right over whatever somebody else did.
Yeah, you had, I think.
White Brian went 4.60 and I went 4.61.
Yeah.
So we didn't win it.
Jeff, what'd you have?
0.5.
He didn't win it.
Jeff, he might be closest to.
Nah, who else was here? Somebody else was here.
Vic
might have won. I think he did 3 something.
Okay. How much snow did you end up with at your house? I think we had about 3 inches.
Right there.
I'm so over winter.
I mean, like, I watched it come down yesterday. It was pretty. Like, I like it. I got up this morning. Guess what? Didn't see a lot of sand and salt. Just the roads were black, and they still see all the snow, so it was cool with me.
Ooh, good hoops tonight. Carolina, Louisville at 7, and then Houston and Kansas at 9. Good basketball. All right, who wants what? Let's make some bets, boys.
Houston.
Cougars or Rockets? They're both playing.
Let's do both.
Ooh.
Oh, you going to parlay?
The chopped and screwed parlay.
I want whoever they're facing, both.
So you want the Jazz and the Jayhawks. J-Dogs forever right there. All right, we got
I see you, Jeffrey.
Luigi, have you ever made a bet on our program?
I have not.
Well, welcome to the party.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to go with Louisville, the 3.5-point favorites. I think they cover the spread. Won by 7.
Hey, give me the Jazz. 12.5. Plus 12.5.
Hold on. Something is weird about that line.
Why?
Louisville is favored in the Dean Dome?
UNC's best player's hurt.
Caleb is?
Yeah.
That sucks.
All right, how much are they favored by? Give me North Carolina.
Plus 3.5.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, I like that. I might check the old TGL schedule.
I'll tell you what happened. You won't be able to see it.
Hopefully I'll have TV on the plane.
You won't see it.
Can't you bet on TGL? Where are you at? DraftKings, haters? All right, I'm going to take Carolina also then. Hold on, let's see if I can find this. What the hell? I thought TGL's tonight at 5.
That's this afternoon.
That's right when I get on the plane. Do you think my plane gets off on time? No trouble on my way to Indianapolis.
You shouldn't have. If you have trouble, then the D.C. and the Virginia area need to pick up their damn game.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today.
Affect stuff like
Thank
that.
you to David Aldridge for joining us and Jimmy Patsos. Great and Danny next.
afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. Just after 2 o'clock, you are listening to The Fan. We're with you until 6 o'clock, taking you up to Nationals spring training baseball tonight, right here on The Fan. We've got you for 4 hours. We're giving away tickets to a DC Defenders home opener at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, and we've got tickets to see Jim Gaffigan in town at the Anthem this weekend. We'll give those away at 5 o'clock when we're joined by Logan Paulson to preview the NFL Combine right here on Grant and Danny. Danny, somehow, some way, you got a bunch of snow at your house? I got nothing at my house.
Oh, yeah, we got a deluge. It came down with authority.
Do you live 20 minutes from me?
About.
Ish?
Yeah.
So you said you got a few inches. We had a dusting overnight that had melted by the time I got to my car to come in this
You guys
morning.
only had Ejecto Rio?
That's about it, man. We got enough snow that you could see in parts of the yard that it had snowed. In other parts, it was just wet. But the driveway, the road in front of me, never once got covered. It was just looked like it had rained. I didn't even have to scrape the car. I mean, I just got in the car like a normal day and left. I called Danny. I'm like, what a dud, huh? You're shoveling out of 4 inches of snow.
Oh, yeah. Miserable. So we had Fairfax County shut everything down at 6 p.m. So we had was scheduled for a 5:15 tip-off for Forest Green, trying to get off the Schneid. Spoiler alert, we did not, against One Loss Purple. We had to get the game in before 6. So 5:15 turned into like 5:05, no breaks between quarters, and everybody just hurry up to get the game in, so everybody left. By the time we got out of the gymnasium, my car was smothered and covered like hash browns at Waffle House. Kids are sprinting inside. The heavy snow's coming down. It's wet. It's smacking. It's sticking. I'm scraping it off just enough so I can see, get home, get in the garage, get everybody inside. I had to go out that night and shovel and pre-treat just so the pre-treat would actually matter so we could get out this morning because I knew no school, but yes, everyone has to go to work because that's the best. And got that done and then had to shovel again this morning. But yeah, we got hammered.
So I saw it. I mean, we had the big puffy snowflakes. We had to go to church a little late yesterday because the American hockey team dominated our Sunday morning.
Oh, is that what happened?
Which we'll get into in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, I saw the snow. I know it existed. But yeah, we went like 15, 20 minutes from the house because we had to go to the 5 o'clock or whatever it was over in Springfield. By the time we got back to my place, it was like raining pretty much. My kids were like, can we build a snowman? I said, we'll build one in the morning when it actually snows.
Yeah.
There was no snowman.
How about that?
It's just weird. We live in one of those areas where you could be one neighborhood over and experience something completely different.
It is utterly bizarre, by the way. So everybody north and east of us got smacked around. I mean, if you talk about people in like Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, kind of up and down the mid-Atlantic, even to the northeast, they are under feet.
Well, that I
snow.
expect, though.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're talking about hours away and different cities, sure, no problem. But I called you thinking you had a similar experience to me, and you did not. Very strange.
Yeah.
Let's talk about one of the best sporting events that's taken place in years, though, to kick the show off. How phenomenal was the theater yesterday? How great was that hockey game? The United States of America winning gold for the first time since 1980. It took an incredible goaltender performance. It took overtime. But in the end, it was the USA, thanks to a game-winning goal from Jack Hughes, skating past Canada.
One's up behind the net. And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Riveting television, jaw-dropping sports. That was as good as it gets as far as I'm concerned. That is why we do this. That is why we love these games. All-timer, remember where you were type day.
Connor Hellebuck announces a run for name that office. He gets my vote. He decides that he's going to own a company. I will patronize that company. Connor Hellebuck walks into a bar and he never pays for a drink again. That is an American hero. When he walks into the room, John Woo style, there should be two eagles that clear a path, move aside. The Prince of Zamunda, a.k.a. the Golden Goalie, who made one of the greatest saves I have ever seen in the history of mankind in any sport, is here. There's your hero. Now you got a team of heroes that stole the joy from a snooty, condescending, high horse, this is our thing, and you upstarts don't belong here with us. Canada was the better team, probably should have won the game. That ain't how they keep the score. Thanks so much. Appreciate you stopping by. 4 years, we're the Olympic champions.
It did feel a little bit like some of those Caps playoff games.
Oh, yeah, I've been on the other side of that one.
Where they outshoot and outplay, and the meter of who should win. There's actually a hockey analytics site that has a deserve to win a meter. And I'll never forget, I brought that up to Bruce Boudreau one time, and I thought he was going to kick me in the shin.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, the Caps actually right now are 60-40 on the deserve to win a meter. And he's like, the what?
The what?
He's like, never talk to me again. Right? Like, leave me alone.
Points to the producer, goes, not him, not anymore.
I'd imagine that Canada, on the deserve to win a meter, probably won that game 65%.
Oh, yeah.
70% of the time.
At least.
But they got hellebucked. Yaroslav Halakt.
Yeah, I've been there,
and
dude.
it happened to be Connor Hellebuck yesterday. But the boys just kept skating. They did everything they could, every step of the way, to hang with Canada. And they're just not quite as talented as the Canadians at any position. That's why when it went to overtime, I said to my wife, I looked over and I'm like, this is bad. I hate the 3-on-3 OT thing in a medal round anyway. I don't care if it's America playing or not. I think it's stupid. But I said the 3-on-3 wide open ice does not favor the United States of America in any way because their skill's going to be obvious. Whoopsie daisy. Get knocked off a puck there, Nathan MacKinnon. What a feed to set up that game-winning goal.
Oh,
what a
perfect.
great moment for the United States of America.
Well, I would say, I mean, you're more schooled in this than I am. But do you think that non-Hellebuck division, 5 best skaters on the ice were Canadian? Right? Top 5 players?
You mean in the game?
In the game.
That's possible, yeah. I mean, certainly if you're just ranking them where they rank in the world, I would say yes.
And that's kind of my point, is there are very few times where if you were drafting a team, if you were picking a group, that you're choosing sides at the playground, so to speak. I know it's hockey, but it's different, where you would choose the American and over his equivalent Canadian. Like the first right wing in the game is a Canadian. The first center in the game is a Canadian. The first left wing is a Canadian. You got to go all the way down, but that's the equalizer. It's like a great pitcher in baseball. Cool lineup. I have a buzzsaw. Cool stick handling. Cool offensive capabilities. Hellebuck, man. Hellebuck.
Zach Werenski winning that puck from McKinnon.
Yeah, bully
I'm
him a
not
little
really
bit.
sure what Nathan MacKinnon was doing, but he just kind of knocks him off the puck, wants it more, throws a great pass, and then Hughes scores. He said he didn't know in real time that he had actually gotten the puck into the net until he saw, I think it was Eichel, celebrating. And then he's like, okay, I guess I scored.
I guess I did it.
I felt the same way. Like, I saw arms in the air, but I didn't know where the puck had gone.
I didn't either. So
you couldn't see it clean go into the net because it went 5-hole.
It reminded me of Kuzi's goal against Pittsburgh.
A little bit, yeah.
Where there's a 1 count. Everybody behind the net knows. The goalie knows.
Yep.
And Kuzi knew.
The goalie's hanging his head in shame.
And I'll never forget, my good buddy Ramsey goes, he saved it. And then after a 1 count, as soon as I saw the heads go down, I go, no, he didn't. And that's when, the euphoria happens, and it was one of the great moments in sporting in my life. And that's this one yesterday, right up there.
If anybody knows Jordan Bennington's story or that guy's deal, the fact that he was in net and beaten with that goal by the United States of America to win gold makes it that much sweeter. He just seems like such a donk. But 5-hole, Hughes wins, and he and his teammates go celebrate, and they've been on a bender since. The videos that have come out from the Olympic Village and then the trip back so far have already been amazing. I saw they're going to be at some club in Miami tonight. I'm kind of glad none of the Capitals were on the U.S. team and are doing whatever this is. They may or may not be going to the State of the Union tomorrow, I saw. Like, this party is just raging. It's like post-Stanley Cup stuff.
Yeah.
But, oh, by the way, there's an NHL hockey game to be played for a lot of these guys on Wednesday night when the league resumes. And in the meantime, they're just going on an off-season-esque Hall of Fame bender where I saw Eichel. No, you know who it was? It was Dylan Larkin. Dylan Larkin of Detroit Red Wings fame had Mike Eruzione, who scored the game-winning goal for the 1980 American team,
46
on
years,
his shoulders, just jumping up and down at some bar somewhere in Italy. But the celebration's just been iconic. We've been on such a hockey kick, and this is the beauty of this thing.
Yeah.
My kids were screaming and chanting USA and waving flags and stuff in the living room. As soon as the game ends, my son wants to watch Mighty Ducks. So we've watched D1 and D3. We'd already watched D2 recently, but we watched those two since. I watched Miracle last night because I'd watched the first half of it the night before and fell asleep. So I finished Miracle. It has just been a hockey weekend. So good for the sport, though. And you wonder, you see some of these videos coming out. Have you seen these youth hockey videos. I'm getting chills thinking about.
Yeah,
this.
some of our dear friends who live east of here in Maryland, their kids had a youth hockey game, and they didn't start the game because this game's in overtime. Both teams are sitting there. The wife took a great video of it, and they're all sitting there before their game's supposed to start. No one's starting it. They're watching on the big board, and before these kids play each other, they're hugging and jumping up and down, losing their minds. And I'm not crying. There is a severe weather system below my eyebrows. That's what happened.
Wow, that's really cool.
It's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Well, the videos that I've seen trickling out all over the internet are actual games that are being played that did start. And kids the game stops, and both teams come out onto the ice to celebrate, and they're stick tapping, and they're hugging as if they just won the gold medal. But these are just youth hockey players in the United States. And if you're a kid who loves hockey enough to be playing, you'd imagine they're watching NHL hockey, and they idolize some of these guys. But those videos are just amazing. You got the interview of Jack Hughes. I thought this was an all-time post-game interview. Hughes so graceful on the mic in one of the most emotional moments of his life with Catherine Tappan on NBC.
Jack, the first gold medal for the United States in 46 years, and you delivered it. Can you just describe the emotions of this moment right now?
This is all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we have so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today.
This was such an incredible game to grind out. I mean, you're bleeding right through it just looking at you right now. Can you just talk about how difficult this gold medal was to win?
Unbelievable game by Hellebuck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game. Unreal game by our team. That's just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. That's a great Canadian team, but we're USA. We're so proud to be Americans. Tonight was all for the country.
What does this gold medal mean to USA Hockey?
It's everything. Like I said, the USA Hockey Brotherhood means so much. Look at these guys. We're such a team. We've been together for 2 weeks. We're such a team. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we're so proud to win for our country.
Jack, the gold medal's coming home, and you're about to watch the American flag go up to the rafters and hear the national anthem. How many times did you dream that up?
I can't even believe this. I mean, it's such an unbelievable game. USA Canada. That's such a good game. They have so many great players. We're a great team. That's exactly how we wanted to go. We wanted to go through Canada and beat them, and it could have went either way tonight, but that's an unbelievable win for the Americans.
Sorry.
The Brotherhood, Bill.
Sorry about all that.
That's my kind of brotherhood.
Sorry.
There. The other Brotherhood? This is my kind of brotherhood.
One where you're missing a tooth and still got some blood, some residue. That
what a
one.
Sport, by the way. He has his front chiclets knocked out.
The fifth of the great win for the faith.
All I want for Christmas is the gold medal.
How about it?
He has his teeth knocked out earlier on a high stick, late third period, which, by the way, led to an opportunity for the Americans.
Yeah.
He then takes a penalty in a game in which they had to survive a 5-on-3. At the end of the game, he's sitting in the box thinking he's going to be the guy that cost them their chance at the gold medal. They kill off the penalty, they go to overtime, and he eventually scores. So when I'm watching that interview, as I was listening to it right there, and hopefully some of you had some of those same emotions, that's why we used some of our real estate today to play that clip. But it took everything I had not to cry, just watching him be so excited. And by the way, he looks like a guy from the movie Miracle.
Yeah.
He just looks like he's from 1980.
Right.
With the long hair.
He's skating with OC.
Yeah, he looks like any of those dudes who's on a Ruzzione's line. So I'm just in my feels watching that. But I've got to say, I cried like a baby, sobbed when they brought out Johnny Gaudreau's kids to celebrate as a team.
Yep.
And I'm going to get emotional again.
Uh-huh.
If you're a parent and you can watch that without crying, God bless you. I got nothing in common with you. Now, if you're not a parent, that's also probably pretty emotional. This guy on the
You're
eve
aware of parents.
of
Yeah.
his sister's wedding was biking with his brother, and they were run over by an alleged or an assumed at the time drunk driver. I don't remember all the details that came out after. And they were killed. And this guy would have been on this American team, and he came up with so many of these guys, and he's best buddies with a bunch of these guys. And so everywhere they have been, they have had his sweater, and they're skating him around, and he's on the bench with them. Hanging on the hanger is his jersey and all of these games. And then as they're celebrating, Larkin, and I think it was Werenski, but two of the guys go over and skate to his family and bring his 2 children, one of whom the wife was pregnant with at the time of his death, to bring them out on ice so that they could celebrate and be in the team picture with the United States of America.
Okay.
And as they did that, as they're sitting on ice with those kids, I mean, I have not felt that way about anything. I've seen a movie with the perfect score underneath, a game in a long, long time. That is sports at its absolute freaking best.
100%. 100%. Because it sounds so cliche. It sounds so greeting card. A championship in a regular sport, in a regular season, it's hard to get. You bring a team together, you got to get good fortune, good health, great plays, clutch moments. You come from behind a million times. Look at the Capitals, trailed in every series. Look at the Nationals, trailed in pretty much every game, every series, came back except for the Cardinal series where they put belt to buttocks. But it takes miracle after miracle after miracle to get there. And those are awesome. Those are fun. It's incredible. Those are unbelievable memories. Sometimes we recognize that sports is more. That's a more.
That's more.
That's a more situation.
All the more,
right?
By the way.
Where, and I saw this forever ago. Some dear friends of mine she's the wife was born and raised in France. They got married in France. We happened to be there at the same time as the World Cup, and France went on this unbelievable run to get to the finals of the World Cup. They ended up losing, but the whole country, the nation, is pouring out into the streets after every one of these games and these results, and you can't believe it. It's like your college wins the national championship, but the country. Your pro football team, you're going to the parade. That's awesome. You're a Seahawks fan today, but it's the country. And you're so jealous and you want to get caught up in those kinds of moments. You add that. You add the tragedy. You add the togetherness. You add the overcoming the odds. And a whole country sitting there clapping like seals and bawling at the tremendous achievement. At the end of the day, a bunch of guys wearing the same jersey chased a little orb around on the ice. Did it really make a difference?
It's bigger than that.
You're damn right it did. It was unbelievable.
You've already heard from 24-year-old Jack Hughes from Orlando, Florida. What about Jack Eichel, who is the 29-year-old from North Chelmsford, Massachusetts, who after the game had a hard time keeping his emotions in check?
Jack Eichel, congratulations. You're an Olympic gold medalist. They say never to ask how someone feels, but that's really all I want to know is how it feels.
It's hard to put into words. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm just really proud. Part of the group, I'm emotional. It just means a lot, you know?
I do know, because I talked to you when you were trying to have control over your own medical decisions. You hadn't won a cup yet. If you could go back and talk to that Jack that went through all of that, like, what would you tell him?
Geez, I don't know. Just stick with it. I mean, so many good people behind me that helped me, and it just means the world to be here, you know? It's tough to get it out right now. Just take a lot of pride, and that group of guys, just really unselfish, came together, and yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm emotional.
It's understandable.
You think that meant something to him?
Yeah.
I was talking about this when we were talking about Tom Wilson throughout this tournament, and I kept bringing up, having buddies in the organization that have talked about for Logan Thompson, for Tom Wilson, how desperately they wanted to be on this team. It was a lifetime goal, a crowning achievement moment for Tom Wilson to make Team Canada. By the way, he got a lot of love on the broadcast yesterday.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Before overtime and after the third period, here are all the best players on the planet playing in this game, and it's Wilson that they're accentuating for his performance, which was music to the ears. But he'll have to take his silver medal and fly home and get ready for the Flyers on Wednesday with Team Canada. But it's just hard to imagine a sporting event meeting that anytime soon. I don't remember the last time I watched something, and forget the scene afterwards with the Gaudreau family and all the stuff, as you said, that was larger than sports, and the ties between the United States of America and Canada and the Olympics and the stage and all that. I mean, just the quality of the game. For people that don't really care about hockey, I saw a lot of people saying, not really a hockey guy an hour ago. Now I'm ready to fight somebody on behalf of a Jack Eichel.
Yeah, now my last name is Kachuk.
Exactly. But every possession of the puck in the offensive zone, the defensive zone, meant so much. It felt to me like a Caps Game 7 in the playoffs in terms of anxiety, blood pressure, heart rate. it was an elimination game in overtime from like the first shift on. That's how that game felt to me.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people felt the same way, but maybe we could tee that up next. When is the last time you enjoyed a sporting event that much? Have you enjoyed a sporting event as much as you did yesterday in the non-DC sports division? Could be another way to look at it. We'll open up the phones for your thoughts on the U.S. beating Canada, winning a gold medal, the story of the weekend. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Puck's just going in. He got the paddle, Bush.
For Canada. There's Vince Marner. Marner towards the net. Oh, Taves had a wide open goal. Put it through the crease.
That was Connor Hellebuck's The Save, Braden Holtby style. Now, Holtby's was better in that he was more outstretched and, the stick was farther away from his body and all these things. This one led to a gold medal.
I can't understand it. No, I saw it. I saw it happen live and go, that's weird. I must have missed something. And then I've seen the replay from 247,000 different angles. I still can't explain how that didn't go in the net. There's so much net. There's force directing it towards the net. The 1 in a trillion chance that it would just somehow go sideways like you're playing like knock hockey on the old wood tables.
Yeah, you would think it would have bounced right back toward the shooter.
Yes.
Off of the stick pretty squarely. Did you, the second you saw it, think of the save?
Oh, instantly.
Because I don't know how you couldn't. It was almost like that social media account that does art compared to sport or something, where a player's laying there and then he looks like some person from Greek mythology or something. To me, that was just a reenacting of the Holtby save. That's all it looked like.
Do you guys want to do your impression of that?
Again, this one maybe not the degree of difficulty as Holtby's, and Holtby's leads to a Stanley Cup, which means the world to Washington, D.C. sports. But this was the United States versus Canada.
With the world watching.
Tens of millions of people watching in both countries. Wow, what a save by Hellebuck. The top moment of what was a indelible performance. I mean, you're going to remember this one forever. You still hear the name Jimmy Craig, and if you're a hockey fan of any type, the first thing you think about is his performance against the Soviets. And I wasn't alive. It was 8 years before I was born. But when I hear Jimmy Craig, goaltender, I don't know his NHL background. I don't know anything else other than, he made all those saves against the Soviets.
Skating around with his helmet off going, where's my father? Where's my father? With his Boston accent. Hell yeah.
I think he said what Mrs. Marshall's trying to say is
what is she saying?
A 44th patient.
Patient there.
Coming up in about 13 minutes, we can get into Kyle Pitts getting the franchise tag for the Falcons. Feels pretty important for Washington's offseason plans because he could have been one of their major free agent targets, and he's not going to now. But we want to hit this USA gold medal game with you on the phones at 800-636-1067. The last time you enjoyed a sporting event this much. So, Danny, I have to separate World Series and Stanley Cup.
Right.
Because it doesn't work for me to take a non-my team that I invested 6 months and every hour of every night into watching all their games. And I have to say that from strictly a non-DC sports perspective, this feels like it might be at the very top of the list for me. As far as things that I enjoyed, that I cared about, that I watched, having my kids partake in it, meant a little bit more. The backdrop of the Four Nations, all the fights in the first 9 seconds, the oddities and the strangeness of what has been, frankly, a weird relationship between the U.S. and Canada over the last couple of years without getting too deep in any of that. There's just a lot that's gone on there. Booing the anthem. I'm not trying to pass judgment on that. I'm just telling you that's happening a year ago. And so for all of this, the rivalry was at its apex.
Yes.
You just can't tell me that the U.S.-Canadian hockey rivalry after a Four Nations where they dropped the glove 3 times in 10 seconds and go to overtime wasn't at peak. And this is why I was saying to you for 2 weeks, I want to play Canada in the gold medal game. You're like, bring on France or Finland. None of it matters. No, I want to play Canada. I want this to be the U.S. and Canada on Sunday, February 22nd at 8 in the morning with the world watching. And we got it, and then they lost to the Americans. We beat them. So I think this is right at the top for me.
It's hard to beat it. The closest I could come up with is 2008 U.S. men's basketball, the Redeem team. After a couple international bits of competition, after it looked bad, after it was like, oh my God, not only is the rest of the world caught up, but we look childish and selfish and immature and not ready for it. And these other countries are not only ahead of us, but they're playing better basketball. They're together. We're not taking it seriously. And it was this kind of descent into, right? Enter that 08 Redeem team led by Kobe Bryant. A lot of the same holdovers from 2004 and a little bit after that where they'd lost in a bunch of international competitions, but kind of a new attitude, new era. Kobe plays, is awesome. They win the gold medal against Spain. That was phenomenal. I think this superseded that.
Toby, you said something to me before the show that I found pretty stunning, but where does this stack up for you among sporting events?
It's pretty high. The Nationals 19 World Series is going to be number one because that team holds a special place. If the Commanders or whatever their name is going to be wins a Super Bowl, that'd be number one. But it might be right behind that, Grant. Even ahead of the Capitals Stanley Cup run, because of where my circumstances were in life. I didn't get to fully enjoy that run. I wasn't into hockey as much at that time, even though during those runs I would always carve out time just because of where I was. I wasn't able to fully dive into that Stanley Cup run. So for this one, being able to watch every minute, be dialed into every second, wearing the USA hockey jersey every chance I could, it's probably right behind the Nationals World Series.
I think Four Nations also changed this a lot, by the way. What if that didn't happen last year? Because that was the first time they ever did that. It was kind of a thrown-together exhibition during the All-Star festivities by the National Hockey League. And if we didn't have that, and you didn't have the Kachucks fighting everybody in Canada, and you didn't have the booing of the anthems going back and forth and all this stuff, I don't think the rivalry would have been pushed as far as it was. So I actually think that what happened 1 year ago when the U.S. played Canada, it was almost identical rosters, and the Canadians won in overtime. I think that really made yesterday that much more meaningful for both hockey people. And then you slap the Olympics on it.
Yep.
Now all the casuals care too.
It's once every 4 years.
Welcome to the party. I mean, if you look at some of the videos from bars and watch parties and stadiums, all over the place, in Toronto where the Leafs play, or here in the United States and different stadiums. I mean, there were a lot of places where thousands of people were watching together. And so I wonder, how do you even do the ratings for this? I've been waiting to see the numbers come out. But I saw a video of Walter Sports Bar right here in the Navy Yard, and it was packed shoulder to shoulder like a Manhattan on Times Square New Year's Eve night. And after the goal, it's like bedlam and drinks are being thrown in the air. It's like 10:47 in the morning. And that was bars all over America. Jeff, you're in Alexandria. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Oh, God, excited, guys. That was amazing yesterday. For me, the only thing that tops it is that gold medal in 1980. I was 8 years old, the evil Soviet Empire. But this one, just one step behind. And I'll tell you, it's something fun as a Caps fan. If I was the Philadelphia Flyers, I'd call in sick on Wednesday because Tom Wilson is going to be a dangerous man.
Salty
Someone's going to get hit.
To watch Canada, and until I saw Tom Wilson, I basically laughed at every one of these. But you're handed this silver medal.
Yep.
You have just suffered the worst loss of your life professionally. You are miserable. I mean, desolate, right? This is a just devastating blow. And then after you shake the hand and get the silver medal, there's this other dude that comes down the line and hands you a little stuffed animal.
Here's a little stuffed animal.
And he gives you this dumb stuffed animal. And each guy would take it and look at it. And there's actually a video that got taken down because the Olympic Committee searches the internet for any videos that someone might enjoy at some point and make sure that we can't watch them because they're stupid. But Nathan McKinnon looks at this stuffed animal and the disgust on his face. And you could just, if there was a word bubble, it'd be like, I hate this thing and I hate everyone here, Yeah. But these guys are being handed, and it's the dumbest looking little mascot for the Olympics. And they're handed this thing at the lowest moment of their hockey lives.
That's right. Yeah, so when the figure skater gets it for the bronze medal, it's like, oh, okay, cool. It's a novel keepsake. Watching those guys have to sit there and swallow their bitterness and fury and angst and disappointment down. Thanks for the stuffy.
Think about the difference, too.
Mm-hmm.
If you go out and compete in anything else and win the silver, you had a great run.
Yeah.
So if you are a figure skater, a bobsledder, whatever it is, you cross the finish line thinking, I just crushed it. I might have just won my gold medal. Maybe I set a world record or whatever. Because in real time, you're not able to keep your own score.
You're the second best in the world.
The time. And so you have the most positive feeling, and there's a little heartbreak, I'm sure, that you didn't win gold. But your job was to perform, and your feeling about your performance was that it was fantastic, right? This is the antithesis of that. The dichotomy here of you should have won gold. There was pressure on this team. We were talking to E.J. Raddick and some other folks, guests last week. This was the best Canadian hockey team they've ever put together, supposedly. Or since ... decades and decades ago. And you got beat. You got. And by a team that you talked down on and basically said couldn't beat you. Rodney's in D.C. What's up, Rodney? How are you?
Hey, what's up, fellas? The 1980s is going to always be the best one for me. I was 10. And it was just who they beat and the whole thing. But, locally it had to be the World Grant tipped ball interception to be a part of the NFC Conference Championship game, to go to the Super Bowl. That was exciting. the '84 Georgetown Hoya Paranoia,
Ooh.
and when Sugar Ray beat Hagler, man. But that World Grant one, that was one of the games that's always vivid in my mind when questions like this.
But Rodney, think
Thank you,
about
bud.
the list you're putting together. I mean, these are legendary games and moments that I've heard about and read about in my childhood because they're indelible and nobody can ever take them away. And we're saying that this thing that we watched yesterday is right there. This was special.
Yes, it was.
This was really unique sport. And as you said, some of the pageantry and just afterwards with, bringing the kids out on the ice, Johnny Gaudreau family. And we saw something that was kind of one of those times frozen for a moment things yesterday. Michael LaPlata, you're on the Fan. What's good?
Hey, Grand Danny. My first time on. I just wanted to say it was a great game. I was specifically happy for Austin Matthews, who takes a lot of crap from the Canadian media, who they called a loser and that he can't win. He can't lead a winning team. And they call Hellebuck soft, that he can't win those big moments. And they call Jack Hughes, they call him soft, always injured, not up to the hype. And to see those guys come out on top against their superstars was very satisfying to me.
Oh, what a great call.
Perfect.
A lot of the American players do take these subtle jabs, especially when they play for Canadian teams.
100%.
Austin Matthews is I think the poster child for this. Here's a guy who scored 69 goals a couple of years ago, has scored 60 plus goals multiple times, has won Rocket Richard trophies 3 times and a Hart Trophy, but it's never good enough because the team doesn't win. We know that here with Ovechkin.
Very
He
familiar.
deals with some of the same crap, by the way, because he's not a Canadian. But in Austin Matthews' case, who's just a Californian who's from America, it's never going to be good enough. And I love that yesterday, I don't know if you saw this in the press conference, but he was asked about this angle, so to speak, and Jack Hughes and Quinn Hughes were up there, and they're like, and by the way, this guy's a winner. He just won a gold medal as our captain. He's now a winner. Let's nip that in the bud.
Yeah, let's shut that on down.
I love that.
Mhm.
These dudes love each other. It was cool. We'll talk Kyle Pitts and the franchise tag next. The Atlanta Falcons are keeping him around. What's that mean for the Commanders? Also, Brady House of the Nationals is stopping by the show at 3 o'clock today. He hit 2 homers in his first spring training game yesterday. A very important season loading for the soon-to-be 23-year-old third baseman who's one of Washington's top ascending players. You're listening to G&D on the Fan. Pitts had Falcons fans swag surfing throughout the NFL season. Went for 928 yards on 88 catches. And the pending free agent at tight end is not now going to hit the market. It's been reported today that Atlanta is slapping the franchise tag on Kyle Pitts. He will make just over $15 million a year to play tight end this coming year on the tag. They'll try to get a long-term deal done. If they can't work one out, he'll play on this one-year deal. After the near 90 catch, near 1,000-yard season, Kirk Cousins was just feeding him the football.
Yeah.
Second half of the year when Kirko got in there. But, Danny, here's why this matters in D.C. One of Washington's biggest needs is tight end. It feels like, because of where their draft picks are, tight end could be a free agent target. If they wanted to swing for the fences, Pitts could have been an option for them. I didn't want to sign Kyle Pitts. I would have been annoyed to pay him the crazy money it would have taken.
But I did want him in the market, so someone else did. See what I'm saying? The more supply is good if you have the demand.
Yeah, totally. I was not interested in signing him.
Me neither.
But if someone else gives him all that money, then it's one less team gunning for the guy that you want. Let's say that's Isaiah Likely or Cade Otton, who become the bells of the ball now. Maybe it's David Njoku of the Cleveland Browns, who's going to be a free agent, or Chiga Okonkwo, the former Maryland Terrapin, who's been playing with the Tennessee Titans. It's actually a pretty solid tight end class if you're looking for a veteran for a couple of years. But Pitts can be crossed off the list. He is staying with the Falcons.
Yeah, I actually like this for the Falcons. I like being in the I'm not going to tie myself to you long term. I frankly don't trust Kyle Pitts. Seems like a nice enough guy. I don't think he's an off-field problem or anything like that, but just the idea of him is intoxicating. Someone that's that big, that strong, that fast, moves that way, a receiver in a 250-pound body who's 6'5", 6'6", he looks incredible. But the production hasn't been there since his rookie year, where he had one of the weirdest seasons ever, 1,000 yards and only one touchdown, almost statistically impossible to do. Has never matched anywhere close to that until last year, where he caught 88 balls, as you said, for 930 yards almost, where he is really business picked up in the second half, again, as you touched on. I would not want to be in the long-term Kyle Pitts business. I've got a year where it matches up. He needs something. I need something. I'll overpay for a year, which is what the franchise tag is, but I don't want to be wed long-term, and he might be frustrated by it because I'm sure he wants a long-term deal, but this makes a lot of sense to me from a Falcons perspective.
Yeah, I always try to be careful when I talk about players this way, right? And I try to talk about the performance or the play and not the person. But I have put Kyle Pitts on a list of I don't want him on my side, guys, even though he's unbelievably athletic. The tools, the traits physically are incredible. I mean, how many tight ends have gone for 925 yards twice over the last 5 years? You can count them on one hand. How many guys have a chance to go out and catch 100 balls at the position?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is a rarity, and he is a matchup nightmare. You saw that in their game in primetime against Tampa when he had one of the most impressive statistical games in the history of the position. He had 15-plus targets and went for a couple hundred yards and a couple touchdowns. Just a crazy outing. There aren't guys who can do that. But this player, whose nickname is the Unicorn, the problem I have is when you watch him, there are just too many "are you kidding me" moments.
Yep.
Pull your hair out. You fumbled at the goal line. The ball goes in and out of your hands, right into the hands of a defender.
2 catches, 14 yards, in a must-have game for your playoff hopes against a division rival when everybody's begging you to do something.
I mean, the
Those
inconsistency
things.
is real, but that's not even my frustration. Some of that can be usage and targets and why weren't you throwing the football? Some of it is maybe that he doesn't show up in big spots, but I'm not even talking about that. I mean, that has been there throughout his career, Danny. I'm referencing this is a guy that, I thought of Ryan Grant this way. I talk like team can't get right, where there's always that, why are you lined up there? And the quarterback's yelling at you and having to burn a timeout. Like, there's just a lot of that in Kyle Pitts' game. So to pay him 15 plus per year, and I think on the open market it would have been more. It would have been $16, $17 million per year. And now you're talking about a contract where it's like 4 and 65 or something, and you're guaranteeing him over $30 million. It just wasn't what I wanted to do. So the good news, I guess, for me is that they're not going to overspend on Pitts. We'll see if that ends up being a regret that they have, that never got to do that, because maybe he turns into what he was last year every single season. But it makes it a lot harder for them now to just get what they want done at tight end, because it's one less really good player, same number of teams that need tight ends. And now, if Likely, let's say, is the best on the board, he gets maybe the money that was reserved for Pitts, and everyone gets pushed up in value a little bit. So that's the downside for the Commanders here.
Yeah, 100%. less supply is bad when you have demand at that spot. So you want the market flooded. So as you said, a tight end hungry team can win the bidding for him. Fine, you sit that out. You get the quote unquote consolation prize, which may be the best player fit wise for you. But now everybody's bidding for those, same guys that you're going after. It makes it harder.
Speaking of franchise tags, at about 3:25 today, I want to get into George Pickens of the Dallas Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are about to tag him, which is going to mean the end of their harmonious relationship. Because I'm going to assume and make a prediction here that this starts the Pickens is upset with Dallas thing, and he's a different dude when he's not that happy with you. So we'll get into that coming up this hour. But next, let's kick off our second hour with Brady House of the Nationals. He belted 2 home runs in spring training in his first game yesterday, coming off of a disappointing first year, still just 22 years old. What's changed for him? How does he feel about this new front office? We're going to find out next on Grant and Danny.
House circles the bases for the first time in the major leagues with a long home run against Brandon Woodruff.
In 1 hour on Grant and Danny, we are giving away DC Defenders tickets. That's at 4 o'clock, right ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And in 2 hours, when we're joined by Logan Paulson to preview the NFL Combine, which is taking place this week in Indianapolis, we will be giving a listener Jim Gaffigan tickets. He is performing at the Anthem this weekend, so you've got to be listening and ready to call at 5 o'clock if you want those tickets on Grant and Danny.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Nationals third baseman Brady House, still only 22 years old, trying to bounce back after a tough first season in the major leagues from a power standpoint. And so far, so good. Game 1 of spring training for him yesterday, his spring debut, a multi-homer performance where he hit home runs of 415 and 398 feet in an exhibition tilt with the Marlins yesterday. Brady, thanks for the time. So far, so good. What a performance, man. Congrats on day 1 this spring.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's going great. I hope the same with you guys.
Yeah, going very well. 2 home runs. I know it's just spring training and it's only 1 game, but that had to feel good. Take us through the spring debut.
Oh, it was great. Just after having the whole off season off and finally getting back at it with the boys, it was a great time yesterday getting to just go out and work on some things.
It's got to, as you said, validating, because I'm sure you're putting in so many hours, so much time, breaking everything down and hitting and getting those swings and those reps to see it kind of play out in a game like that. As you said, it's got to be validating, right? All that off-season work.
For sure. I think that, it was good to kind of get out there and test what we've been working on this off-season and, just getting some results from the at-bats, good and bad, and things that we can work on and things that went good. So it's good to kind of just get out there and see what you've been working on is seeing how it plays.
Can you let fans know, and Brady House with us here on G&D, what were some of those things that you worked on this offseason, things you were trying to tweak and improve?
I think for me, just kind of from a hitting standpoint, just aggressiveness. I think my whole entire career I've been an aggressive hitter, but I think this offseason I've kind of worked on being aggressive in a way, but patient at the same time, just being aggressive in the places that I like to see the ball instead of just aggressive all over the strike zone, just kind of picking out a spot that I like the ball and being aggressive there.
That's interesting because I think a lot of times when people think of aggressiveness, they think of expanding the zone or chasing, right? And I don't think you were talking about that necessarily. I'm sure you want to improve that too. But you're talking about within the strike zone. Like, not everything is a pitch you could do damage with, and your job is to do damage. So is that mindset something you came up with last year, or is that something the new staff has been harping on? Where did that emphasis come from?
I think just going into the off season, my whole entire goal was just because, I think last year it was I was aggressive, but I was also aggressive on pitches that I couldn't do damage on. Even if it was a strike, I was just trying to put the ball in play if it was a strike. And then this off season is kind of just like learning what pitch I like to do damage on, where I like to do damage at, and then kind of hunting that pitch. And if it's not there, kind of just try to lay off. But just kind of hunting that pitch and if it's a pitch I can do damage on, try to unload on it.
Brady House of the Nationals with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Brady, this new front office comes in, and part of what I'm excited about is that they might be able to help you guys in a different way because it's an extra set of eyes here, right? It's a new philosophy, and there's a lot of players that maybe they'll get more out of. What's your experience like so far with them, and how different is it analytically and maybe even technology-wise with this group?
It's amazing. I feel like just from the short time we've already been together, I've learned so much and I've gotten better each and every day. And that's kind of my goal coming in, is just kind of that's been our goal, is kind of just to be challenged, especially in practice. So whenever we get in the game, the game kind of slows down. But yeah, I think just making practice tough has been a key for us, and that way, whenever we go out to the game, it can be a lot smoother, a lot more relaxed. But yeah, it's been great. And then technology-wise, it's been awesome having the traject down here. I know a lot of us have been, working hard on the traject and getting used to it. So.
Brady, last year you got a good taste of life in the big leagues, and it's probably like drinking through a fire hose. Just it's the best league in the world. Now that you're here, having had that taste, you're going into spring training for a full season. How different do you feel compared to years past?
I feel great. I feel like this year I'm excited for this year because I had a little bit of time last year to kind of get comfortable, and then I feel like going into this year I can just kind of focus on the things I need to focus on helping the team win, and putting runs up on the board for the team.
Brady House of the Nationals, one of a bevy of the young up-and-coming players on this team. Very important season for him. It's funny, we talk about his year last year and how it went. He's still, as we talk to him right now, just 22 years old, a former top 11 pick in the 2021 draft. You mentioned the traject machines. I want to go back to that before we move on here, because I think there's listeners that don't know what that is. Traject Arc is a 1,500-pound robotic pitching machine, and it's used by almost every team in baseball. The Nats are the last to the party in a sense, but it replicates the pitcher that you're facing. So you kind of program it with velocity, spin rate, release point, all of these things that we have data on now, so that essentially Brady House can take the at-bats against Zach Wheeler's exact pitches in the cage at Nats Park hours before a game. And hitters swear by it. So that's kind of the description, but you tell me how it helps you or what you think of it, or, if we make too much out of it, and kind of where you're at on it.
Yeah, I love it so far. I think that, you're so used to watching film on the guy that you're going to face the next day, and then, actually getting to go in there and hit off of him, it feels like it's just huge. And everyone I've talked to here loves it. I love it. I just feel like it prepares me a lot better. I think watching film and all that stuff is good as well, but like actually getting to step in the cage and almost getting to get a few at-bats off of him before you face him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there video of the guys, like at the old, back when I used to go to Funland, you could hit off like CC Sabathia? Like, do you actually see them, or is it just the pitch out of a hole like they would throw it?
I'm not... So, like, if I were to face a pitcher, like, tomorrow, I could get him up and it would show him. I'm not sure about former players, if that's what you're asking. I haven't done that
sorry,
yet.
That was my dated example of me being 10 years old at Funland. Like, you don't need to take ABs off Greg Maddux.
I used to hit seeds off Mike Mussina.
If you're facing DeGrom, or you know what I mean, you're facing Kenta Maeda. I'm just throwing out random pitchers. Like, do you actually see them on the machine, or is it just okay? That's awesome, actually.
Yeah. Yeah,
so you time up, like the whole mechanism of timing them up, basically, pregame is still available to you.
For sure.
What did you learn last year about how pitchers were attacking you?
I think that just to stay patient, I think that just kind of if they saw that I was chasing, then they wouldn't go away from that, is kind of what I felt. So kind of just staying patient, like I said, and just getting a pitch that I know I can hit well.
What do you make of the age of the staff? Everyone on the outside's talking a lot about that. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I don't really think we think too much about it. I think that from the time we've all been here together, it's just been all work and getting better. Honestly, I think that it doesn't really come up that much. I think that we're all enjoying our time together. I think we all go well together. So it's been great, honestly.
Well, I guess when you're 22, 30 is old to you, right? Is that part of it? Give me a state of the union on how you feel defensively. That part of your game shone through right away in the big leagues last year. Just kind of give me a check in on that. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel like I've been doing early work every day and just working on the little things and the routine plays and also the tough plays. But I think I'm just moving around everywhere, just trying to get different feels at every type of ball that's going to be hit to me. So, yeah, just trying to work on the hard plays and the easy plays. I got to work on them all, not just straight ground balls every day.
Brady House joining us from down in West Palm Beach. I know you don't get a lot of downtime during spring training, but when you do, what do you normally do in Florida to pass the time or to enjoy yourself with some of your teammates?
I mean, whenever we do have the time off, I'm usually video gaming it up with the boys, but I feel like whenever we do have that day off, it's much needed. So we just try to rest, play some games, maybe watch some basketball if that's what's on. But yeah, we just try to hang out, enjoy the time together.
Are you guys MLB The Show guys, or it's get away from baseball entirely, like Call of Duty, just sniping dudes? What are you doing?
I know there's MLB The Show guys in there, but I get away from the sports. I go to either I usually play what I've been playing is Call of Duty, but I'll play some other games.
Who are you living with, or do you get to live by yourself? We were talking to Brad Lord the other day, and he was rattling off. He's with 4 dudes, and they're just like bacheloring it up. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm actually with Andrew Pinckney. He was my roommate in Rochester, and we decided to do it again this year.
Well, whatever you guys are eating and drinking in that house, you need to pass out because Pinckney had a hell of a game 1, too. He ended up ripping a double and made a great throw from right field to get a runner at third. He's off to a fast start also.
For sure.
How cool is that to see? It's like almost like a class, right? Like you and your buddies that you were down there with and now kind of coming up and get ready to make an impact in the show. How neat is that?
It's awesome. I was actually there for the game whenever I saw him hose that guy at third base. I was probably at the top step yelling at him, but yeah, it was awesome.
Well, Brady, congratulations on a quick start this spring. Save some of the homers for April, but best of luck to you here in camp, and look forward to seeing you guys get back to Nats Park.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Brady House on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, and shout out to Tobes who wore his Brady House call-up tee today.
Oh, yes. I didn't even realize he was doing that. Look at that.
He's themed to the radio show.
He's all about it.
I appreciate he's all in on the program. 2 homers in your first spring training game doesn't really mean anything after it ends. But here is kind of my hope for Brady House, and so far so good. Like everyone else in this organization, with these new analytics-driven R&D folks coming in, you just hope that they can find something, some shortcut, some edge in the numbers where they go, but what if ... And what if he hits more balls at this launch angle and these degrees and at this skill that we're going to hone, we're going to help him chase less, or we're going to have him, maybe it is the trajectory machines that he was talking about. But you heard at the beginning of the conversation, he's going to keyhole certain quadrants of the strike zone and not just swing at anything that's a strike. These are not new ideas. It's not like Paul Taboni and this staff know something that no one else knows, right? Everyone's trying to play the same game here. And the last staff knew, former World Series champion group led by Mike Rizzo, how to win baseball games. But can they get more out of Brady House? That's what I want to know. And there's a lot of guys on that list this year.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, I don't want to say he's been forgotten about, but he's been kind of
overlooked.
Overlooked to a degree. That's the right word for it. Remember, as you pointed out, he's 22 years old. That's actually not old. Usually guys don't break into the big leagues until they're 24, 25, 26. If it's the normal course of events, it takes a lot of seasoning when you come up, you're drafted out of high school. And here he is now with 70-plus games of experience at the big league levels, gone through it, went through the ringer, had a really tough time, like, I don't know, most people do when they arrive in the show, and you learn about yourself, how you're being attacked. You learn counters to that. That's what this sport is. It's a push and pull all the time. You can't handle the outside pitch, so you work on that. You start drilling the outside pitch. They go, okay, you're hitting that. Now we'll try something else. Now you got to adjust to that. And that's what this league really is over the course of days and weeks and months and even years. If you find something smart from these people that are watching all the video and figuring out, instead of just going by gut feel, hey, when you do this, your hands go there. When your foot hits late, this is what happens to your bat path. You slow down by this number of miles an hour, and you can find things to key on. You can be really successful. And he's got enough talent where he could be a pretty impactful player.
Yeah, I want to take a look real quick at this roster and see who are the guys that most benefit from the change of scenery here with front office, coaching staff, and some guys maybe diving deeper into the analytics. Like, to me, I separate it into a few categories. So if you're looking for a breakout candidate this year, Brady House should probably be at the top of the list. It was an ultra disappointing season. I know he was very, very young, 21 into 22 last year, turned 22 in June. But still, if you would have told me he was going to homer 4 times and 260 at-bats, I would have lost a lot of money betting against that. His OPS plus was 62 last year. A league average player is 100, meaning he was 40% lower than league average offensively, which is not going to work, right? But he would be on the short list of guys, because I'm going to say, like James Wood, C.J. Abrams, those types of players, you want to find a new ceiling. There's still more in there for Wood. If he does for the full year what he did in the first half last year, you're competing for an MVP award. With C.J. Abrams, it's about consistency, but we've seen him be really good. He's been an all-star. The guys that I would label as breakout candidates, or like that this staff needs to get to a point where they're playing good Major League Baseball. House is one of the headliners. I would put Dylan Cruz in that category. Two. And then Cade Cavalli is the other one on the pitching side of things. Not that he didn't show well at times with some really dynamite 7-inning outings, really, really good stuff. But he's a former first-round pick.
Yeah.
If Cade Cavalli turned into a legitimate frontline, like number 2 type starter for them, they're a lot closer than it feels like they are. That's something that Simon Matthews, with the Driveline background, their new pitching coach, who's only barely 30 years old, and some of the other people in the organization are going to have to get right. But Cruz has not really hit at any level a whole lot. I mean, even at Double-A, before he got called up, he was not dominant. His ops plus has been 81 and 79, so it's career about 20% lower than league average offensively. He's a career 211 hitter in 116 games. There's a lot more in the tank. And by the way, I don't care that much about batting average. If you've got some slug, 350 is not that. He hasn't driven the ball like he probably should, hadn't hit as many doubles as he should. So that's moldable clay as a number 2 overall pick that they got to be excited to work with. But Cruz, House, on the offensive side, more than anybody else, are the highest ceiling upside guys as former first-round picks, drafted 2nd and 11th overall, that hopefully this staff can turn into the players they were supposed to have been.
I hadn't thought of Cavalli. That's a smart one. Just because, again, we're talking about overlooked afterthoughts. We've moved on to, well, that arm injury is, and we don't hear any updates for years at a time on Cade Cavalli. Is he throwing? Is he in Florida? Is he in the country? Is he getting platelets and what's he doing? What's he up to? There was no updates for a long time on him.
I'm just thinking about the actual
but you're right.
talent where they have guys that are young and have a chance to be a star.
Totally right.
And the only guys with the actual skill and physical traits and tools to do that, in my opinion, that haven't shown it yet are Cruz, who could be really, really good. That's why he went 1-2. That's why he was the best player in America at LSU. House, I don't feel nearly as good about him as I do Cruz, but I think Cruz, is still a safer bet. But House's power is real. I mean, that's raw 60-type power. Like, there's no reason he can't run into mid-20s home runs a season at third base, and then the other one would be Cavalli. Everyone else, you're kind of trying to, find a way to squeeze juice out of something that may or may not be there.
Exactly. So, but just I'm giving you credit for thinking of Cavalli where I did. And the first 2 were the names that I thought of. It's House and Cruz. They were both, to me, in dire need of just a different voice, a different view for what was happening to them. Because again, playing Major League Baseball is really, really, really hard. This just in. And it's the best league there is. These guys are so good that people are professionally getting you out. It's not just the pitcher throwing the pitch. It's the hundreds of hours of study and research and figuring out what your weaknesses are. If you can't properly identify them and figure out, A, what you're doing wrong, and B, what to do about it, and it felt like that's been the case for a lot of young Nationals players here for a while. If you're just prodigious, if you're James Wood, okay, fine. You go out and do it, and we look like geniuses. But for the regular mortals, who may also be really good, you touched on those too, it felt like they had no counterpunch, and they were just drowning and barely able to tread water in a league that's really tough. I need that video guy to say, here's the hitch. Here's what you're doing. When Dylan, when you get set up in a certain way, you're turning your front shoulder, and then your shoulder flies open, and you're dragging your bat on every elevated pitch, and that's why you fly out to right a million times. Whatever it is, I'm just making that up. I need someone to identify it now, not like months go by and it's, keep sending them up. That stuff needs to get nipped in the bud because it's too hard to succeed when everything's perfect.
Yeah, totally. I would say, too, like that kind of thing, there's no reason the Nats couldn't have done that in the past because they've got the eyes to scout it. What I want is the stuff they didn't have the ability to do in the past.
Right.
So when they're doing these deep dives on these numbers that they actually believe in and care about, and they're going, hey, do you know what pitch you get first in every at bat, at a 72% clip, and that you take for a strike. In the past, it's not like they didn't have that information. I'm not suggesting that they didn't, but there's a difference between having it and wanting to implement it and basically going off of it. So, hey, here's what we're going to do. You hit spin at this rate, we're not swinging at spin. Those basic numbers-driven things that the data organizations do. One thing as an example, just watching already and then listening yesterday, so I've got 2 spring training games under my belt for the most part. It's a lot more breaking balls and spin from this pitching staff than you would have anticipated. I think they threw fastballs over like 60% of the time or something last year, which is an older school way to approach it. The best pitch is a fastball low and away.
Establish the fastball.
That's what you always... Screw that. What's your best pitch? My best pitch is a sweeper. We're throwing the sweeper a bunch. And everyone says, well, that's how you blow out arms. Wait, I thought velocity is why we're blowing out arms. Isn't that what everyone's telling me? Everyone throws so hard. Is it that or is it breaking stuff? It can't be both, can it? I mean, the Red Sox and some of these teams are doing this. Rich Hill was one of the leaders on this who had a career into his 40s. He didn't have a good fastball. In fact, he had a terrible fastball. But you know what he had? An amazing breaking ball.
7 different kinds of breaking balls.
So he's going to throw his curveball 71% of the time or whatever. So I think you're just going to see philosophical shifts that help these guys too. And hopefully House is one of many Nats that benefit from it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We talked earlier about Kyle Pitts getting the franchise tag from the Falcons. Apparently the Dallas Cowboys are going to be tagging George Pickens. Could that lead to some of the problems between the team and the player that everyone's been predicting will be coming down the pike? That's next on the Fan.
safeties in, there are going to be some chances down the field.
That got rid of it. Here's Pickens inside the 10. Pickens to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown.
Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call of Cowboys primetime football this season on NBC. By the way, Tirico magnificent yesterday.
Aces. So good.
As he always is. The United was just perfect. In fact, Darius, let's play that. Tirico discussing what yesterday meant, why sports are so great, and if you're a kid at home, what it could do for your motivation.
Because of a drought that almost lasted a half century, those teams are revered. They are held on to forever. And what happened today doesn't take away from the greatness of those teams or the meaning that those teams have in U.S. hockey. But what you saw today was the build of a generation, inspired perhaps by that team that lost in 2010 in Vancouver to the Sidney Crosby golden goal in overtime. Or the team where TJ Oshie had all those shootout goals in 2014. That's when these guys were doing what you're doing, watching on TV. And they were young, and they were living the dream. So for all the young people out there, not just the hockey, but all the Olympics you've watched, those dreams are formed now. Go chase them and go get them. Because our country loves sports, and it brings us together unlike anything else. And if you didn't know that, and if you haven't been watching the last 2 weeks, you saw it in Team USA Hockey, winning the gold over their arch rival Canada here in Milan to wrap up these 25th Olympic Winter Games.
What an impressive monologue. And I don't think that's off prompter. Not that it's any less special. But if he wrote something out and read it, then you're just an eloquent writer.
Yeah, it's still thoughtful.
I think that was off the cuff. I think he's just kind of speaking from the heart, staring into the camera. If he was reading a prompter, he's better at it than a politician.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, that was really a great broadcasting moment by one of the best in the biz. And here we are about to talk about George Pickens, and we're just playing, a highlight of Tirico calling an NFL game, and then he's on the scene, American, Canadian, hockey, Olympics in Italy. What versatility.
Yeah, 100%. There's very little that guy can't do. I thought that was the perfect way to send it off, right? Instead of trying to quantify the moment with more, how many times have we seen a Bob Costas try to go, and historically in 1927 when, Stockings McGee hit the first puck past whatever, Tirico's looking ahead. And I thought that was the perfect way to do it because, you've got everybody waxing poetic about what this means in this moment, this moment, this moment. And he's, hey, all of you guys that are out there with your big dreams, they were you, take their place eventually. I hadn't even thought to even capture it that way, and he did it. It was great.
Yeah, it was perfect. Coming up at 4 o'clock in a half hour, we'll give away DC Defenders tickets on G&D. And at 5 o'clock in 90 minutes, Logan Paulson stops by. We're going to preview the NFL Combine and the draft with him. He's been diving into a ton of prospects. We talk about a lot of that over on Take Command on the pod we do. Another one dropped today. But at 5, ahead of Logan in that conversation, Jim Gaffigan tickets up for grabs for a caller right here on Grant and Danny. We'll be giving away those tickets at 5 o'clock all week long right here on The Fan. But to get into this George Pickens conversation really quickly. So here's what we know. The Cowboys are planning on tagging Pickens. Stephen Jones, Jerry's kid, who runs the ops, came out and said that. Preemptive strike from the Pickens camp this weekend, where his agent basically came out, and the report was from somebody else, if the Cowboys sign George Pickens, he's not going to be willing to do a long-term deal. Now, I don't believe that. That's not how this works. You want to get paid, and they have all the leverage, so they're going to use that leverage. They're going to tag you, and then you've got to play hardball to try to keep them from doing it, but as soon as they do, you either play for the 1 year and have to have another year like you just did, or else your value drops, or you just work on the extension until the end of the offseason. Assuming the Cowboys are willing to pay him, Danny, which is a big if. They're already paying CeeDee Lamb at one of the highest rates in the league. So you're talking about paying 2 wide receivers top of the board money at the position, which you probably shouldn't be doing. I mean, even the Cincinnati Bengals, who have paid Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, aren't doing anything like what the Cowboys would have to do. We're talking about $35 million a year, maybe, something like that for George Pickens, which seems like crazy talk. So I don't know if they're going to pay him or not, but you're already seeing some cracks here in the relationship. If you slap the tag on him, which he's saying he doesn't want you to do, where does this go? This is a volatile dude.
Yes, indeed.
Who everybody has said so far it has worked out pretty well. But when does that stop?
Exactly.
Probably as soon as you annoy him.
There it is.
Here we go.
As soon as his needs don't match up with yours, because when you're in that honeymoon phase, which is what they were last year, guy looking to get paid, team looking for production, perfect marriage. Well, here's the deal. If we don't want to commit to you long term, which by the way, smart of the Cowboys to not want to do that, because you've seen how it goes bad. If you don't want to be involved in that and you want to kind of continue the honeymoon phase where you just got such and Pickens was great last year. There's one game where he kind of quit on everybody, and that should be a blemish. But other than that, he was fantastic.
When's the last time you looked at his season numbers?
Like a few weeks ago.
The reason I ask is and 9 touchdowns, and he caught 93 balls in an offense with CeeDee Lamb, where their running back had a career year and ran for 1,200 yards. The Cowboys are kind of what I'm talking about doing, which is like, defense be damned, let's do the offensive thing, and it hasn't worked out, so people can poke a hole in the theory and say, look at Dallas, that's the wrong way to do it. They paid their quarterback, they paid a receiver, they're paying another receiver. I would point out that it actually can work, it just hasn't for them, and you can't be as awful defensively as like the Bengals and the Cowboys are. You need a more middle ground. You need a really good coordinator. The Commanders feel like maybe they just hired that guy. But this George Pickens thing, I think about this like that first tremble in your stomach when you know you're going to have to find a bathroom. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Like the bubble guts thing where it's like
yeah.
that little feeling, and then it's like a tingle, and then all of a sudden there's like this like, oh no. And you're like, how far away is the bathroom? The volcano eruption sound. This is that. I don't know if it's the who was the old Ron Paul meme? It's happening with his hands in the air, or maybe it's the Michael Scott meme. Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. But this is the start, I think, because George Pickens has an opportunity to be like a secret agent for the Commanders, the Eagles, and the Giants.
Yeah, like a double agent.
He could tear this whole thing down from the inside
And
if he wants to.
I'm hoping it happens. Again, it makes perfect sense. If you are the Cowboys, you look at it and go, why wouldn't we sign up for that again? 93 catches, 1,429 yards, and 9 touchdowns. That is top of the board, number one receiver type stuff to go with their number one top of the board receiver in CeeDee Lamb. That package is unstoppable. You cannot shade coverage one way or the other. Those guys are going to tear you apart. Of course, I'd sign up for that again. But you also are familiar with the past, and you can't go long-term with that guy. You just can't. And he's sitting there going, what else do I have to do to prove it? So he's pissed. They're probably not interested in the long-term deal. Maybe they do somehow and have to move money around here, there, and everywhere. But after the year he just had, I would want to be paid too. What else am I supposed to do? I was a good citizen here. I just went for unbelievable numbers. You're telling me you're better off without me? This screams franchise tag. This to me is why it was invented, right? Is this kind of a deal?
This is a stud. He's a better player than I thought. I thought he was a little bit one-dimensional, a little bit of a one-trick pony. It was basically a lot of like crossers and slants with the Steelers, occasional back shoulder balls on the sideline. He can run just about any route. He can do whatever you want. And he proved that in Dallas last year as one of the best receivers in football. But he walked the straight and the narrow, and this volatile guy who was such a pain in the butt for Tomlin and Pittsburgh and such a problem child just didn't act that way. But now, that was when he knew, I've got to have an amazing season to get paid. I've got to do everything right on and off the field to make my $34 million a year. And then he did. And the Cowboys are going, we're glad you did.
Thank you.
But we're not going to give you the contract that we told you we would. We're going to franchise tag you, which he doesn't want.
Right.
And I think this could be the beginning. And if you're a Commanders fan, you're just kind of grabbing popcorn and you're watching.
Just a little fan to stoke the flames.
When I was in high school, we did a senior prank. And I think there's been enough years now. Class of 2006. Wow, 20 years ago. That's weird to think about.
Isn't that fun when that happens?
Am I supposed to have some type of
23 reunion this year, right?
I've heard word zero about it. But so we did this senior prank, and we did a pretty harmless thing because we knew they wouldn't be cool about it, right?
Right.
So we like took saran wrap and we wrapped all the doors really tight, and like we had these columns that you had to go through to get inside the school. Basically, we like wrapped those. We had one of it's King George County, so some people have equipment and trucks and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like one of the guys who had some classes in the Votech building.
Okay.
That guy like helped us move a big dumpster right in front of the teacher parking lot so they couldn't get into the parking lot in the morning. So anyway, right across from the school, there's a Fast Mart, or there used to be. So we were all sitting kind of in the Fast. We stayed up all night. We stayed in the parking lot, had like a cookout and tailgated or whatever. And then we went over to the Fast Lot parking lot and we just kind of sat there. And we watched as the teacher showed up. And like chaos ensued as no one could get into the lot.
A pretty good prank.
People are pretty mad about it, right? I bring this up to say, Commanders fans should be us in that Fast Mart parking lot, eating our breakfast sandwiches, just like pointing and like
That's
talking and laughing. Next thing you know, the assistant principal at the time, John Carter.
Mr. Carter?
I love Mr. Carter. Great guy. He was coming around with the school resource officer named Butch Norris.
Okay.
And he was like handpicking all the people. Probably we were the worst criminals ever because we were just sat there at the scene.
At the scene of the crime,
laughed.
pointing and laughing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Good
So,
job, buddy, as you're shaking each other's
Mr.
hand.
Wolowitz and some of the people that were trying to get in and couldn't, like, saw us and probably told Mr. Carter. But he came around with Butch Norris, who's the school resource officer, one of the great guys, just awesome dude from my childhood, my buddy Callie's dad. Well, Callie happened to be in on, allegedly, may have been in on the prank with us. And so here's his dad walking around, and Mr. Carter's like, Mr. Paulson, did you have anything to do with this prank? Anyone that we find out did this is not going to walk at graduation. And Butch Norris said to me, you don't know anything about this, right, Grant? And I'm like, no. And he's like, you weren't involved, right, Grant? And I'm like, I was not. Anything else, Mr. Carter? And then just went to every kid and did that, like, very informal process.
That was a good job there.
But that's what Commanders fans should be doing, is saran wrapping in the entrance. No, not that. Sorry. Sitting at Fast Mart. No, not that. Sorry.
Right.
They should be laughing and watching and eating popcorn as the Cowboys may start a feud with George Pickens, who is going to handle this very, very poorly.
You guys basically did the scent of a woman situation, right? Like, remember, the entire movie surrounds the drama of Charlie not informing on his friends. And that's when, like, Al Pacino comes in to give that big speech in front of the whole school.
So I don't get this reference.
Oh, my God.
And I feel bad because normally you and I turn to the producer room and reference a movie and they stare at us blankly and it makes me so angry. And now I'm doing that to you, and that's not what I want to do.
So the movie itself, it's like the big drama for Charlie Sims, okay, who's Chris O'Donnell's character. He's taking care of Colonel Slade, Al Pacino's character.
Charlie Conway, Mighty Ducks, right?
Yeah. So Charlie Sims absolutely 100% witnessed a prank that is done to the school principal, who everybody hates.
Oh, so now they're grilling him and he's not giving the person up.
Exactly. We'll give him up. And it's one of the all-time, it's like a courtroom drama scene, but it's not. It's at a school, and Colonel Slade delivers a haymaker of a speech.
Allegedly,
It's an all-time.
That all happened.
Yeah, where's it allegedly?
We didn't actually do a senior prank, to be clear.
Right.
I'm just saying, had
A
we
senior prank was done.
by someone.
By someone.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. little over 10 minutes from now, we will be giving away tickets to the DC Defenders home opener. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. 5 o'clock today when Logan Paulson stops by, preview the NFL Combine with us, which gets underway today. On the field work doesn't actually start for 2 more days, but tomorrow is when things really kick off in terms of the podium. So you get a lot of coaches, GMs, answering questions, including Adam Peters yesterday. I think Quinn is going to be on Wednesday, but there'll be a lot of NFL news coming out because weeks of everyone being idle post-Super Bowl ends, and now every team's media corps is in Indianapolis to grill the executives making the decision. So this is a huge, huge football news week coming up, which I'm excited about.
Yeah, it's only a few years removed from when we discovered that Scott McCloughan wasn't there in Indianapolis, and all the detectives were running around trying to figure out what was what. The team was like, yeah, his grandmother passed away, which is true, but months ago, and then he was out. And it was one of my favorite sagas where Washington was so concerned about controlling some weird narrative before they planted terrible stories about him in the Washington Post and all sorts of stuff. But it was one of the low points.
How is that what you go to in 2026 when
about
the Combine
10 years
comes
removed,
up?
right? I was just thinking about it. Like that when you said the newsiest week, I was like, well, how about this news? That the guy that's supposed to be there to be in charge, that everyone's waiting to put a microphone in front of because, hey, what's the approach this year, et cetera. After the 2 most successful seasons you guys have had back-to-back since Joe Gibbs was here for the second time around. Where is he? He's here. He's not. Maybe he will be. And then, of course, we find out that he's out. But yeah, this is a massive week. This offseason is enormous. I mean, if you just had a regular bad season last year where you disappointed and you finished 7-10, but we're kind of around, okay, fine. But the falling off a cliff that took place, this is a huge, huge, huge offseason for this group, and it starts really this week.
Time for a double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
Coaching. Bit of imbroglio. We have a potential bit of discord here. The Forest Green, I think we're the Green Beans now. 3 straight losses over the span of 96 hours. Overtime loss, blowout loss on Saturday, overtime loss on Thursday, blowout loss Saturday, a 2-point heartbreaker against the previously undefeated. They lost the night before to drop to the 2 seed, Purple team. Everyone's upset. Everyone's mad at the coach. Nobody can quite figure it out. There are no answers right now, and we're going through it. The regular season ends with Forest Green having been in 3rd place, GP, dropped all the way down to 6th place with this recent swoon. A lot of rumors surrounding discord among the players and the staff. A couple of dads are on text change. Nobody's doing real well right now with Team Forest Green. But we have a playoff game. It's potential revenge game against the red team that beat us in overtime this past Thursday. That's Friday Night Lights style. Friday at 7.
Feels like the pressure's on them coming off of having just beaten you. Last time a red team beat a team in overtime, then had to play them again, it was the Canadians. How'd that work out?
Not as well.
Second time around.
Not as well.
The United States of America emerged victorious.
Man, it is an uphill climb for Forest Green right now. The troops aren't feeling good. You know that place when you lose trust with the coaching staff, where the coach says to do something and you do it and it doesn't go well, so now everyone's looking at you? That's where we are. This is a tough one. This is a dig deep type situation right here. But there will be a team party, and we're going to have Pupatella Pizza.
It's time for the double play.
Goatees. Where are you at on goatees?
I had one for a long time.
Yes, you did.
The reason was
at that time it was popular.
It was more in vogue, but it was for college. We had to be clean shaven, but if we were on a winning streak, our coach allowed us to have a goatee. So I did that a lot.
Do you know how you say I have a thing about hair where I overthink about haircuts and hair?
100%.
And I'll be like, Danny, you need a haircut, or like, oh, nice haircut, or wow, they did something a little tighter than normal with your hair, or whatever.
Yeah.
And your point is you would never notice or care about any of that?
Right.
I have the same reaction about goatees for some reason when I see them. Not on everybody, but on most people, I would say. Like I was watching TV today, and I won't tell you who. I mean, I'll tell you off air. Well, I'll just tell you. I mean, it doesn't matter. Jeff Schwartz, the former offensive lineman.
Yeah.
He's like a butt nice guy. He's come on the show a bunch of times. Like he was on Rich Eisen or something. I'm sitting there watching, and he's got this 1994 goatee.
Yeah,
it's just like that circle right around your lips. It's like what my teachers had back in the day. It's the most 90s facial hair ever.
It's the Bagwell goatee,
and I don't know why, but on most folks, I'm like, no, grow a beard or shave, but the goatee, like the actual goatee, is not for me. Never understood it. Don't get it.
It's not a great look. Now, I've
it's
had
straight up from 1993.
Yeah.
Like it's so antiquated and so old, and so it's just we got to move along here.
If you're like me and you've got just a kind of a dumb face, very red cheeks, you need something to offset that. So you need some facial hair. And I've had a couple different things where I wasn't allowed to just have a beard. You know, in terms of work, when I worked for a government contractor, we couldn't have beards, so I had to have a goatee way after it was fashionable. Because clean shaven, I look ridiculous.
Yeah,
I look like an overenthusiastic youth pastor, and everybody's like upset about me.
Well, you should never be clean shaven, probably.
Right, fair.
To be clear, but there's a picture that gets used for you on. And the reason I knew you had a goatee, I haven't thought about this in a while, but every now and then there's like this picture from 20 years ago.
Yeah.
that everybody
that
uses,
surfaces, yeah.
where it's like kind of it's a goateed Danny who was playing a lot less pickup basketball.
Yeah.
And it's not even that you're heavy or overweight. Like I'm those things, but you're just right now you're in like the best shape of your life at spring training. You could write that story, right? Because you play pickleball for 9 hours a day. But the goatee on you, I'm just like, no.
Nope.
If I was you, I would literally write to these people and be like, stop using this picture. Use this picture or any other picture. Because you have a goatee.
It's a trade-off, yeah. So it's goatee with no gray hair in it. That picture. So it's like, it's more youthful, and I don't look as weathered and terrible anymore. But it's a goatee picture. There's no upside.
But you look like Buzz from Home Alone or something, you know? Like, you should just, goatees,
Right,
man. That's.
right.
I guess if I'm going to sum up my double play, it would be a sound effect like, goatees,
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah, I get it.
The Beltway Blitz is next. We'll give away tickets to the DC Defenders as soon as we return. Let's follow through on a promise, shall we? We've got tickets to the DC Defenders. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You are winning a 3-game flex pack. The DC Defenders are back. The defending champs' first home game is just 6 weeks away. Saturday, April 11th at noon. For more information, go to the UFLDefenders.com. Caller 10. This will be a fun win. If you have not been out to Audi Field to watch a Defenders game, perfect atmosphere, perfect stadium for that spring football league, and it's as fun as you're going to have at any environment in DC sports. I'm out there. I'm a season ticket holder with the family. We really, really enjoy going. So enjoy yourself. We're giving away tickets all week long on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As an exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condoria and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're giving away tickets to see Jim Gaffigan coming up in an hour at 5 o'clock, so make sure you're listening at that time. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny.
The Washington Capitals.
We start you off on the ice. The Caps are back in action 2 days from now on Wednesday. We'll get an update on them in a second, but I do want to ask Mike Vogel, who's a Caps and a hockey wealth of knowledge, how about that gold medal game? The Americans beating the Canadians yesterday. What a day for the sport, Vogues.
Yeah, Grant, I would argue it was a great week for the sport when you include the women's team, U.S. women's team, also defeating Canada, also in overtime, also by a 2-1 score, and Layla Edwards becoming the first black American to win a gold medal at the sport, too. But, I think it was a fantastic finish. Really, the semifinals, quarterfinals, just compelling hockey throughout, culminating with, a terrific game that it felt like the whole continent was dialed in on at an early hour on a Sunday morning. It was a very communal experience, and USA Hockey comes out with its first men's gold medal in the sport in 46 years. Pretty impressive achievement, and a really good flagstone, I think, for the USA Hockey men and women's programs to both defeat Canada at the same time and win the gold. A lot to be proud of there for sure.
So, folks, set the stage for us now. I think the Caps have played the most games in the NHL, so only 23 left for them. As we kind of turn our attention back to the NHL season, set the stage for us here for the Caps. Where are we at? Give me a State of the Union.
Yeah, that's the big question, Danny. I think so. If you look at the way they went into the break, they went 5-2-1 in their last 8 games. So if you look at that pace, it's roughly it's like about a 680 something points percentage. That's essentially what they're going to have to replicate just to give themselves a chance. So you're talking about, say, 16-6-1 ish. To put yourselves in the conversation for that second wild card slot in the Eastern Conference, or the third position in the Metro Division. They're essentially the same as we're speaking right now. So, I mean, that's a big ask, but I do think that if P.L. Dubois is able to jump back in, and good first return, obviously back on February 5th against the Predators. But if he's able to jump back in, and they're able to have him, Justin Sordiff, Dylan Strome, Nick Dowd, 1 through 4 in the middle of the ice, and then you spread Connor McMichael out to the wing. You've got healthy players up and down. You've got Ethan Frank, who's emerged as a scoring threat. You got Ryan Leonard, who wasn't on this team at this time last year. I think you could make the argument that up front, they're as good as they were last year at this time, if not better. Goaltending's the same. The defense is essentially the same. So I think on paper you can say, okay, well, yeah, I could see them getting that hot. The question is, I think these first 3 or 4 games are going to be crucially important. The first 3 especially, because they come in a span of 4 nights. But management's got to go to school on that to decide, how far are we going in on this? The trade deadline is a week from Friday. So there's a lot of calculations that have to be made upstairs here in a very short period of time based on what they see on the ice starting Wednesday against the Flyers.
Mike Vogel, washcaps.com. Vogues, I want to both multitask caps and Olympics here for a second. And I know I'm way, way, way too early on this question. But we've got another Olympic tournament coming up in 4 years. And forgive me, but I'm kind of looking ahead and excited about it. It's very possible Ryan Leonard's playing for the United States then, which would be awesome, by the way. Think about that. But also, what about Cole Hudson? And a lot of Caps fans may not know him yet, but he's 19 years old. His brother Lane is a really, really good player. I mean, they could be the Hugheses or the Kachucks next time, maybe, where, one of the two brothers on the team is a Capital. What do you make of the possibilities for Leonard, Hudson, both being on Team USA in 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a fun thing to watch. And again, I would expand it, too, because you had Eric Smatejko, who was drafted in 2024 in the 5th or 6th round by the Caps, who was chosen to represent Latvia this year, but, has an Achilles injury that prevented him from... He would have been playing in the Olympics had it not been for that injury. So there's another guy that you put... in that conversation for the 2030 games as well. And then Leon Mugli, a defenseman that they drafted in the same draft, who's represented Switzerland at the World Juniors in each of the last 2 years, too. So, yeah, I mean, you got to do it first, right? There's Ilya Protas, too. There's obviously there's not a Belarusian Olympics team, but there are young Caps coming up, and some of them could be. To your point, Grant, it's been a long time since the Caps have had a marquee player, who was a U.S. Olympian up front. They've had John Carlson, but I'm hard pressed to think you might have to go back to the days of like a guy like Dave Christian.
I couldn't think of one yesterday. People are probably sitting in their cars going, "Oshie, he was with the Blues when he did the Sochi thing. He wasn't with Capital yet."
Right, exactly. Yep.
Vogues, you're the best, buddy. Enjoy the week.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me. Good talking to you.
You too. Be good, folks.
Hit that college hoop sounder.
College basketball.
My God, that's Denton Day's music joining us here on the Beltway Blitz. I got a million things I want to ask you about, but I understand that you were in the building for Michigan Duke. What were your takeaways?
It was crazy, man. I mean, the atmosphere was fantastic. It was high-level basketball between two really good teams, and the crowd was kind of 50-50, maybe a little bit more Duke than Michigan, but not that many more Duke fans in there. And it was just a really, really fun environment, a little bit of a teaser for what's to come when we get the Elite Eight and Sweet 16 here in a couple weeks.
Denton Day, you know him from his work here on The Fan, of course, college sports radio fame over on SiriusXM as well. What do you make of Darren Peterson essentially just deciding on a whim when he's going to play and when he isn't, despite being paid millions to play by Kansas?
So I think everyone's screwing this up. I'm of the belief that there is something going on with him, but they're not telling us. And it's a little too late for that, right? Like this should have been something where if there is something behind the scenes, an illness, maybe an autoimmune, like something going on there, they need to be upfront with it. And what has happened, if there is something going on, like maybe I'm wrong here, but I do believe that he does really want to play basketball and there's just something that's hampering him. They've now gone multiple weeks just letting him kind of get dragged. And this is on him, too, because he hasn't spoken to the media publicly all but once. He did an article with ESPN this weekend, but there's been no public presser, and it's pretty normal for guys after big wins and big games, and he's played in a bunch of big games, to go in front of a media, and he just hasn't done that. I think it's been a very odd situation with everybody involved. It stinks because he's a really good player, but at this point, like, if you're going to keep doing this on and off bit, and you're not telling us why you're doing the on and off bit, sit out. Like, your character is not going to get assassinated anymore if you just sit out. Everyone will be like, all right, cool, this is kind of what it is.
Well, sorry to cut you off, but I want to redirect on this, though. I believe all the stuff is possible that you're saying if Bill Self didn't kind of also call him out recently. He basically, if what you're saying is true and there's something going on, Bill Self's got a funny way to show it, because he basically called him out after the last game, too. That's when it became okay to essentially question him.
Right, and that's where I say everyone's kind of handling this wrong. Bill Self, I think, has actually done a really good job until this past weekend, but that's where I kind of like, all right, maybe there is something that this is more about him than just the something going on behind the scenes. The damning one to me was when he tapped him. I guess that was now a week and a half ago, where he hit a three and tapped him and said, hey, that's it, I'm done, against Oklahoma State. It's been very, very odd. And what's lost in this, guys, is we've been paying so much attention to Darren Peterson, and AJ DeBonsta has been a monster. So the Peterson stuff is weird. I'm kind of off of him as far as the Wizards are concerned until we get a little bit more clarity on what it is exactly that's causing him and causing this whole situation to be blown up the way it is.
Denton, sorry for the fast break. Got a little Commanders news to tend to. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
See you, pal.
You got it. Let's get the breaking news from Toby Altizer.
Breaking sports news on 106.7 The Fan.
Commanders and Andrew Wiley have agreed to a 2-year, $7.5 million contract that has an upside of getting to $10.5 million. So he's going to stay with the team. He started 34 games in 3 seasons. That news coming from Ari Myrov of the 33rd team. Commanders and right tackle Andrew Wiley have agreed to a new 2-year deal. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Thank you, Tobe. So a couple of different ways to look at this. We'll get into the Commanders and our blitz in just a moment with Nick Ackridge, but he is a backup. He's not a starter.
Yeah.
So they are re-upping with him at what is good backup money, but he can play right tackle. He can play either guard position as well, so at least 3 spots of flex, I guess in a pinch if you needed him to.
I was going to say emergency situation.
Maybe you could throw him at left tackle as well, although with Laramie Tunsil here, Brandon Coleman around,
there.
you wouldn't ask that. But he's basically the replacement directly to Sam Cosmi and then probably directly behind Chris Paul and maybe even Josh Connerly as well at all 3 of those spots. Also gives them some flexibility and freedom here with the guard position. Chris Paul is scheduled to be a free agent. He was one of the highest graded pass blocking guards in the National Football League this year, according to PFF. You don't know if maybe it takes one team to go crazy and give him a bunch of money.
Yep.
Maybe he walks. So I always like taking care of your own, getting these deals done. You can even save some money up front sometimes with these multi-year contracts. But Wiley, who was set to be a free agent, becomes the second player Washington has kept from the market. Tress Way signed a 1-year deal. Now 2 years for Andrew Wiley, the former Kansas City Chief.
Significant. I mean, these are the unsexy signings that aren't going to make headlines. I mean, obviously, we're talking about here breaking news on the sports show, but it's not one of those, oh my God, they got Andrew Wiley back, championship. There's still tons of work to do. But these are the below-the-radar, smart, quality organizational building signings. A guy that clearly sort of fits the bill for what they want, is willing to accept his role, which is, if it goes right, he doesn't play. Like, if they have good health and good fortune, Andrew Wiley doesn't see the field an awful lot. Maybe in extra lineman, 6 lineman packages, but I'd probably prefer Coleman in a lot of those scenarios. But this shores things up. This is the, as you said, swing tackle, backup guard, little bit of everything. Veteran leadership, helpful in the room. Again, unsexy, but I think important.
Speaking of Andrew Wiley and the Commanders, let's get a take as we continue the blitz on the gridiron.
The Washington Commanders.
Nick Ackridge of PFF. So what do you make of this? 2-year deal, keeping Wiley around here. Washington just getting this deal in place, apparently.
Yeah, I think it's a smart deal. I think, I pretty much agree with everything that Danny said. That I think it's a solid deal, a smart deal that good teams do. You keep a veteran offensive lineman with your team and, a solid guard that can kind of step in with an injury and, sometimes can also play tackle. So I think overall it's a smart signing and a good signing.
How did you guys grade him out this season?
Yeah, it was his roughest year in terms of our grades, but that comes a lot from kind of small sample sizes, getting in and out of the lineup. But when he started when he played earlier in the season, it was a bit up and down. Pass blocking grades were much better than the run blocking grades, and that's kind of where he's pretty much been his career. So just kind of hovers around average to a below average kind of guard right now.
Do they need any more work done on the offensive line, or is that a pretty solid group in your view?
Yeah, I'm still interested in what they're going to do with left guard. I'm interested to see what they do with Chris Paul if they want to bring him back or go somewhere else. I think that's the only spot on the line that I'm really even slightly concerned with right now. I think the rest of them, rest of the spots are pretty solid. I'd love to see the Laramie Tunsil, get him an extension and kind of solidify that left tackle spot. But I think the rest of the positions are pretty solid.
Nick, super hard to know this just yet because we don't know what David Blau's system is. We know that who the influences are, but we haven't seen anything yet. Obviously, no pelts on the wall from his time as an OC because this is his first time. But think of a tight end that you think would be a great fit here, as maybe you want a guy that's a blocker first and a receiver second. Do they need a glorified big body wide receiver, an Isaiah Likely kind of guy? Give me a tight end that you think either below the radar would fit or just who would be on your wish list.
Yeah, it's been a tough one. I mean, like you said, it's tough to kind of pin down what type of role this tight end will play in this sort of offense. But I'm still interested in Sonata. I still think there's something there. I think he's a good enough athlete to kind of hopefully figure this out. I think you have a really solid blocking tight end in John Bates. I don't know if they really need to go big with a guy like Isaiah Likely or a Kyle Pitts. the NFL is kind of slowly shifting away from these receiving tight ends that can't really block too well. So for me, I'd be hesitant to give these guys a big deal. It just kind of, we're getting back to where you want bigger tight ends that can block, and then an added benefit is catching, instead of the opposite where, they're great at threats catching and they're not so great blocking. So that's kind of where it kind of seems we're headed, and I think that's where this offense is headed, specifically if we want to play more under center. So I don't know if Isaiah Likely or Kyle Pitts or something like that really kind of fits that offense. So I think right now I know it's not, flashy, but I think we're okay where we are. Maybe add somebody, early on in the draft if, the chips fall where they are. So that's kind of where I am.
So that's interesting, Nick, because we see, I own a lot of things generally, knowing how you talk about the team. But I will be kind of livid if they don't do something at tight end because they don't have a weapon. I mean, Sinnott will be better, but I think he could be a nice piece, but he's kind of a secondary, like plotting, Cooley light kind of guy, and Cooley was really, really good, but I don't think Sinnott's that. I want someone who could be a mismatch in this offense for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, no, I get that, and it's why I'm kind of sort of wishy-washy on a little. I just don't know if I really kind of trust the guys.
You don't necessarily want to
right
spend like it's going to take, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's kind of, I don't want to get in a bidding war with someone like for a Likely or a Pitts guy who, again, is not really going to be a willing inline blocker for you. And that's where I think the NFL is really kind of headed. So, maybe you get a guy like a Charlie Kolar who's played with the Ravens, who's, been in that style of, he's a blocking first tight end and can make some plays downfield occasionally. But that's kind of where I would see it more so, rather than, again, like you said, getting in a bidding war for some of these top guys.
So defensively, is this new Durante Jones system, again, his influences are Zimmer and Brian Flores, how much upgrade to personnel do they really need? Or is there enough in the room to kind of do what they want if they kind of know where they're all supposed to be?
Yeah, again, a tough question because you don't know. Like you said, we understand the influences. We understand what a potential style of defense is going to have, but we don't know what kind of his kind of swing on this defense is going to look like. So I do think they need upgrades at pretty much every position. I think linebacker, interior defensive line, edge, corner, safety. There needs to be upgrades everywhere. It's a very, very bad defense on paper right now. Again, it's going to be tough if you want to go kind of, splash some big money. It's tough for me to kind of want to go big money on linebackers. Edge rushers are, okay right now. I don't really know if there's a guy that I really kind of want to shell out money for. So again, it's a tough free agent class as of right now to kind of be like, let's go spend all this money. But I think you have some guys that you can kind of fiddle with. Like, I'm interested to see what they do with Luvu. If you want to kind of put him on the edge and kind of play that Van Ginkel type of, edge rusher who's going to drop back in coverage and rush the passer, you never know what he's going to do. There's guys like Jordan McGee as an inside linebacker who's super athletic, and you need super athletic linebackers in this defense, but you also need very, very smart linebackers. So as much as fans don't really like it, I think a Bobby Wagner re-signing might be a pretty decent fit. I know the coverage is a big problem right now, but in this style of defense, you need guys that are really effective pass rushers, which he is, and really smart linebackers. So, he's going to get caught out in coverage sometimes, but I think he could be a good fit. I know fans don't really want to hear that with Wagner, but kind of where I see it.
Nick, thank you, buddy. We always enjoy chatting with you. Appreciate you hopping on the Blitz.
Yep, of course, guys. You have a good one.
See you, buddy.
Breaking Commanders news during the Blitz. Andrew Wiley, a 2-year extension to avoid free agency with Washington. Next on Grant and Danny, we got our first inclination of what the running back market is going to look like this offseason. Remember, last year was a big-time leap for the running back market. It had been undervalued. Then you got some progress in that area. So what do we know about how guys are going to get paid this time around? We got our first glimpse into that. That's next on The Fan.
Wow. Now Dallas are going to run with Williams. Big hole. Javonte Williams rumbling inside the 5, and he's finally taken down at the 2. 13 seconds left. They'll take a timeout, I believe.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox, Javonte Williams putting in work for the Cowboys last season. He had a career year with 1,201 yards and 11 touchdowns, just 25. He has signed an extension to stay in Dallas to avoid free agency. I want to talk about that in just a moment. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. In 30 minutes, Logan Paulson helps us preview the NFL Combine in Indianapolis this week. And when he stops by at 5, we're going to kick off that segment by giving away tickets to see Jim Gaffigan 30 minutes from right now. So make sure you're listening to The Fan. Danny, some news on the Commanders front first. We've been waiting to see what's going to happen with Brian Johnson. That was the last missing ingredient of the offensive staff. Well, the Rams just put out their 2026 coaching staff, and it looks like Brian Johnson is going to be part of their staff. The Rams, as a senior offensive assistant, is going to be the name of the title for Brian Johnson. Meanwhile, Cliff Kingsbury is with the Rams as the assistant head coach. So we knew he had been hired. We didn't really know what this role was going to look like, but they put out their staff.
Yeah.
And they list Sean McVay, head coach, Cliff Kingsbury, assistant head coach, then all the offensive assistants, then all the defensive assistants after that. Then they have special teams and then game management. But I find it really interesting. Cliff Kingsbury doesn't have an offensive title at all. He's not listed on the offensive staff with like Nate Schilhaas, the coordinator, and Dave Ragone, the associate coordinator, quarterbacks, all this stuff. He's just the assistant head coach. So if Sean McVay's got to miss a week to go do something, Cliff Kingsbury just takes
he has
over.
an appendectomy. It's Cliff's team. Yeah, it's. I was wondering what was going to happen to Brian Johnson when, I don't want to say he got passed over exactly, but maybe you could say it that way. When a guy that's called plays before, wasn't tremendously successful, but in Philadelphia was some pedigree, and they go David Blau, and I get the sense that Brian Johnson was a Kingsbury guy. So I was kind of wondering, how's that going to work? Well, now we got our answer.
I'm looking at this, and John Keim had posted on a retweet of the Rams staff. Brian Johnson joins the Rams as a senior offensive assistant. But I don't even see Brian Johnson's name on this list. So I guess there are more coaches than are just listed here, unless here it is down at the bottom on the defensive staff side of it. I don't know why they listed him with defensive staff. That's why I was looking at their offensive roster. I'm like, there's no Brian Johnson here. So under defensive staff at the very bottom, they list him as senior offensive assistant, Brian Johnson. So here's my question from a Washington perspective. When they went with David Blau, I felt good about the hire, and I liked that they were keeping him in the building. But my response that day was, you better bring in some experienced coaches, and you better keep some of the guys with some pelts on the wall in this building. A lot of them left.
Yeah.
They promote the most important coordinator hire that you're going to make on offense is O-line. They promote from within a first-time O-line coach. They don't really have a very experienced offensive staff at all at this point under Blau. I like that they were able to keep Rye, the tight ends coach, who's pretty popular in the building. That feels like a big deal. But if you look at it, Danny, where is the experience that you kind of thought you were going to have to go with when you went with Blau? The only guy that you would say, at least they kept him around because he's been a head coach is Anthony Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, Lynn butted enough heads last year with Bobby Johnson, and I had been told that's part of the reason their O-line coach, everybody like Bobby Johnson, was out. So maybe Lynn, who's got the Detroit back room when Blau was there, maybe it was like a Blau and Lynn versus, Bobby Johnson.
Different silos or factions, yeah.
And Cliff Kingsbury thing.
You look, there are guys that have been around, but is that, I don't know, there aren't the pure and simple offensive mentors. There are guys, Bobby Ingram's been around forever as a wide receivers coach, and I'm sure he can be helpful. Same with Anthony Lynn. Different perspectives, different voices at the table, but it's not that, to your point, been through the ringer, long-time OC who's been downgraded a little bit, but still very useful. Still very, a guy that at one point was in vogue and the hot candidate, but now is grizzled, gray-haired, and probably a little bit overweight. They can kind of tell you about the ups and downs.
Maybe it's just Anthony Lynn. Maybe he's the guy. I mean, you talk about Bobby Ingram. Yes, he was a wide receivers coach back in Baltimore for a couple years, and the 2012, 2013, whatever. But he really hasn't been much of the most recent years. It was not until the Washington job, when he came back from college, that he started doing that in the league. But maybe I just have to say, okay, Anthony Lynn is that guy. And even though I feel like there's a little bit of some like old school, like dinosaur football stuff, that's what he's going to provide and bring, and that's why he's here, and that's a good thing. But he is the experienced voice in the headset of David Blau to help him. I wanted more of that. I got one guy, but I'm just going to have to be okay with that. I got a dude who's never called plays, who's an OC, who's going to have to learn a lot on the fly, and basically it's Anthony Lynn among the really helpful, been around the block offensive coaches on the staff.
And I know this might annoy some people, but again, I always think about this when it comes to pro sports, even college sports to a degree. We judge you on the expectations that you set. So every year, for so many years, as a then Redskins fan, when they would win the offseason with some big major, free agent addition or trade or whatever, and they set the expectation, now we're going to be great, and they were failures, it would always feel like such a bitter disappointment. But if you tell me up front, hey, man, we're rebuilding, whether you actually say that word or not, I don't get as disappointed. They told us, basically through, whatever you want to call it, leaks or reports or otherwise, yeah, we want some experience at this one spot. We're going to have a young guy that's going to require a lot of mentorship and a lot of, help you along, understanding there are going to be ups and downs. And then there isn't that. So it's maybe that's what I'm judging it against. Again, you can go through all that and be thrilled with the David Blau hire. I am. I've been here. You mentioned Sean McVay earlier. Year too early instead of a year too late, giving a young upstart a chance that's going to turn into something great. I have full confidence in that. I like David Blau a lot. I am bullish on his chances. Maybe not right away, but I think it's going to happen for him. I really do believe that. But we were kind of told this thing that didn't happen. Does that make sense? Maybe that's why I don't have the best taste in my mouth watching the staff sort of manifest in this way. It's kind of not what I was sold.
All it is more of a reference point that they are convinced that David Blau's a star. And they are doubling down, not only on just hiring him, skipping 3 jobs basically, on rolling the dice big time to move on from Cliff for a guy that was never a quarterback's coach, never a pass game coordinator, just making him an OC and a play caller. That's going to raise some eyebrows around the league. But when you do that, generally you're going to have a couple other play callers in that room with him. Brian Johnson has done that. He is now gone, right? There are going to be other people, and they interviewed some of them, and I don't mind a Brian Johnson for leaving. You got passed over.
Yes.
Why do I want to stay and answer to a guy who basically I was above last year, who has now supplanted me in the pecking order? So I thought he was leaving all along. I'm actually surprised a guy like Anthony Lynn stayed as well, but maybe you pay up and you say, we're going to take good care of you because we need you around. I'm just surprised is all. But it just tells you they don't think that he needs as many of those voices and sounding boards in the room, so to speak. So that's where we're at. Lynn serves a really, really important job for me offensively for them right now. They need him to be David Blau's mentor, I think. Yeah. It's just going to be him because there's no one else to do it.
Okay, and you envision Dan Quinn helping in certain ways, right? He can be a good sounding board where Blau could go up to you as a defensive mind and say, hey, would this work against your defense? The answer could be yes or no. Here's why.
I don't want. Honestly, if Dan Quinn doesn't want to call plays and doesn't want to be involved, and it's Durante Jones' show on the side of the ball that you got hired because you're good at running, I don't need you worried about offense. Sorry.
Yeah.
Get the other stuff right. Get the timeouts right. Let's not screw those up this year. Let's get 4th and 1 decisions right. You're a CEO now. Be a CEO. Be a good one. Be the best CEO coach in the NFL.
I was thinking like midweek game planning type stuff, but in general, of course, I agree with you. That to me is a binary acceptable or unacceptable. They're on the unacceptable side of that, so that needs to be handled. That to me is 100% correct. Yes, I'm just thinking in terms of, hey man, break down. What do you see with this defense? As I'm looking at them studying, I'm stumped. Do I want to run this thing or that thing or something in between? What do you think would work? Using some of that been around football enough wisdom. But yeah, I mean, you're right in the positive spin on the glass half full is they must believe in Blau so strongly that you've got a brand spanking new guy that's jumped up 3 or 4 levels to get this gig, and it's not as if there's a bunch of 15, 20-year veteran coaches kind of under his blanket to support him.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. If you want to join us to discuss the coaching staff, 800-636-1067. One other thought, just while we're talking coaching for a second. I mentioned the Rams put out the list of their staff, and that's how we found out about Brian Johnson leaving the organization. This is an area where I'm not sure why teams don't try to take more advantage. There's no salary cap on coaching. There's a salary cap on players. You can only spend so much, and it's equal for every team. You could spend as much as you want on coaching. You're starting to see more and more where teams will try to do whatever they can to keep a guy like Brian Flores in the building as a DC. So you might offer him head coach type money. But why don't you just have the biggest staff with the most resources? The Rams are doing that.
Yep.
Like, I'm looking at Sean McVay's staff, and I'm going, damn.
That's pretty good staff.
Look at all the money they're spending. This guy, Bubba Ventrone, former Hard Knocks star, is supposed to be a head coach at some point, the special teams coach. Chris Shula got a bunch of head coaching interviews this year, pulled his name from one or two of those. The defensive coordinator. Nate Schilhaas pulled his name from a couple, I think the Browns job, among others. Offensive coordinator, who's going to be a head coach soon. So, like, those are the three rising stars. But then you've got a who's who of veteran coaches that are around as well. Then they bring in young players to develop them, like Robert Woods, who's now just retired, going to be their assistant wide receivers coach this year. Then you are the only team that I know of that has just a straight listed assistant head coach who's still getting paid to be a head coach somewhere else, who's just directly underneath of your head coach. I mean, the confidence you have to have in yourself and in your own shadow to be a guy that brings in like a Cliff Kingsbury just to list him as an assistant head coach to stand next to you with a whistle. Obviously, Sean McVay's got nothing to worry about. He's gotten more extensions than you and I have, underwear in the drawer.
Yeah.
But like, a lot of coaches don't do it. You think Dan Quinn is just bringing in some sharp defensive mind to be an assistant head coach, non-coordinator this year? No chance.
Yeah, it's
Guys
one of those.
don't want to be threatened like that.
Exactly. I remember that was one of my biggest faults with Jay Gruden for so many years was you hiring guys to be the DC that were not going to be the DC anywhere else. Like, whereas Sean McVay's like, yeah, I got Wade Phillips, a guy that normally you'd be threatened by. I ain't threatened by anybody. I know what I'm about, and that was always a big source of criticism for me. But yeah, I mean, you said it well. There's no salary cap on the coach, so this is where you can absolutely win an arms race here. Right? I mean, I'm not saying anybody they've got is bad or incompetent or otherwise, but that's a place where you can beef up resources as much as you're willing to.
If I'm allowed to outspend everybody else, I should. That's kind of how I feel about it. And what's more important than coaching and developing players? I think the Rams get that. It's not surprising. They're great every year. Logan Paulson in 20 minutes. We've also got those tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. We'll give those away then. Next on Grant and Danny, let's get into the conversation on running back that I wanted to have. Javonte Williams re-upping with the Cowboys. What he's going to be making is informative about the way the running back market could develop over the next several weeks. This is The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Javonte Williams coming off 1,200 yards and double-digit touchdowns. Signed a 3-year extension with Dallas for $24 million. That's $8 million per, which is just a tick over what a rookie running back's first-year salary would be. So if you were to draft, a Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame or something like that. The reason I find this so interesting is the free agent market is actually bountiful at running back. That's going to cost some of these guys a little bit of money because there's a lot of starting caliber players that are going to be available for a team like Washington if they want to go that direction. Sounds like the first 2 years, so 8 years per, $16 million total, are going to be guaranteed to Javonte Williams. But if the number for him is $8 million, again, you look at franchise tag money and how the top guys at each spot are paid. Running back has long been the most disrespected.
Yep.
But Danny, it felt like last year there was a little bit of a correction at the top of the market with guys like McCaffrey getting extended, the money for players like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley stretching the market out a little bit on the high end.
Yeah.
This is a bad start for running backs. If you can come off 1,200 yards, have that kind of year that Williams had, and you're an $8 million a year player.
Yeah, you look at some of the top names in terms of AAV. Barkley's at 20. Christian McCaffrey, 19. Derrick Henry, 15. Jonathan Taylor, 14. Alvin Kamara, 12-2. Josh Jacobs, 12. James Cook, 11-5. All pretty recent signees.
It would have felt to me like if he could have gotten 10 or 11 because of his age, 25, and the year he's coming off of, it would have felt like, okay, the position is getting healthier because we are now rewarding players who have huge seasons and have trajectories for a few more really good years ahead of them. But $8 million, it feels like a decent bargain.
Yeah, again, that's what a first-round pick makes in his third year.
Yeah.
Right? So there are opportunities there. As you said, it's a deep free agent market. I mean, it's not necessarily all the sexiest names. Usually you find guys, that'll be 28, 29, 30 years old with some mileage. The Najee Harrises of the world, former first-round pick in his own right. Nick Chubb, who's kind of been through the ringer, some of those headlines. But there are pieces that I think could help teams.
Let's go to Mark, who wants to hop in on RBs out of Largo. What's up, Mark? How are you?
What's up, guys? How you doing,
man? Hey, man.
Look, I think the running back situation is, I do believe, like I said to you last week, I think Travis Etienne and I think probably Breece Hall, you could probably get one of those two along with Jeremy Nichols. If you can get those, then I think everything will work out for them in the long term. And I think it'll give them a little bit of balance on what they need to do. I don't know if the money is going to be as right as they think. I think the market is going to be a little bit cheaper than what it is, but I don't think it's going to be different. You know what? I know you wanted to. Can I talk about the OC situation for a second here?
Yeah, just be quick.
You talked about. All right, I do think this is the case right now where I think Jaden Daniels may have a lot more influence on the play calling of what you guys may be thinking, and to the point where I think he may be calling his own plays.
Well, that's not a thing. He's not going to be calling his own plays. He's a third-year quarterback. Peyton
in a brand new system.
Didn't call his own plays. He also needs to learn a system that he's never been in for a minute. So, I mean, there might be 2-minute drills or situations like that where you get to call your own number. Here's when he'll call his own play, Mark, is if the headset goes out for a play or two at a time, and there's not going to be any time for David Blau to get in his ears, but that's kind of the extent of it. Now, are they going to have a good dialogue, I hope, every week? Definitely. Should he rip things out of the playbook he doesn't like and only run stuff that he does? Yeah, that should be the case with any play caller and quarterback. What do you feel good about? What do you feel bad about? If that's what you mean. But if you're saying he's just out there and he's going to be calling the offense, that's really not how it works.
Yeah, David Blau's going, what do you want to run? And then Jaden Daniels says it to I don't see that. Yeah, influence for sure. Comfortability, if that's even a word.
Maybe that's what he's getting at.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
What's going on, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How you boys doing today?
What's up, Audic?
Hey, look, the only way JD5 is calling his own plays is on Madden. Just call it what it is, okay? That's just a fact, okay? We hope our quarterback doesn't have that kind of power. That's what you got coaching staff for. And you know what? It doesn't matter because this coaching staff ain't going to be here next year anyway. Watch and see. I keep saying that. I'm surprised they're back this year, like they retained them this year again, like for coming back. I'm surprised. But it doesn't matter who the coaching staff is. It goes back to the roster on that defense. You got to overhaul that roster. They got to spend big in free agency, and they got to upgrade the front seven. and they got to hit on that draft. And what's to say Love can't be that 7th-round pick? Everybody's saying get an edge rusher. Why not go after a once-in-a-lifetime running back, as they say he is? Look at the Eagles right now with Barkley. Look at the game changer.
So Shane, on Friday, I think it was, maybe it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday afternoon. If you want to go back and podcast the show, I went about as adamantly as I could and put together a case to draft Jeremiah Love. I would be totally fine with doing that. And while I would love taking Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State, Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State, Arvil Reese, edge, Ohio State, David Bailey, the other of the really good edges in the top 10, Texas Tech, any of those players I'd be tickled. Let's do this. What an old saying that is. I'd be tickled. I'd be thrilled. Right?
I'd be over the moon.
I would be just so tickled, I'd be giddy if they did any of those things. Add Jeremiah Love to that. I feel differently than a lot of people. I don't care if he's a running back. He's a weapon. I view him as an offensive piece. That's something actually Logan and I talked a lot about on the new Take Command. We could bring that up with Logan. He's joining us next. A rare segment here on G&D with him. Always enjoy having him on. He's getting ready to fly to Indy for the Combine. He's going to be watching all the workouts on Wednesday. Logan's becoming like a draft expert, by the way. He watches the tape on all these guys for all kinds of various folks, but his agency, and he does all kinds of different reports for people. So let's ask him about this draft class and the possibility of going running back in the top 10. We'll do that next. Plus, as soon as we come back, tickets to see Jim Gaffigan could be yours right here on The Fan. 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. Everything's Wonderful is the name of the tour. It's a good name of the tour.
He's so funny.
He is.
One of the greats of all time.
February 26th through the 28th at the Anthem. 4 shows. Tickets are on sale. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. We'll be giving those away all week long at 5 o'clock. But let's get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's welcome onto the show our buddy Logan Paulsen, the longtime NFL tight end, 10 years in the league, and my co-host for the Take Command podcast on the Commanders, which you can listen to wherever you get your audio. Logan, welcome to G&D, buddy. How are you?
I'm great, man. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. Good to catch up.
You headed to Indianapolis tomorrow or Wednesday?
Wednesday I'll be going out because so for our show we just covered the drills basically. So we're going to do drills. We're going to get like a quick interview with Adam Peters. So it should be an eventful couple of days out in Indianapolis for us.
Very cool. New episode of Take Command dropped today. We spent a lot of time talking about Jeremiah Love as an option at number 7, pretty elite running back talent. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it felt like I was trying to convince you for much of the podcast that people will be listening to. But what's your take on, whether or not Washington's going to have the luxury of doing something like that after free agency?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it depends on what they do in free agency, but I think due to the unusual composition of this year's draft, I don't think anything's really off the table. I think what you want and what we've talked about on Take Command quite a bit, I'm sure you guys have talked about in your shows, you want a bunch of add some blue chip talent to the roster. And so when I look at Jeremiah Love, to me, he's a blue chip piece that's going to, I think, could fit here really nicely because of where the offensive line is at. But, could be Jeremiah Love, could be Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, David Bailey, Arvell Reese. Insert your player here. I think all those guys are good football players. I think it just kind of depends on what the roster looks like post and what kind of grade you have on that player. Because, again, if you think he's the best offensive piece in the draft, I'm probably taking a swing on that if that's what your evaluation is.
So how do you view running back, Logan? I mean, to me, the difference maker at that position, I know they touch the ball so much, but 99% of plays are just kind of football plays, right? Where you don't really notice the difference. Yeah, when a guy hits a home run like Barkley did against Washington in the postseason, you notice it, but most of the time it's 4.32 yards versus 4.41 yards that the exceptional running back gets you, and it's marginal. How do you view the spot right now, though? Because it seems the pendulum is swinging the other way where we're valuing them again.
So, I mean, I think obviously running backs need to be valued appropriately, but I think the one thing that you mentioned there, which I think is interesting, is you don't notice a running back until they provide an explosive player for the offense. Right. I think when you look at Jeremiah Love, that's his thing, right? He's not necessarily the most efficient runner. He's not necessarily the biggest guy, but when he gets the football in his hands, man, he is finding pay dirt in a big way, right? He can run, he can catch the football, he has the breakaway speed. So I think that's what you got to think about in terms of contextualizing this player. It's not so much what is he, as you said, 4.6, 4.7, whatever the average yards per carry is. I look at, does he affect the explosive play rate of the offense? So can he take a 5-yard gain and turn into a 15 or 20-yard gain? Can he get you a 65-yard home run? Think about what Saquon did for the Philadelphia Eagles in terms of bringing that explosive element to their offense on low leverage downs for the quarterbacks. I think there's tremendous value there. Now, is he going to be that guy? I mean, I think when you watch the tape, he's a pretty outstanding prospect. Just depends on whether you think the roster that you currently have constructed can tolerate it. I think the offensive line personally is in a pretty good spot. Just depends on whether you think that running back piece is more valuable potentially than, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon, one of those receivers in this year's draft, or if you think one of those defensive pieces can really add to the roster. So it is just a cost-benefit analysis for the team. And I think, to me, the only legitimate argument against running back at 7, to me, is the financial element, right? Because defensive linemen are making $40 million, receivers are making $35. Top flight running backs are making $12 to $14 million. So do I want to draft a guy that's going to be making top running back money, potentially, or do I want to get a cost-controlled asset at receiver and kind of use that dividend in price to go get other pieces on the roster?
Logan Paulsen, you can check him out. His podcast is Take Command that we do together, joining us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Logan, a couple of superlatives for you to answer and kind of fill out here. If I wanted to talk ceiling, who are the guys in the top 7 mix at the top of the board, take Mendoza out of it, that you think have the best chance to be the best players? If I was to say, give me 2 guys that end up being gold jacket players, just as an aside, And then the other one would
those-
be surest things. Like, hey, it's not the best top 10 ever, but I tell you, I'll be shocked if Caleb Downs isn't a Pro Bowl safety or whatever. So give me like 2 names that are sure things and then 2 names that are big swings.
So sure things, man. I think you're going to be pretty, like, in terms of sure thing, I think Ruben Bain is about as on base as you're going to get from a prospect standpoint. Like, he plays the run well. He's physical. Is he the best pass rusher in the class? No, but he's got great instincts in the run. He's competitive. He's tough. His football character supposedly is off the charts. So he strikes me as a guy that is, the most kind of like get on base, like sure thing prospect in this draft, and in terms of that top 10 kind of range. The other guy to me, and again, maybe not for Washington, would be Francis Malinoa, the offensive tackle from Miami. Like, he plays right tackle for them. Like, when I watched the tape, he has been a 4-year starter there. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Like, he is just a pro's pro. He's been coached by one of the best offensive line coaches in college football, understands pass pro, physical in the run game, can get out in the space and wear you down. And again, if that doesn't work out for you in terms of right tackle, I think he'd be a fantastic guard. So those guys, both from Miami, surprisingly feel like really kind of solid picks there. And in terms of ceiling, I think the kind of mystery box in the top 10's got to be Arvell Reese for me. And again, like, I think the more I watch him, the less mystery there is associated with him. He is fast. He's physical. He can do a little off-ball stuff, do a little on-ball stuff. I worry about him as a full-time pass rusher, but, man, every once in a while you'll catch a rep where he's closing on a quarterback like a cheetah to a gazelle, man, and you're like, I want that in this defense as much as possible. And I think about what Durante Jones talked about in terms of flexibility. Like, he's that flexible chess piece for you. And a guy, honestly, in terms of big swings in the top, now I don't think he's going to be a top 10 player, but in terms of ceiling, to me, it's like the Keldrick Falk kid from Auburn. I know a lot of people haven't talked about him in the top 10, but he's 6'6", he's 290. He can play 5 technique, 3 technique nose. He can play stand-up defensive end. I've seen him drop into coverage. Like, athletically and frame-wise, like, it doesn't get much bigger, badder, and more physically gifted than that. So those would be my, mystery boxes with high upside, and those are my sure things for you there, Grant. And again, I kind of cheated with the Keldrick Falk thing, but I can cheat a little bit on this show, I think.
We'll allow it, Logan Paulson, with this. You cheat on your diet all the time. You had like a piece of broccoli the other day that was cooked with salt on it. I mean, that's a total violation.
You know what he did like 2 days ago?
What did he do?
He put butter on broccoli.
Look,
no, I would never do that.
You disgust
salt
me.
Sometimes, butter, no way.
You disgust me, Logan. Logan Paulson with us here on G&D.
Logan, when's the last time you went to a movie theater?
Oh, it's been a minute, man. I used to love going to the movie theater all the time, but obviously, Grant, you've got a kind of a cohort of children, and Danny, you too. Like, It makes it hard to get out and see the world when you got those kids running around.
Well, what I'm wondering, 2 things. 1, we should go to a movie together sometime. But 2, would you get popcorn if you went to a movie?
So funny thing about me, I actually like fiber, like unsalted, unbuttered popcorn as like a high fiber snack because it's low calorie and you get a lot of fiber per serving size. But when you go to the movie theater, obviously they augment that equation a little bit. There's a lot of salt, a lot of butter on there.
No, I'm talking about like that hydrogenated oil that they put on it, like that shoots out the
the fake stuff, the gross stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not, Coach. But again, like everyone, that's not me judging anybody. Everyone's got their own shot there, so do what you got to do. But yeah, I like popcorn. Just movie theater popcorn's a little too rich for my blood.
Just want it dry and flavorless. Can I go back to Ruben Bain? There's this his arms are short thing, and is he too heavy to be a D end? I kind of don't care. I feel like it's not quite the NBA at this point, Logan, where it's like, are you between 6'5" and 6'10", and you're just a wing and you're just a basketball player? I think we're kind of going in that direction for defensive linemen in football to a degree. Is he a 4-3 end? I don't care. Is he a 4-3 DT? I don't care. I feel like, just like you said, I think he's a badass and he'll help.
Yeah. So I think he's a badass. And again, like, role here in Washington is a little bit nebulous because of the 3-4 principles that Durante Jones brings. Excuse me. But I will say the thing about Ruben Bain, the thing that is kind of the outlying metric that I just want to make sure we check the box of is, like, if he's got like 29-inch arms, like, that is a little bit alarming. Probably because, like, he would just be like an historic outlier at the position. So, 31, 32, don't really care about that. The tape's good enough. But if we're, 2 or 3 inches off the mark in terms of minimum threshold traditionally for the position, I think it becomes a conversation because, like, there's reasons that those guys aren't good in the NFL. Like, now there's a little bit of selection bias, all those types of things. But I think, again, like, when you watch, if you're just watching the tape, He's a guy that understands the pass rush line at a high level. He's physically violent. He's got good instincts. He kind of knows those moments when he can take over a game. So again, the film, the physicality, everyone says he's 6'3", he's a big man. 270 pounds, that's a big dude.
Yeah.
And so again, I think he's a good football player. I just want to make sure that some of these measurables are checked off, and so he's not kind of like this historic outlier at the position.
Logan, we got a little more insight into the offensive staff today. One of the last questions to be answered was whether or not Brian Johnson was going to be returned, and he decided to leave. He's going to be with the Rams as an offensive assistant. So with David Blau, and you talked a lot on our pod and other places about just how hard it's going to be for him in his first year, you do still have Anthony Lynn, who's got head coaching and OC chops, but otherwise it's not that experienced of an offensive staff. I am pumped they kept David Rye, the tight ends coach, but otherwise a few of the senior members did leave, and the O-line coach, which felt really important for me, is a first-timer as well, and Darnell Stapleton, who was elevated internally. What do you make of the staff around David Blau here?
Yeah, obviously, I think we talked about on the podcast, wanting to get some more experienced people on staff. But, since that conversation, I've had the opportunity to talk to David Blau, and I've had the opportunity to talk to Coach Rye a little bit. And I think the thing that stuck out to me is I just could feel, their energy and their passion. And, I had 10 years of experience in the NFL, so, I don't have a wide array of experience in terms of coaching staff. But it reminded me a lot of, Kyle and Sean and the youth of that staff and how excited everybody was to build something and kind of put in all the football that they've learned into those moments. And it was really something that, in those conversations, it just got chills a little bit, So, if they are bringing that level of intensity, that level of passion to what they're doing, and I think you can get away with some stuff, And in some ways, I think that's good, right? To have the old crotchety coach that's kind of done it the same way for 30 years, and now you've got this young staff that's really thinking about football in an innovative, constructive way. They're building it from the grassroots up. There's something kind of cool about that. And I do think the youth and the vibe and the emotion that they brought was something that I think is going to resonate with the guys. And again, I'm a little bit less worried after having some brief conversations with those guys.
So should we take it this way, Logan? Grant and I were positing about this earlier, and I'm wondering your thoughts on it. Because there aren't, as you said, 7 old crotchety guys that at one time were the it guy, now they're overweight with beards and, they smell permanent like skull mint. Because there's not a million of those dudes on the staff, does that reflect incredible amount of confidence in Blau? Is that how you view it?
I do, and I think sometimes football, everyone talks about the experience required, and that's important, but it is at its core, I think, a young man's game. I think it's a young man's game when it comes to being a player. I think it's a young man's game when it comes to coaches. The best coaches I've been around, the guys that have had the biggest impact on me, are younger guys, right? Kyle in 2010 to 13, Sean, same kind of time frame. I think about Frank Smith when I was in Chicago, Wes Phillips. Those guys were passionate, motivated, energetic about the game. And so I think there's a give and take, right? Obviously, the experience is really important, and I think having someone in the building that has a certain level of experience is going to be important. So, I'm going to kind of keep an eye on the coaching hires and see if someone comes in just as a offensive consultant to kind of provide some scaffolding or some framework for these guys. But I do think that it's okay if these guys are going to attack it this way. It's going to be okay. And again, they're going to go through their bumps and their growing pains and all those different things. But I'd rather someone who's frothing at the bit, as opposed to someone you got to be hey man, come on, let's go. Let's try something different. Let's try something innovative. So yes, I think there will be an experienced coach at some point in some capacity that oversees this thing in some way. But I do like the fact that the youthful guys are really motivated and energetic.
Logan Paulson on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Logan, we started talking about the draft. I want to come full circle back to the draft, I guess, here, because I want to ask about tight end. How would you address that position? We found out today Kyle Pitts is likely to be tagged by the Atlanta Falcons, so that's one less quality tight end on the market. It is a pretty bountiful group, though, in free agency. If they wanted to spend money, they could also draft someone in round 3 if they like a target there. How would you go about it?
Yeah, I'd probably kick the tires on those other guys remaining. We talked a little bit about David Njoku, Chigokonkwo, I think would be a really interesting one down the board. Isaiah Likely, I would call on all those guys and see what they were looking for in terms of money, what they thought about the role here. But again, this is a kind of a funny is the wrong word, like a strangely deep tight end class in my opinion. And so I do think there are some really good football players. You mentioned at 7, obviously there's guys like Eli Stowers, Justin Jolly, Oscar Delp, Jack Endries from Texas. But if you go down the list, like, I'm just looking at the consensus board right now, like there's Sam Roush, there's Tanner Colzier, there's Nate Brodericker from A&M and Houston and Stanford. And those guys, when I've seen them play, I'm like, those guys are good football players. Now, are they like the dynamic offensive playmaking piece? Some of those guys are, but I do think like there is a kind of playmaker quality to some of these guys down the board that get me really excited. So again, I'm kicking the tires, talking to everyone I can in free agency, especially those guys I think are going to be offensive difference makers. But when I look at the draft, I'm kind of like, oh man, there's some guys down the roster here that I think could be playmakers and add something to this offense if necessary.
What kind of tight end do they need? You know what I mean? Like, is it the, inline blocker who can catch? Is it the guy that's just a big-bodied wide receiver that can put his hand in the ground every once in a while? Like, give me your prototype.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of hunting for the guy that you described there. You want someone that can do both, obviously, but usually a receiver is a little bit smaller in terms of build, stature, to kind of have some dexterous movement skills, all those different things. So I think right now this offense is probably looking for a little bit more of a pass catcher, but those pass catchers can look very different. I think about like Trey McBride, for example, or George Kittle. Like those guys are 6'3", 6'4", 245, 255 pounds. They're not small people. So it just depends on the type of offense you're running. And I do think that, the tight end here, Ben Sinnott, will perform better in this offense with David Blau at the helm because of the type of things they're going to ask him to do. Like I think I was talking to one of my buddies recently, and he brought up this little anecdote about Arizona. He's like, when Cliff was there, Trey McBride had a really hard time integrating into that offense. And then, the guy that took all of the reps was Zach Ertz. And when Zach Ertz kind of aged out and Trey McBride came in, he was having a hard time in the offense. And then they kind of shifted the offense to more of a pro-style offense. And Trey McBride has 115 catches last year. And I'm not saying Ben Sinnott's going to have 115 catches, but I do think role and function in an offense is very, very important. So I think you can find guys all over. I think you can find the receiver, you can find the blocker.
By asking him, has he ever ice skated?
About ice skating, yeah.
Well, here's what's crazy. So Logan had never ice skated as of a few years ago when I was asking him that. Can you ice skate? He now is in a competitive, like legitimately good dudes ice skating hockey league. He taught himself to ice skate well enough that he's like a good player on a men's ice skating league.
I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy?
That is nuts.
Good players probably strong. Like there are some dudes that are really, really good. I'm just kind of a body but I learned how to skate backwards, learned how to skate forward, can do turns now.
But did you get coached? Did you hire someone? Like you went from not skating at all at 35 years old to being good enough to play in a league and be competitive.
Yeah, so me and a couple of the other dads on my son's team were like, oh, why don't we just take a learn to skate? So we did 6 learn to skate classes, and they were like, it would be a good idea, let's join a league. And that was obviously very, very eye-opening because we were nowhere near good enough to join any type of league. But we stuck with it for about a year, and, I got better with the reps that I had, and now I'm a decent skater. So
just picture Logan holding that little penguin as he's trying to go around the rink a couple times,
But your son is a pretty good little hockey player, and the reason I bring this up is Team USA beats Canada yesterday for gold, this incredible moment. I want to know if the Paulsons were watching. Was your son locked in? Like, what was it like?
Grant, it was like the Super Bowl over here, man. Like we are in a hockey cultural little bubble out here. My son skates at Ashburn Ice House, and all his travel buddies run group texts. Everyone's texting about every goal. My hockey teammates that I play with are texting me to make sure everyone's up, and we're eating our eggs and pancakes, watching the U.S. win a gold medal, which was pretty exciting, especially because it was a great game. And again, like Team Canada kind of put them on them, and I think led in shots, led in time of possession, all those different things, but they didn't win in the most important metric, which was goals, which was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it was quite a game, and it's been quite a story all day long to see the reaction. Good to see Canada's taking it well, though. They're about to hang a banner about how they were so much better all game long.
We actually outplayed them.
Yeah,
banner.
Yeah, crazy.
Thanks,
I think
buddy.
That is what a crazy. Just 5 seconds. What a crazy bit by that guy. Like we were the better team. You know, like there is a point system that usually determines that at the end of the game.
It's funny how they do that. Yeah.
But look,
weird.
what he's saying, he's basically saying we outplayed them. And as you just said, when you outshoot someone, when you outpossess them, when you outskate them, you do all these things, you might feel that way. The problem is
touchdowns.
And
yeah,
then I
that's the
waddle
difference.
up to you in the locker room post game, and I'm like, Logan, what do you think? You're like, we actually outplayed them. You guys saw the game. Who's the better team? And every now and then that'll happen, but it's so embarrassing. People know better. It's like, okay, maybe just log off here for an hour or two. You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, don't need all that. Don't need all that noise out there for sure.
All right, buddy. Enjoy Indy.
That was a wacky bit by him.
You can do a little
thanks,
St.
guys.
Elmo's
Appreciate it.
steak. You can do a little some red meat.
Yeah, what is that? Like the horseradish sauce they got there?
That's the bit.
There you go.
12 a.m.
Clean you out a little
You
bit.
are entitled to one. This is I've never offered this before. One full sweet potato as a side.
Wow,
dude. I mean, I would be stoked on a sweet potato.
I know.
Side. You're talking my language now, Dan.
Oh, I know, dude.
Are you a ribeye? I mean, that's probably too much marble for you. You're probably what are you? You're probably a strip guy or a fillet guy.
So have I told you this, Grant? I'm doing a filet, no salt, no butter. That's my order now when I go to steakhouses.
That's so tough.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
You've not told me that, but that's annoying. So then, how do you get it cooked? Do you do Pittsburgh or what do you do?
I'm just like, hey, like let's do like medium rare. Usually, depending on the steakhouse, dude, it's come out chef's kiss every time I've ordered it that way. So I'm in on that. No salt, no butter.
No salt, no butter.
Yeah. So try it. I'm filet. It's pretty good. Get the 12 ounce. So I'm happy with it. But I do get weird looks though usually when I order it that way.
Yeah, I could see that. All right, we'll have to discuss this more on Take Command. You can check out Take Command, Logan's Pod that we do we do it 3 times a week now. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, a new episode drops. So there's one out today. All right, Logan, be good, brother.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
You got it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. He was just talking about the gold medal game. Does the United States of America's win and the momentum of how great that game was yesterday do anything, do you think, for hockey, for the National Hockey League, or was it just a cool one-off? We'll tackle that next. We're done early tonight because the Nats have a spring training game right here on the Fan. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler come your way in a half hour with the first pitch. Remember, a chance tomorrow to win tickets to a DC Defenders game at 4 o'clock and an opportunity to win
One just came in from Fairfax County regarding tomorrow. Grant, those of us that live and experience this understand what these texts can bring about school opening or closing. In this case, all FCPS schools and offices will open on time for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. It's a party. Get out of my house, get your ass in that school, and stay there for the full day for the first time in February. Get your ass to school. Ladies and gentlemen, a school day. We got a school day, everybody.
We're doing it.
We got a full day of school. No half day, no early dismissal, no 2 hours late. No more lingering around my homestead in PJs. Get some breakfast, put your shoes on. I'll give your butt a ride. You can walk the last 100 yards yourself. Fare thee well. See you in the afternoon. Woo!
Loving father, Danny Rouillet, getting the kids out of the house tomorrow.
You got that right.
So they got a chance to go 4 days this week? Are they going to be able to handle that?
It's a new record here for Northern Virginia.
How many times? We actually need to do this math. How many times has there been a 5-day school week this year in Fairfax County? I think the over-under, if we set it at 10, we might not hit the over.
I'm not kidding you. I think it's under. I'm not like, oh, God, oh, Dad, he's doing fun. He's doing bits. I really think it's under. There was a month where they didn't have one.
Well, I got a text last night. So first I saw a tweet from a buddy of mine. Toby put it in the chat. And it was actually Heather McDonough from NBC4, who's a producer on the sports department over there that kind of puts all of their content together. And I worked with her years and years and years ago at SiriusXM, and she's a good buddy of mine. And she tweeted, MCPS, so this is not Fairfax County.
That's right.
This is Montgomery County, but she's in the same boat as you, just happens to be in Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
But she said, Montgomery County Public Schools closed tomorrow. She said the schedule that was released then dictated that school would go through June 26th. I can't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest thing. School goes through June 26th, okay? So I'm going to read what they sent out in an email last night. To make up for tomorrow's closure, so that's today, Monday, February 23rd, 2026, we will be having school on Friday, June 26th, 2026, and this will be an early release day. Wednesday, June 24th, which was an early release day, is now going to be a full school day. So here's what this means. These children who went back to school in August, this is the part that's crazy to me, are going to be in school through June 26th. Danny, your boy, I can remember being in school through like June 14th through the 17th. There was a year I can remember where like June 21st or 22nd we got out. And it felt like we were in school until August. But I think that was lots of snow, probably really bad winter, or what have you. We always went back after Labor Day. So that first Monday of September, the following Tuesday, which is normally either a couple days after the Commanders, then Redskins open the season, or 4 days before week 1, we always went back to school early in September, right? So it would be September 5th, let's say, until generally like June 10th. That's when you got out. But now, because there's 1,000 built-in days off, there's a million work days and this day and that day, you can go back in August and you're still getting out in almost July.
Yeah.
If you go back in August, you should be out on May 6th. My niece and nephew in King George, they go back like August 14th or some outrageously stupid thing. To me, the summer is July and August. Those 2 months in their entireties, there should be no school. But regardless, they've changed that, whatever. But if you go back in the middle of August like a crazy person, you can't get out at the end of June. August. and you're still not out on June 25th.
Oh, it's where we're headed, and
because
it's now normal.
800 days off, and it's just like, well, we'll do 46 days off here, and then we got to get our number of days, so we'll be out on July 16th.
The amount of off days is insane. The amount of built-in, besides, stuff happens. I understand winter weather happened. I get, today should have been off. It was not safe for the kids to be going to school in the morning. Totally correct. What is insane is last week, after all that, we had an entire week. We have a built-in Monday's President's Day. Tuesday's the teacher workday. Wednesday's an early dismissal. Wrong. Nope. Redo it. Go back in that meeting room and do it again. When you come out and go, oh, everybody agree? We agree? All in favor, say aye. No one say aye. Shut up. Do it again. Start again. And you don't have those things happen, and you can't, in the same week where nobody's been in school for 2 weeks, send me a self-congratulatory email about all the wonderful things that are happening. Nothing's happening. No one's in school. Go to school, then send me the email where you talk about how great you're doing. See what I'm saying?
Maybe they did some good things on the days where they were in school.
Maybe. I'd like more in school, though, before we tell me how great everything is. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a number
I've asked you this before.
You got to get to.
The number of days is the same, right? From when I was a kid and you were a kid? It's got to be.
I don't know exactly. I haven't sat down and done the math. I know we had fewer days off. It's kind of the similar deal. Labor Day until last year was pretty much June 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere, whatever was in there. But, you go. You got to go.
I want to know if the hours and the days are still the same. I think it's pretty similar because the number I always, like in the back of my head that I remember from when I was in school was 180 days. And I'm pretty sure I heard
sounds right, yeah.
recently that's still what we're striving for, which is also strange. You would think by now, either more or less, we would have learned something and been like, oh, we've learned this study tells us, we were just doing it this way in 1998 and 2004. Why are we still doing it that way now? It might be different. But maybe that's the case. Maybe there's a study, Danny, that says if kids are out of school once every week or once every 2 weeks and they're only in school for 9 times a month, maybe that's how you learn the most. Maybe that's what they're doing.
I'd like to see that. In other words, convey that. See what I'm saying? If that's the case, let the parents know. But instead, you just don't have school a lot. See what I'm saying? Like, there's already a bunch of new stuff. For example, I asked my son every night, do you have homework? The answer is no, most of the time. They don't do anywhere near as much homework as they used to. That's a study. The simple fact is they've decided research-wise at the younger ages that homework turns into more problems than it's worth, and we'll reinforce it here, there. We have different ways of doing it. Totally fine. There's math that's not math anymore. Like the way we learn math, they don't do. You're gonna get all this, and it's going to ruin your weeks when they teach this new math. When you know inherently what's 7 times 5, you can do it right now.
Yeah, 35.
Now, it's not to them anymore. There's a reason 7 and 5 are 35, and there's columns involved, and there's this whole doodle they want you to do, and it's going to make you beyond miserable. It's already scarred us all for life, where I can't help my son anymore with homework. The children and their father. We can't engage with it anymore. It's new math. It's so stupid. You just learn the times tables. They don't do that. They want you to understand why it's 35, the nature of 35. And it's all these weird things that don't make any sense. You can't teach it because you don't understand it. You don't have an advanced mathematics and teaching degree to do it. They've got that in their studies that say it's better. Fine. If there aren't any studies that say don't go to school, you got to put them in school. You see what I'm saying? Like, show me the study. Show me potato salad. Show me the study that says it's better for them not to be in school so they can learn more. You're already doing a bunch of new stuff, and that's all good. I appreciate the new stuff. Different than we did. Society evolves. School.
What percentage of your hatred for not sending your kids to school is that you think they're missing out on being in school and aren't getting the education they need? And what percent is you really just want to go play pickleball?
The pickleball part of it's non-existent. Snow on the ground, that's not happening.
Yeah.
There is a percentage, though, I will say. It's within the margin of error.
So it's not pickleball, but it's Danny wants to do whatever he wants to do outside the house and have kids in school.
Well,
versus, oh my God, I'm trying to get my kids educated to go cure cancer.
Well, I don't know if my boys are going to achieve in that way, but we hope. We'll see. But they won't without school, I'll tell you that. They need to be in school. So that's the biggest one to me, is everyone acknowledges it's so important. We go, education's important. Is it? You have a funny way of showing it. Open the school up. Go to school. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the part I think that gets me the most is everyone will tell you, rightly so, how important education is. You know, the best way to do that is to have kids be in the school.
To educate.
To actually educate.
It's true.
Instead of congratulate yourself for them not being in school.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you
We got school
on
tomorrow.
your kids being in school
You're
tomorrow.
damn right
Ladies
we
and
do.
gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
School.
Sending his children to school on a Tuesday. Attaboy. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Will yesterday's gold medal game create any momentum for the sport of hockey? That's next.